patiently waiting for. Today's Opie and Anthony Show starts now.
Wait a minute, you want me to intro the Opie and Anthony Show? You gotta be kidding. Hey, it's Larry King welcoming you to the Opie and Anthony Show right here on Sirius XM Satellite Radio.
Oh, fuck yeah! The place is insane!
You guys like to cuss on there, right?
Yeah, a lot. Yeah.
It's a weird show.
Great guests, interesting interviews, and of course, your phone calls as well. It's not the most talked about, not the most written about, and certainly not the most listened to show in the history of radio, but I'm still proud to intro it.
The show is so disorganized.
Holy shit. It's so fucking bizarre.
Everybody's not politically correct. Opie and Anthony were saying that. Well, then turn off goddamn Opie and Anthony, you dumbass.
We're experts and we already know this is going to be great radio, so shut the fuck up.
Where else are you going to be able to say that and get paid for it?
Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pride that I presented this, by the way, one of the highlights of my career, the Opie and Anthony Show. By the way, who's Jim Norton?
Of course I'm right on that one. Of course I'm right. You were hoping for black, but it's obvious it was white. Good morning, everybody.
I wasn't hoping. I was speculating.
Me and Ann are in the middle of a big, huge fucking brawl.
Brawl over race.
No, it's a great story, but...
Great story.
Wow. Man, you know what? If you're doing radio, yeah, it's a great story. I don't know this fucking lady.
Yeah, I don't either.
And where's she
Terrible,
from?
though. A woman visiting a cemetery plot in Cape May Courthouse, New Jersey.
Cape May, okay.
Sunday evening was allegedly sexually assaulted by a man lying in wait behind a car. Tuesday, they released a sketch. Around 8:45 on Sunday, the 20-year-old Avalon woman was sexually assaulted after walking back to her parked car at the cemetery. She struggled with the man and was able to break free, running to the house on Orbit Drive, asking the residents to call police, which they did. The suspect is, well, I should have known it was a white guy when they said there was a description of the suspect. Police described the suspect as a thin to medium build, fair complexion white male who's about 6 foot tall, in his early 30s, dark eyes, dark hair, and a buzz cut.
Yeah, so to break it down, this lady was what? Visiting a loved one or husband? Who was in the ground?
They don't say who indeed the loved one was. But
so
she was
it's late. The sun's going down. She's at a cemetery.
Yeah.
And this creep comes out of the shadows, and he wants to get it in.
Let's
talk at Jersey short terms on this one. He wanted to get it in.
He wanted to get it in.
He wanted to do a little smushing.
Smushing at the cemetery.
And she didn't want any smushing.
No.
So she screamed bloody murder. But the point being, Ant was hinting that it was probably a black guy. Let's be honest. I said, this is creepy white guy shit. It's obvious.
I thought when there was no description, and then it said on the bottom of the initial story off of Drudge, it said, click link for detailed description of assailant.
Yeah.
And then that's when I absolutely knew it was a white guy, because usually they don't have that for black guys. They'll just say, a male assailant.
Right.
And they won't even say how tall or anything. It's like, oh, really? A male assailant was trying to rape a woman? Wow. Can we narrow it down?
Yeah, but this, you know this shit. You know this shit.
That's crazy white
guy crime.
In the cemetery.
There's absolutely crazy white guy crime.
Dragged into a stairwell in
black guy.
Brooklyn.
Sorry.
Yeah.
But those people.
But hanging out. They're coming for you, Barbara. They're coming for you, Barbara.
I like this test. Give me another one.
Oh. Well, let me look and
attempted rape at a cemetery, white guy.
Find some crimes.
Someone being dragged into a stairwell. Sorry to say, but black guy usually.
Man accused of eating raw meat from the shelves at Walmart.
No. White guy.
Do you think that's crazy white guy?
Well, wait. You got to give me a little more detail on that.
All right.
I'm leaning white guy, but...
You're leaning white guy.
But I need a little more detail on that one, Ant.
Carlisle man is accused of eating raw meat at the borough's Walmart and putting the open packages back on the shelves. Employees told the police they saw, and I won't give the guy's name because sometimes that's a tip-off. I'm not sure if this is or not, but 53 of the 100 block of Noble Avenue.
Well, you gave a black guy
eating several packages.
I don't know one white guy that lives on a block like that. 100
on
block.
The 100 block.
I don't know one white person that lives that way. So it's a black guy. You blew it.
His name is Scott T. Shover, and he's 53, and he is indeed an old toothless white guy.
Whoa.
Damn it! White guy. Should have stuck with your initial.
Ouch.
Yeah, but you threw me off with the block thing.
I know. See? The block thing kind of got everybody thinking, oh, see, there he is.
Yeah.
Crazy, toothless.
Shit.
It must have been some ground round, because I don't think he's eating any raw London broil without teeth.
Well, you said chopped meat.
What, did I say chopped meat?
I believe so, right?
I was just looking for
raw meat. Sorry.
Raw meat.
You did say raw meat. Okay,
yes,
so it has to be chopped meat. You're
raw meat. Let me see if there's any other good stories. One thing. Let's see. TSA. Obama. No, there's no more real stories right here.
How about eel removed from man's bladder after entering through the penis?
Oh, no, that didn't happen. Guaranteed that wasn't in the U.S.
Huh?
Guaranteed that's not in the U.S.
Huh?
It's a U.K. story.
Huh?
Definitely, right?
Let me see. Okay. An erratic eel. They call it an erratic eel.
Erratic or erotic? Wow.
Wriggled. They wrote wriggled.
Wriggled.
I say wiggled. Why is that word wriggled out there too?
It wiggle, see it jiggle, Jello brand gelatin,
Yeah, but why wriggled? What's the difference between a wriggle and a wiggle?
I think when it's wiggling, it could just be there. It could just be there wiggling. If it's wriggling, it's getting somewhere. It's moving somewhere.
It's motivated.
Yeah.
There's motivation behind the wiggle.
He's on a mission.
Is that a real word, wriggled?
I think wriggled.
Or is that just how they pronounce that in China? Because this is out of China.
Oh, it's out of, maybe it's
An erratic eel
the
wriggled.
eel wriggled this way. Wriggled.
Oh, man, my shoes are getting a fucking beating.
Yeah, they certainly did.
How about you focus on a wonderful, fun video instead of my stupid shoes, you
Your
cocksuckers.
shoes were taking a sound thrashing.
An erratic eel wriggled its way up a man's penis and into his bladder following an accident during an unorthodox beauty spa in China. The fuck are they doing?
I have no idea.
Iraq knows about spas. Iraq, what were they doing in China at this spa?
I have no idea.
You don't read, do you?
Reading is...
Zhang Nan!
I notice when you're reading,
That's his
it's
name.
hard to be eating. So
Well, when you're eating raw meat at Walmart, it's a little difficult.
eating is fundamental. Wait a minute. No, it's reading.
Zhang Nan was bathing with live eels. Wow.
Why?
Why the fuck would you do that?
So they swim up your dick hole,
Sure.
perhaps.
He's swimming around bathing with the live eels, I guess just bathing with live eels to cleanse his skin when one rogue serpent took a liking to his manhood.
A rogue. Probably thought it was maybe another eel. You know, it's that size thing. Because it's a small eel.
He was just trying to say hi.
Got to be honest with
Was he
you.
just trying to get it in? Do some smushing?
Just trying to get it in.
The eel treatment in question is a similar concept to the popular London spas that offer fish pedicures. Thinking that the eels would make him look 10 years younger, Nan dived into the water and let them feast upon layers of dead skin.
Oh, Jesus.
Could we do this?
That's terrible. Oh, fuck. You're just... Opie reads horrific story. We cringe. He sees radio gold.
Well, this is a radio bit. This is a radio bit waiting to happen.
Hey, everybody, we're going to be asking for you to come down to the studio and get some eels put in your penis. Wow.
Iraq, you have a lot of dead skin. Let's do it with Iraq.
Iraq,
Instead of little eels, they would have to be boas. Sorry. We've been getting along lately, too. But after laying in the spa bath, Nan felt a sharp pain and realized a small eel was working its way up his urethra and into his bladder. You know, this stupid Zhang Nan is a dope.
He's an idiot.
Because as soon as you notice that an eel might be on the doorstep of your pee hole, what are you
Right.
doing? You're getting the fuck out of the
Get that
bath.
thing away.
He started to notice. Unless this thing can move fast, but I don't think so.
Oh, what is it like when alien busts out of the chest?
Yeah.
It goes, "Meow," and then phew, it takes off up a pee hole.
Holy shit. Can you imagine if that's the
Oh,
case? But if they're
damn.
using the word wriggled, that means it's taking a long
It's
time.
taking its time. It's kind of like, yeah, we got my shoulders in there, even though I'm an eel.
Let me squeeze.
I don't have shoulders, but if I had shoulders right now, they'd be going in.
Dude, imagine life without shoulders. I was thinking about this the other fucking day.
Esterosa.
What?
Imagine life without shoulders.
Yeah.
Just put that in your brain today. Because I saw a guy in an elevator while I was on vacation. He had all sorts of shit he had to carry out. Baby bags, luggage,
It
knapsack.
slings over your
And
shoulder.
I was thinking to myself, if we didn't have fucking shoulders, this life of
Drag.
ours would be a pain in the... It would be a drag because you would have to
Definitely,
drag,
you'd everything. And girls would be upset, and they go like, "Oh, I need a." Well, I'll cry. I'll cry on something else.
You have no idea how useful your shoulders are until they take them away from you.
So useful.
All right, this is
Dancing, shrugging.
this is Zhang Nan. Here's his quote: "I climbed into the bath and I could feel the eels nibbling my body."
That's disgusting, right there.
Let me think about this.
Even before they go up your piss hole.
Yeah, but could you tape up your pee hole?
You probably could, like, just tape the tip up so they can't get in. No entry.
If they don't have teeth, I would check this shit out. I think.
What?
I'm not even joking.
Nibbling? Why would they nibble? Just fucking
They-
exfoliate.
they're
We got
nibbling.
sponges here and fucking those rough
And
little
this-
pumice stones.
This guy's an asshole because he thinks it's going to make him look 10 years younger. But you got to get your face under the water to let the eel start chopping away at the dead
Chomping
skin
at
on
your face.
So he climbs to the bath.
I
Eel's
got the
nibbling on his
heebie-jeebies.
body, but then suddenly I felt a severe pain and realized a small eel had gone into the end of my penis.
Yes, making it longer.
The 56-year-old from Hangyo Hubei province said.
Wah.
I tried to hold it and take it out, but the eel was too slippery to be held. So he did try to pull it out, Ant.
Yeah.
And it disappeared up my penis. Holy shit. Rushing himself to the hospital, the man underwent a 3-hour operation and removed the 6-inch eel. 6 inches? Wouldn't that mean 4 inches are still sticking out?
Yeah.
Small penis joke, yeah. To remove the 6-inch eel, which was dead by the time doctors found it. Surgeon Jin Wah said that because of the eel's slippery nature. Isn't it so refreshing to be just making fun of Asians the way we want to?
Yes.
Without worrying about someone getting involved.
Oh, I was tweeterooning some Asian problems yesterday.
Driving there yesterday, the fucking Asians driving.
Oh yeah, all I really tweeted was the fact that it must be wonderful to be an Asian driver because all you do is look at clear, open road in front of you. No matter what time it is, rush hour, what highway you're on, it doesn't even matter. An Asian driver, for the most part, can look out their windshield and just see clear, smooth sailing in that left lane, as they do maybe 45 miles an hour. There's cars zipping around them.
Sure.
But, boy, will they never look over to the right. Just that fucking face looking right out their windshield.
Holy shit.
And me yelling horrific things and beeping my horn.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
What, they got video of the eel up a guy's dick hole?
Holy shit.
Yeah?
Okay.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
What were you talking about? I know, and I know it was good. I guarantee what you were talking about was really good.
A lot of people say it's a stereotype and stuff, but I drive through Flushing, New York, which, by the way, is a predominantly Asian area of Queens. I drive right through it every day, and when I go through there, it is like a war zone of slow-moving vehicles that will block the highway. It's a blockade of people that want to get somewhere.
You think an Asian has never experienced traffic before?
No, they love it. It's amazing.
I was listening the whole time.
It's like, what is it?
There's clear sailing for an Asian every time.
I don't understand. The road's
Nothing
totally
but room
clear.
in front of them.
Because God forbid they look in their rearview mirror and see the angered faces and vehicles that are 2 inches off each other's bumpers for miles behind them.
Holy shit.
What's wrong?
I literally stopped breathing for 2 seconds.
You okay?
Oh, boy.
I want to direct everyone's attention to my favorite person to follow on Twitter.
Oh.
You're up there, Ant. You're up there.
I would appreciate it.
I Like Girls Daily is by far my favorite fucking Twitter account to follow.
Yeah. You got
by fucking far.
Good one today?
There's not even someone that comes close in second place.
Good one today?
Good one. Have you seen the Scarlett Johansson nude pics yet?
Please, show me, please.
You haven't seen them yet?
No, please.
Holy, I literally stopped breathing.
If this was Jimmy, by the way, I wouldn't look because I know it would just be one of his shits in a toilet or... Holy shit, let me see. Come on.
Wait,
a minute.
I get to do a little thing here.
That looks...
This is off my iPad. Holy shit. That's what I'm saying. Holy shit.
Is that
I
real,
literally
though?
stopped
Because
breathing.
it's a mirror image behind her.
I hear they're everywhere. Well, you see, she's got the camera up.
Oh.
I don't know why she did this. If someone knows...
Is there another picture?
Oh, yeah, there is.
Come on, punch him up. God damn it. Why are you being a cock tease? Holy shit, I need these. I need to go to the bathroom.
Dude, I'm not even going to...
I will jerk off to these immediately.
I will jerk off to these today.
Immediately.
Oh, fuck, my in-laws are listening. I wouldn't do that. Holy shit.
Holy shit.
Holy shit. I have no idea what you were talking about.
Could you
And then look at this one.
Oh, God. Oh, God. I want to...
And I Like Girls Daily just writes, tell me your thoughts on these pics.
Your thoughts? Flirk.
You know, I know people have a tough time spelling. So, man, if you're following me on Twitter, Opie Radio, I am going to tweet this link for you.
Okay,
I'm going to do the right thing and retweet this shit today.
Go to that one. Look at... No, go up. Let me see. I got to look at her ass. Holy shit. Get the fucking icon out of there.
You know, we've all appreciated her boobs over the years, but that is a fucking grade A ass right there, Ant.
There is nothing wrong with if she was stranded on an island for a month without washing to still just shove your tongue
Why'd you say wash?
deep.
Isn't it washing?
Whoosh. All right, that's good. Get the fucking finger icon off of her ass. There's a great tit shot.
Oh yeah, there is.
Get your fingers off her nipples. You're covering up. What does she do this for? Boyfriend?
She did it because it was Tuesday. Oh my god, it was Tuesday.
She is so.
It just stopped
crazy.
the show.
She is so crazy, ridiculous hot. Oh god, yes. Zoom in.
What? What
Zoom
happened?
in for. Oh my god.
Yeah, see if there's any poo stains.
God.
Holy shit.
She got the perfect arch to the back where the.
You know why those
the
pictures are
buttock
so
starts?
hot? They're very classy, Ant.
Are they classy?
There's some classiness to that.
Well, she's a classy girl.
She really
Sex
is.
in an elevator with Benicio del Toro.
Well, you know, a woman has needs.
She's a bad girl.
She has needs.
She's a naughty, naughty girl.
All right, and I don't know why you're not doing this.
What, jerking off?
How about you retweet? Your followers need this.
What?
Close the curtains.
Me.
I won't retweet.
Me. I'm just going to call this.
That.
I'm going to call this, Ant, greatest tweet
Of all time.
or ever. You like of all time or ever?
Of all time.
All right, hold on.
Is
Greatest
she,
tweet
is she
of
actually fucking Sean Penn?
all time.
That's the rumor.
Is she fucking Sean Penn?
At least she was. That was the
She might be
rumor.
over that. She
Who
might be over
cares?
that
At
shit
least
already.
he got some off of her. That's crazy. Who's next on the list?
To my followers, there you go. Scarlett Johansson, the greatest pictures possibly I've ever seen.
Wow.
There's something very nice about that, Ann. Very classy.
Hold on, I have to adjust my boner. There we go.
You're playing some pocket pool over there.
Pocket billiards.
What the fuck were we talking about?
I have no idea. It had to do with some
And you had
Asians.
some good
Who
Asian shit
cares?
going on that I know we could have worked with for a little while,
Who
but
cares?
some, every once in a while something happens that just shuts the fucking show down.
A derailment just happened.
Oh, we're talking about the eel guy.
Eel guy.
So the 6-inch eel, blah, 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 whatever. There you go. That's that story. Wow. Can we take a break early?
I will never forget
The day?
I saw Scarlett Johansson's ass. I'll remember where I was, sitting here.
Kind of like when the towers fell.
Yeah. This is like I was alerted to it by Opie. I remember the day like it was yesterday. I was alerted
not
to
all
it by
bad.
Opie, and I was like, "Wait, what?"
Well, it's like 1
Scarlett
minute.
Johansson's ass is and tits are on the internet, and then quickly we tried to get the pictures up, and we did, and I remember seeing them. The image is burnt into my brain now.
Do you remember when you were just talking about Asian drivers in a pre-nude Scarlett Johansson on the internet world?
Yeah,
So
now
it's a
it just
different place.
where it's
Know
a
what?
whole new world
It is.
now.
It's
Know
different.
what this just replaced?
What?
God.
Where I was when my son was born. I don't remember anymore. I don't remember.
Yes,
There's only one spot.
Yeah,
Yes.
there's only a few spots in your brain for that
Yeah.
remembering shit. I have it for the towers.
This is going to change society, by the way. We're
Nothing's
in a whole nother world.
Nothing's the same after
Yeah.
this.
Remember, people,
I
the
feel
day
like-
before.
I think we officially can move on from 9/11 now.
September 13th was the last day we will live our lives as pre-Scarlett Johansson nude on the internet.
I feel like we were also young and naive yesterday.
Innocence. We've
Yeah.
lost a
Yes.
piece of our innocence and some cum. I've noticed I've dripped some out, maybe some seminal fluid.
So much semen will be lost today.
Yes.
Yeah.
So much.
A very special Opie and Anthony show as we remember the day we saw Scarlett Johansson's ass and tits for the first time.
On the internet.
It is now just emblazoned in the minds of at least us and many millions of people.
Can you call it 9/14, please?
It's 9/14.
You just know what that
2011.
means now. It's 9/14.
Just, oh, God.
Look at the titty.
Oh, look
my
at the
God.
titty.
Oh,
Opie,
my God.
The titty's right there on the screen. Wow.
Do you remember?
There's nothing falling there, Ant.
I have no words. I just want the pictures to speak for themselves. Moment of silence, please.
Sorry.
Do you remember a time before you saw that titty?
No.
No, it's
You know?
nothing is important to me anymore.
It's not
My
the
whole
same.
value system has changed.
Kevin from Connecticut writes, Good one, Kevin. I'd fuck David Johansson just to get to Scarlett Johansson. And we crashed the website. I Like Girls Daily.
Oh.
On Twitter. By far my favorite fucking person to follow on Twitter. Because it's real shit. It's not that polished porn star crap. Oh, real girls getting nude. College girls, Ant.
That
in their dorm rooms.
Scarlett
being
Johansson
naughty.
Naked.
Look
at her ass.
I would bet money my father-in-law is dying to get on the computer right now.
Oh, well, wouldn't. You got to.
Let me say hi to Chris on Long Island.
It's your duty as an American to look at these pictures so you never forget.
Yes.
You
Chris?
got to give a warning because I'm doing 75 miles an hour down at the end of the expressway where it closes off in Riverhead.
Yeah.
And you start announcing this, so I'm trying to get this fucking thing to load.
See, he's having a holy shit moment
Opie,
too.
Stories already coming in from the people.
Yes.
An untold number of casualties.
I cannot tell you how bittersweet this is for me to be here, to take these calls, yet to just be in this moment where everything before this, the priority system is completely different.
This really feels like our 9/11 show all over again. I gotta tell you.
It does.
I gotta tell you.
Think about all the little spermatozoa that would have been babies that will now end up in a tissue because
in a tissue,
of these
in
pictures.
a radio studio's chair.
What are you, Mormon?
Yeah, right.
A tissue?
Tissue.
The fuck
Wipe
is he-
yourself with a tissue?
No, it sounds like you just make sure it goes right into the tissue right away.
Mike, nah.
You spill that shit everywhere, and then you get your tissues.
I don't want to make a mess.
My my dick is gonna be like one of those hoses they used in the '60s to keep certain people off of the block.
Just spraying everywhere.
Oh, it's just spraying.
Hey, Chris, did you crash?
No, I didn't crash, but it's just an honor to be the first one to call in with my first-hand account.
Did you see the pictures, really?
Oh, yes, I did see the pictures. It did load.
I gotta tell you, the picture, my favorite is the one of her ass with her in the foreground with her luscious lips and the
she's
eyes.
you're getting
It's a perfect
both things.
picture, and
Yes.
it's a little cloudy. What is that effect called? A little fuzzy, little. Help me out here.
Like there's some steam on the mirror.
Thank you.
Atmosphere.
Little
It's
steam
steamy.
action.
She has a towel gently draped over her front. Her face is gorgeous.
914 music, I'd appreciate it.
Yes.
It's a special day here on the Opie and Anthony
day
Show.
as we
Dave
people
from New York City. Yes, sir.
I'm on my way to work, and Opie, you almost have to pay for my car, man, because I almost just rear-ended somebody on the sawmill looking at the beautiful ass that is Scarlett Johansson.
And this is what was happening on highways when people saw the towers hit.
Yes.
All throughout Jersey and New York.
Yes.
Because you could see it, and a lot of people were distracted. And
well, you'd never seen anything like it before.
No, that's just it. It was something completely new. You'd never seen anything like it. And I think people are experiencing the same thing on what will now be known as 9/14.
Well, it's like now it's like when you look at a tall building, all you think about is what would like now when you look at a girl nude, you think
Scarlett Johansson.
I remember what Scarlett Johansson looked like on 9/14.
Imagine what this is going to be like 10 years from now when we look back at this day.
Oh my God! I'm going to look forward to 9/14 every year.
9/14.
9/14. Yes, I did just send out the retweet of the greatest tweet ever.
Never forget.
I'm calling it the retweet of the greatest tweet ever. I can't take credit for the Scarlett Johansson pics.
The city, the nation, I think is going to come together over this picture.
Erect.
I think for me it's going to be every time I see a car accident, my eyes are going to well up.
Yes.
Oh,
because
boy,
who knows if that person was trying to look at the pictures on their cell phone.
Get a little chubby.
You know what? It's only fair enough. We got to cover all angles of this story.
Yes.
On this 9/14, it's Blamo. All right, Blamo in Pittsburgh. What's up?
Yeah, Pittsburgh. What F? Wonderful city. You guys really think this is real? It's a government conspiracy.
Oh, shit.
Already,
the truthers are already coming out on the Scarlett Johansson nude pics.
You won't even give it time.
Fuck. What are you thinking, sir? What are you thinking? It's only fair to listen to you.
Why don't you tell the gatekeepers what your take on it is?
They're painting the walls with thermite paint.
That's a mirror,
when you
sir.
say pain in the ass or something?
No sensitivity to any of the people who've been affected by looking at this nude picture.
So many have been affected.
The real photos hit the Pentagon? No.
That
You
doesn't
can
make
believe
sense.
that if you want.
Oh,
You
boy.
can believe that if you want.
All right, thank you,
But
sir.
I'm looking at her
Thank you,
ass
sir.
right now. How could you say it doesn't exist?
Rich on Long Island.
God.
Rich.
Listen, I haven't seen the pictures yet, but I just want to go home and hug my children.
Yeah, you should,
You know
sir.
what? I got to tell you, I think my son will get a special hug today.
Special hug for the
I'm
children.
going to squeeze
today.
a little tighter today.
And I mean, we take calls
so
while
am
we
I.
still can because, I mean, cell phones will be going down
yeah.
at any moment as people try to spread the news.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and
914.
you want
This is
you want
great.
to talk to one of the lucky ones on 914?
Opie, hold on. I am getting something
Yeah.
in now that
Yeah.
people, traffic is really bad.
Yeah.
People are walking across the Brooklyn Bridge right now just to get home to their computers.
Really?
Yeah, there's just crowds, throngs of people leaving the city,
Wow,
using the Brooklyn
really?
Bridge in an exodus we haven't seen since another tragedy, I guess, that happened in Manhattan. But they're leaving their cars behind because it's faster to get to Brooklyn, get to your computers, and punch these photos
Well,
up.
that's a great update. I mean, there's a lot of tragedy today on 914, but there are some lucky ones out there, and
Oh.
we're going to take a phone call from a lucky
some
one
lucky
right
ones.
now. Yes.
Thank goodness.
Les in Milford, Pennsylvania. Les.
I feel very fortunate. I was at a stoplight and when I first saw the pictures, and I'm just so happy that no one was hurt.
That is beautiful.
You know what? If that light was green, you may have gone through and hit somebody that
Yes.
was also looking at the pictures coming the other way.
Yes. And you're lucky that you weren't going 70 miles an hour on the sawmill.
Yes.
It turned green when I touched myself.
When the news came in on 914.
914.
That Scarlett Johansson's ass is now on the fucking internet.
Yes.
Wow.
The amazing thing, though, is the way that, like, the whole country, as much tragedy as there is, the whole country is really come together
Coming
as one,
together.
as we all masturbate to the same thing.
As Americans, we do face situations like this, and Duke literally come together.
Yes. Can we get some come together music, please?
Yeah.
Because we are coming together.
We are coming together on this. This will be known also as the day the internet crashed.
Oh, my God.
The internet came down.
Yeah.
I remember.
Let's say hi to Rick in Ohio. Rick.
Yeah, I want to know where I can donate lube and tissues to.
You know, see already the donations coming
That's
in for the first responders.
Yes. Let's say hi to Rocco in New Hampshire. They're coming in quick now that everyone's getting the news on
Yeah.
914. Scarlett Johansson is nude.
Is nude on the internet.
On my Twitter account. What? No. Go ahead, Rocco.
Oh, God, guys, I don't believe it. I just heard a rumor that there was weapons of mass erection that was used. And
It's kind of hacky, but I think you survived.
You know,
that.
yes.
I
Yeah,
think you survived.
I think you
mean,
squeaked through.
I'll give you a partly.
Yeah.
All right, I'll give you a slight.
There is going to be a response to this. We don't know what it will be yet.
We don't know what it is.
Yeah, I know
But,
it's going to be a lot of penises going into vaginas.
Yes.
Yeah.
People are going to launch their cocks like cruise missiles.
They sure are.
At,
they
this,
sure are.
This
you know,
event.
I'm going to go out on a limb, and I think a lot of babies are going to be born 9 months from today.
When you look 9 months from today,
beautiful.
just people trying to stick their dick in something wet that might even, it doesn't even have to, it can't resemble that
No.
ass. There's nothing that we can look at that will make us feel this way.
Let's say hi to Don in Texas. Phone calls coming from all over the country.
Of course, we're coming together.
On this 914. Yes, Don.
Yeah, this is complete bullshit, man. I'm trying to download the damn picture on my phone while I'm driving down the road.
Yeah.
This is my fucking exit. Now I got to drive another 30 fucking miles.
Sir, there will be inconveniences.
Yeah. Yes. That's good.
Yes, you will. A lot of people, if you remember 9/11, something happened there. But if you remember that, you weren't able to drive around in the city and a lot of places because of closed roads. But people are just rushing to get to a computer.
We understand there's going to be some inconveniences today, sir.
Yes,
But you're
please.
one of the lucky ones.
But
You're
remember
one of
this
the
day.
lucky ones. You chose the right radio show, sir.
Wow.
And I think all the bosses of companies will understand if employees are coming in late or
or
can't
not
make
there.
it.
How about you not talk about bosses, Sam, in the middle of this fun fucking bit?
God.
Everybody's got a boss.
I don't think so. I don't have a
look at
fucking
that.
boss.
Imagine-
Ant doesn't have a fucking boss.
Imagine what your hands would feel like. Okay, look. You're going from pretty much just under her arms and then taking your hands and running them down her waist to her hips and then gently going back toward the ass cheeks and then down again to the thigh area. What that would feel like.
I would fucking just take these two fingers and stab it.
Well, no, you can't. You have to be.
No?
You know what?
What?
You know what? You that's a knee-jerk response to this
Oh.
reaction.
Oh,
we
I'm
have
sorry.
to think about this
Oh.
in a logical, measured way.
No knee-jerk reactions?
No knee-jerk
So
reactions.
I should take these two fingers and just stab it?
No.
Because I have the opportunity?
Let's take a few days to assess this.
Okay.
Let's see where these came from.
Okay, sir.
Who's responsible
Consider
for
the
this?
long-term effects.
Yes, and some of the long-term effects. We saw what happened. We saw what knee-jerk reactions do.
Okay.
Although I am now claiming, just because the pictures are up, mission accomplished.
Mission accomplished.
I'm saying I want a banner put up
Nice.
behind me.
And
Mission
nice.
accomplished.
Well, Daryl in South Carolina, oh
Yes.
my God, my penis just collapsed.
Oh, no.
His penis just collapsed.
Oh, no.
That's
he
not
must
good.
Have, well, he must have done something.
You know, as a nation, I think
A hand ran into his penis, and it's not been the same.
I think as a nation, we all need to come together now. Remember 9/11? We're now,
right.
We're now on 9/14.
9/14.
9/11, if you remember, we were all fucking driving around with those American flags. We need something that
Yes.
brings us all together here.
Yes. I think a firm hand around our dicks.
Yes.
Is a
in
good start.
Jerking, repetitive motion will show our unity.
And it's important for people to know that you guys are
Oh,
touching
boy.
yourselves with them.
Yes.
I'm not touching nothing yet, Sam.
Well, feel free
I
to.
do that in the privacy of my bedroom.
It's 9:14.
Not in front of
Yeah.
hipsters.
There's no hipsters here.
There's a lot of hipsters around this fucking place. I'm starting to notice.
I'm
And
looking.
I don't like it.
I'm looking into what I'm calling the pit.
I call it ground zero.
Ground zero.
Yeah, I
it's
call it
right
ground
there.
zero.
Yeah. Ground. It's
Ground zero.
It's ground zero.
And how about we don't rebuild this one because
The
that
pit.
means putting a penis on this thing.
No.
No Freedom Tower on Scarlett Johansson, if you know what I'm saying.
No memorial needed.
I'm sure if Jimmy was here, he would be hoping for a Freedom Tower on Scarlett Johansson, but that ain't happening today.
It's a memorial unto itself.
Yes.
And the pit, as I like to call it, ground zero, is staring at me. And it's touching and emotional when you look at it.
We got Ryan in the Bronx. These phone calls, we can't even keep up with
It's
them today.
amazing.
Ryan, what do you got, sir?
I'm standing on 26th Street in the West Side Highway, and from my vantage point, this penis is jumping out of zippers. This penis is jumping. It looks like falling debris, but it's actually cocks flopping out of zippers.
Oh, my
Wow.
God.
And his penis is jumping around
That's
everywhere right
twitching
now.
and jumping. They just can't
and
stay
wriggling.
In, they can't
There's some
stay
wriggling
in
going
their
on.
pants.
No.
You know what the odd part is? You want it to stay in the pants, but the feeling you get just and it's inconceivable,
right,
to think that people are opening their zippers and letting their dicks just fall out.
Right.
It's actually horrific to think.
Incredible. Who's responsible for this? I tried to call my wife, and the phone is busy.
Yeah.
No
A
need
lot
to
of
call the
people
wife today, sir.
on the
no
internet.
need to call the wife today.
Opie, more news coming in. This is a
yes,
fluid,
Anthony,
literally a fluid story.
Yes, it sure is.
As I could attest to when I just looked down at myself.
Yeah.
But more rumors coming in that more pictures are in other places. I don't know if they're true. I believe the internet is going to try to clear all of her pictures to try to get us back into into a way. But rumors have it that someone in Oklahoma has seen some different pictures, and just the internet itself is abuzz with rumors that these might not be the only pictures. So stay tuned.
You better stay right here. Hey,
Yeah.
and a lot of people have a tough decision today.
Yes.
Whether they should jerk off on the highway going 70 miles an hour or jerk off when they get to work in front of
Please,
everybody.
it's dangerous, and I do believe there will be checkpoints set up to see if anybody has their dick out.
Yeah.
and is jerking off at most of the major crossings here in New York City, Washington, D.C., I believe some of the places. Very, very. People are very worried.
Let's say hi to Sal in Texas. Sal.
Yeah, man, I can't believe you guys are doing this to me, man. I almost rolled over in my 18-wheeler coming across a deer. Trying to look at these fucking pictures.
Yeah,
man.
he almost rolled his fucking big rig. We got Steve C checking in. Steve C,
my God.
yes.
Yes, I don't see what all the fuss is.
Steve C does not see what all the fuss is about.
Well, you're going to have a few of those, Ed.
Wow.
You're going to have a few of those. You're going to have a few of those, yes.
Two beautiful legs standing proud right next to each other as we remember them. And taking for granted that they're always just going to be there.
Glorious towers of flesh.
Right?
Leading up to ground zero. My God, man. Raul in the Bronx.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
You have guaranteed another 5-year subscription to XM. I've been listening to you for 12 years.
Oh, it's not about
5 years, that's for sure.
Girlfriend.
And it's not about
Maybe
us
5
right
months
now.
at this point,
As I look at
not
that
5
picture,
years.
I'm
fucking way.
With my girlfriend.
Not here anyway.
I'm horny, but I'm also saddened to know that
5
picture
years, are you
is a
insane?
moment caught in time, but it's not there anymore.
No.
Those legs, that ass in that picture, it's just not there anymore in front of that mirror. It is. And as I look at that picture, I get a little nostalgic and sad, knowing that she's probably gone from that mirror.
Let's turn this up.
Yep. That ass, that supple ass, just a little lighter than the rest of her skin from the tan.
Now lick my sweaty balls.
Well, we're waiting.
Stop talking and start sucking.
9:14.
9:14. Remember 9:14.
I'm gonna fuck you in the mouth.
Jeez.
Wow. People are excited today.
God, the tribute song is already coming in. This is crazy.
Hey, what about the cheeks of my ass?
Well,
what about them?
Show me how you suck a guy's cock. The last time I'm going to ask you.
Yeah, a lot of people commenting on this.
Oh, please squeeze my tits. They're on fire. Oh, Jimmy.
Wow.
A couple of very beautiful girls, huh?
Well, one at least. I remember this.
You can get a doggy style, you can get laying on your side. Those are your only choices. This is my house, and I get to say.
Let me tell you how stupid Obama is.
Yeah.
Which will make Anthony happy.
Oh, let me see the tit shot.
If I was President Obama with all the shit going down it, and his approval ratings in the shitter,
yeah,
you know he controls the internet, right?
Yep.
I would have fucking shut down the internet. I would have taken these Scarlett Johansson pictures, and I would, as Obama, be the one to show the nation.
Show some
Who
leadership.
Who the fuck wouldn't vote for Obama after
leadership?
After he's the guy that showed you these pictures.
Well, I believe Obama at the time when these were first posted, he was reading to a group of small children at a school.
Right.
Someone did approach him and whisper something in his ear, and immediately his face didn't really let on to what was happening, yet you can see a huge erection growing in his pants, which alarmed the teacher, I got to say. But she kept her cool, and he was whisked off to a secret location on Air Force One first to immediately view the pictures and assess the situation and try to help and lead the nation.
I like how you said huge erection because those people tend to have big ones.
You know how it is.
Those people.
Michael Moore is getting a documentary ready. He's actually thinks the Bush administration is to blame for the whole thing.
Oh no!
You want more of these calls, Ant?
Oh, who wouldn't? They're touching.
No,
I'm touching.
No,
myself.
we need hate speech, Dave in Brooklyn. Go ahead, Dave.
Boys, I think at this time we need to have a moment of silence as we read the names of each of the 26 million sperm that I spilled when I saw the pictures.
And that's just one guy. Tom Papa has entered the studio.
Papa.
You just did a sitcom entrance.
A child that could have been named Billy.
That's one.
A child that could have been named Nancy. We just have another 19,999,999 people, potential people, sperm cells left.
Yes.
You know, Tom Papa is somebody who may not be aware of what's happened and may have a good perspective of pre-9/14.
Who wouldn't remember 9/14?
Tom, how was your life yesterday?
Right.
Because we're about to change your life forever.
Yes.
Don't show him yet.
I won't.
Don't show him yet.
No.
What is it?
Just
we're looking at something.
My day was nice yesterday. It was pretty mellow.
You know what? And I remember yesterday as being just a sunny, bright, blue sky day.
Sure.
I was out by the pool.
Yeah.
My whole way of life has changed now on this 9/14 because of what we all saw
yesterday.
It's something that is etched in my mind
forever.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So you just had a regular day, right?
It was. I was on
mundane.
a boat. Yeah, I was on a boat with some friends, just kind of tooling around.
And I hope you didn't
sunshine.
take that for granted, because that, as far as priorities go now in your life, really is going to change.
Oh yeah,
based on 9/14. It's 9/14.
Oh, yeah.
It is 9. Are we talking about this 9/14? Or are we talking
yes.
about?
It just happened,
yes.
sir.
Oh, it just happened.
We're getting
You picked
calls.
the perfect day
the
to come
phone
in.
lines are full.
Not
People
10 years
commenting
ago.
on
No,
it.
it just happened.
Oh boy.
And this is 9/11 all over again, sir.
It does
is what we're
remind
getting
me
at.
of 9/11.
Oh no!
Are
You
you
know, I
ready
had
for
a
this?
weird feeling when I woke up.
Yeah,
this
yeah.
morning.
That's something was happening that would change the world as we know it
Yes.
again.
At least
That's
change
how I
the way you
felt.
look at your life, sir.
Yet again.
You want to see what we're talking about?
Just show
Yes.
them. Just show them.
I'm nervous, but
Can
yes.
you show us two at the same time?
Well,
Yeah,
we
just
got
look at
right
that
there.
monitor, and he'll look at this.
Oh,
and
Tom,
I can
just
only-
look at that monitor there.
Here you go.
And yes, it is. Zoom in on that.
Yeah.
Zoom in on that.
Yeah.
Yes, it's true. Yeah, I know, Tom.
See,
Please,
Tom's crying.
Tom, calm
This is
down.
the reaction
We
we
understand. We felt the same way.
It just feels. Why?
Yes, it is indeed, ladies and gentlemen. If you've just tuned in, hitting the internet this morning, nude pictures of Scarlett Johansson.
I just don't understand.
You need some time, Tom.
How do things like this happen?
We don't know. That's it. Is the why? The why?
The why is something that's
Who's
going to
responsible?
never be answered.
What should we do? I don't know.
Yeah.
People are relieving themselves in their cars. As a nation, we are all literally coming together.
Anthony, let's
in this
listen.
moment of
Let's listen to the sounds of Tom Papa for a moment.
Okay.
It says it all.
Yes.
It says it all.
Yes. Oh my God! Grown men, openly weeping.
I'm sorry, I didn't want to do this. I didn't.
No,
want
you're not alone.
I didn't want to do this.
Tom, you're
Tom,
not alone.
Just like 9/11. 9/11 had two towers. We have two pictures, sir.
Yeah.
Show them the second picture.
Show him the second one.
picture.
There's
Show them the second
There's
picture.
Scarlett on her bed. I believe that picture was taken in Pennsylvania.
Yes.
Pennsylvania, that picture was taken. The first one was, I believe, New York. And then there is one from Washington.
Yes.
If we could scroll down again. But I think this one's a little hazy. I think a lot of people are going to wonder if this is indeed her.
Yeah.
There isn't much showing.
I'm not buying that one.
You're not, right? Right? There's not enough Scarlett in that one.
No, you're not buying that one.
I think that picture happened fast, very quickly.
Yeah.
But more
I
to
don't
come.
know.
Oh my God!
Oh, it is. It's one of those things where you're right.
What does yesterday mean now to you?
Nothing. This whole newspaper means nothing.
Nothing. This is a new day.
This is
for us to think and remember.
Yes.
I've got to go hug my children.
Yeah, we were just talking about that. If anyone has children, hug them. If anyone, I understand.
It just waves over me at times I don't expect.
Tom, I got to interrupt
It's a
for
new
a second
country.
because Brandon's on the line, and we're helping a lot of people today. Brandon, go ahead, sir.
All right, guys, is there any way that you could possibly relay a message to my parents, let them know that I am okay, I have jerked off, I've seen the pictures?
All right. What's your name, sir?
Brandon.
Brandon is okay. A lot of people are starting to put pictures up because they can't find their loved ones.
Yes.
Who are obviously off somewhere jerking off.
Yes.
Brandon must have Sprint, so we have to fill in for him.
Yes.
Sprint users are in trouble right now.
There are a lot of this coming, and also, Opie, how do we explain this to the children? It's very awkward. It's very. I don't want children to be frightened by this.
You just have to be honest with them.
Be honest.
You just have to be honest with them and tell them that these things happen.
These things happen.
And you can't really explain it. You shouldn't do it.
Right.
But these things happen.
It's almost impossible
These
not to.
things happen. Let me say hi to Chris in Canada. Canada checking in. Wow.
Wow, international.
Absolutely. Chris.
Yeah. Hey, Mr. Papa, how are you doing? You're a genius. Anyway, gentlemen, I would like you to, you can recall several years ago there was another attempt to show Miss Johansson naked.
I remember that.
I do remember that.
People
like it was yesterday.
People narrowly escaped jerking off.
Yes.
During that time. And these came out of nowhere. I don't even think there was any foreknowledge.
No.
I don't think a lot of the agencies, photography, Twitter,
nobody was prepared for this.
Google, YouTube.
No one was prepared for
no one was
today,
prepared
Tom.
because these people
Came out
never
of
talk
nowhere.
to each other.
We let our guard down.
We did. We let our guard down.
Yes,
the
we
last
did.
time it happened, it was just in the basement.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
This is a wake-up call for everyone.
This
And by
really
wake-up call, I mean wake up, log on, and just start spanking.
Well, a lot of penises are waking up
Yes.
today, that's for sure.
Yes, a
Anthony.
lot of
penises.
a lot of morning wood.
Oh, boy.
is happening.
A lot of towers crumbling in
Oh,
bedrooms.
boy.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, though. Thank God this happened early, before people were at work
imagine.
losing millions of man hours
On the subways.
on work, on the subways,
in buses.
people rushing to get to a computer. But thank God this happened really before a lot of people got to work.
You think the stock market's going to crash today on this one, Ant?
I can't see anyone on Wall Street actually paying attention to the stocks. So,
I think Scott Hurst in Georgia has it correct here. Tie a yellow ribbon around your dick.
Is that what it is? Tie a yellow ribbon
Around your dick.
around your dick.
It's the least we could do, Ant.
It really is.
The least we
It's
could do.
really,
I'm stunned.
It's just shocking. But you know what? I bet if we look back, there were probably warnings that we ignored.
That we just ignored. Some rumbling, some chatter.
A lot.
I think there was some chatter.
A lot of internet chatter.
Yes.
That this would happen.
Breaking news, Anthony.
Uh-oh.
One nut in Missouri. Yes, one nut.
I'm one of the IT first responders here at ILikeGirlsDaily.com.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here in my terminal, sir. I just watched Server 7 go down.
Server 7 has gone down. Now, we didn't expect this. I didn't even think Server 7 was taking that much heat.
When is it going to end? They may all crumble.
Server 7 has gone down.
This is crazy.
This story just continues to grow. Let's say hi to Steve from... Oh, my God. Steve from Al-Qaeda. Steve.
Oh, no.
Yes, it's actually Al-Qaeda. I'm taking responsibility to take down the heterosexual world. I have released those pictures.
Well, they're claiming responsibility, but again, we don't know if this is some type of attack on us to keep us from concentrating on work for the day.
Where's the president right now? Where's the president?
Air Force One.
In a bunker?
Actually, he's on Air Force One,
he's in a bunker.
waiting to come back. Yeah, he's in a bunker.
They put Air Force One in a bunker.
Yes. Yeah, Air Force One is in a bunker.
In a bunker.
And
Biden is in control.
Biden's in control. They're trying to fly in as much aqua glide as they can for the president and the entire staff.
Moving his wife to another location.
Yes.
So he could be alone for a while.
Anthony, the other side of the story here, sir.
There's another side to
Mike
this?
in Minnesota. Mike.
Oh, my God. Look at
Yeah, guys, CNN is showing footage of lesbians dancing in the street and handing out cake.
see. Now we should not be celebrating in the streets.
That
on
is
this.
ugly.
That is lesbians.
That is just uncalled for.
Dancing in the street. And let me tell you something. I've also gotten reports, Opie, that, like I said, a very fluid situation of ugly girls being beaten everywhere. Ugly girls are out there, and they're not responsible for this. Just because those are the people you have to fuck and cannot get to a Scarlett Johansson and have to look at these pictures of those beautiful, what I would call towering legs.
Towering, for sure.
Yeah. Please, let's have some compassion. Don't beat up ugly girls just because they're ugly. They're not responsible.
They're certainly not
you
responsible.
can understand the rage.
You can.
You can understand the rage.
Yes, you can.
Can we at least push an ugly girl? I
no.
just want to make sure I
Leslie.
understand this.
I'm also
correctly.
getting reports that on the corners here in New York City, some people with no couth or tact whatsoever are selling pictures, these Scarlett Johansson nudes on the corners.
That's terrible.
They are being
just exploiting
beaten.
it.
And because it is exploiting. You can't just show these and shock people like that are trying to walk down the street.
A hat pin is probably as far as I would go.
Yes.
Like a little tasteful hat pin.
A hat pin, a ribbon you could wear.
Not actual pictures.
Something.
No,
yes.
that's tacky.
Yes.
Let me say hi to John. The charity is just overwhelming.
Charities are starting now.
John, what do you got, sir?
Yes, we are frantically setting up aid stations all over Montana for not only vicious hand cramps, but also sperm donations. This truly is going to be the where were you when question of our generation.
I remember
we like to call it
yes.
914, sir.
914. The injuries that we are seeing, carpal tunnel alone,
yes,
is up by thousands of percent. This morning.
I don't mean to. I'm not normally a conspiracy guy.
Yes,
you know, I don't.
Well, they will start coming
do that,
up now.
But I just have to ask.
Yeah.
Where's our pal Jimmy Norton this morning?
Oh.
You know what? He just disappeared
and knew. I mean, I was asked to come in here
Yes.
a couple days ago.
Shit.
Jimmy knew he wasn't going to be here on this day, and this is the day the photos come out.
He chooses today not to be.
You know
Weird.
What? You know what?
Why?
I think you're right.
I think something maybe. I don't like. Again, I'm not a conspiracy guy. He probably has nothing to do with this, but
it's absolutely suspicious.
What other whackers are out of town at this very moment?
And now I'm getting some conspiracy texts coming in.
Yes.
I got the
Oh, no.
You really believe that's her? What sheep you people are. Open your eyes, man. Never once has any celebrity nude taken down a server ever. They're made of, obviously made of electronic components, plastic, glass. These computers cannot be taken down just by nude pictures.
So what is he insinuating? That it's an explosion from the inside?
Yes, that's something
it's an
else.
inside job.
Something else is crashing these servers that's maybe running in the background. We never did deal with something as big as a Scarlett
Look, we're learning
Johansson
as we
nude.
go here on 914. Let's go to James in Tennessee. James.
This isn't Paris Hilton nude.
Yeah, of course
Let me
not.
tell you something.
Of course not. No one would pay attention.
Look
at
at that ass. Can you please zoom in on that again? We were getting very close-up views.
Yes,
we
need
look
to
at that. Look at ground zero right there.
We
look
need
at
to
ground
understand.
zero.
We need to understand fully what's going on there.
The more you look at it, the more confusing it gets.
Yes, yes. James in Tennessee. James.
It's very confusing.
Hey, you guys have got to be the voice of reason this morning. Doctors everywhere are reporting a large amount of strokes.
Yes. A large amount of strokes. I do understand, sir. Boy, this story changing by the minute, too, as information comes in. Remember, this is all uncorroborated as we speak, but from what I'm seeing in my point of view, we are indeed looking at Scarlett Johansson nude on the internet. These are the reports that we can verify at this
An
point.
ass shot,
yes.
a tit shot.
A tit shot. Those lovely, towering legs.
My Lord.
Which, by the way, again, as I have to say, this is a picture from some point. We don't know when it was taken, but guaranteed, and this is sad, she is not standing there right now. These are pictures from the past.
Yep.
Her legs standing there, those beautiful, towering legs, gone.
A hole in the sky.
Gone. That's just a mirror now.
Yep.
I can see through to the mirror.
Just empty.
And it's empty. She's no longer standing there, and it's sad.
There's no longer that beacon to kind of orient yourself in life or in the city.
Things have changed. I know my life.
Things are really
not
different.
the same.
I hear the president's going to be at ground zero.
Wow.
Is he?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
See, now I don't like the sound of that
I'm still
at all.
I'm still working on it in my head, but something about president hugging a bush or standing on a bush or with a bullhorn.
Well,
there's something there.
something about
I just don't
evildoers.
have it yet. Fuck, I don't have it yet.
I'm speculating.
Came out too early. It's
Bush
a
is
confusing
already,
time.
I'm sorry.
I'm speculating
I'm sorry.
Bush is already on scene.
He's on scene.
Yes.
Okay. So
I am speculating Bush is on scene
there you
as
go.
we speak.
I got the concept. They just don't have the fucking.
Yes.
Well, he's there, but you can't see him.
No, you can't see him, which is good. He does have to be shielded from this.
Yeah.
Wow.
To hide
We got
Bush.
manic depressive on the line.
Oh,
Manic
no,
depressive.
no.
We're
See?
hanging
See?
with Tom Pop on this great day that will always be known as 9/14 from
Yes,
this
sir.
day forward.
Yes, sir.
Boys, it was such a surreal feeling.
Surreal is the way to put it. You're right.
See the images,
Yeah.
you know.
And you remember exactly where you were when you first saw these, right?
Oh yeah, I do.
It's a confusing time.
Was it in the bathroom?
No, actually, I was one of the lucky ones who was able to get through while I'm driving in my truck.
Oh, that's good for you. Good for you. Opie, the PTSD
Yes, you want
already
to go there?
coming in.
Yes,
Yeah.
let's go to Ed.
Ed, you now are suffering from PTSD?
Oh my God, the humanity, man! I've got pecker-tugging sporting disorder.
Oh, pecker tugging sporting disorder. I would think they're changing it around to post-traumatic
winners, Tom. Sorry.
post-traumatic
Sorry
stroking
about that.
disorder.
Sorry you had to hear that one.
Yes. That's a
rolls off
shame.
the tongue.
All I can say is get help. Yeah.
Anthony,
Wow.
Kevin in South Carolina has a great point on 9/14 here. Kevin, go ahead, sir.
Hello, gentlemen. It's a very sad day for America. I just want to remind all your listeners that if you don't download these pictures, the ugly people win.
Yes, that's true.
Yes.
True. Very good
The
point.
ugly people win.
Yes.
Yeah.
We always have to remember these pictures. Yes.
All right, let me
Go out and shop.
Let me say hi to Dave in Oceanside. This is just unbelievable how fast this story is developing there. Dave, go ahead.
Yeah, I've been hearing that the porn industry is getting behind this, already rallying, and they're planning an Orgy for New York event.
That's great. Yeah.
All the big ones are going to be there. Ron Jeremy, Jenna, all of it.
They're all donating their talents to this great cause.
Wow, that's
all
great.
over the country, there will be vigils.
Yes.
But instead of candles, we just will be grabbing the shafts of our dicks and standing there in silent prayer over the miracle we saw on the internet today.
I can imagine the small town streets in America, just everybody just putting out white tissues out in the front of their homes.
waving from their cars, from their homes, just white tissues.
White tissues everywhere.
Yeah.
Covering all sides of the story, there are price gouging issues at this point.
Oh,
Anthony.
come on now.
Brad in
Looting?
Nebraska. Brad.
Yes, hello?
Yes,
Hi,
Brad,
sir.
go ahead.
Yeah, hey, I'd like to report some price gouging. I just saw the price of hookers has doubled and lines are starting to form.
Hookers have boosted their
jeez.
price. I hear
It's
the
not-
price of Scott
time for
tissue
this.
also going up, and certain lubrications are going up.
The looting at the CVS
Yes.
and the Rite Aids has got to be horrible.
And let me tell you something. I want to know, because I'm hearing reports also that certain people have bought stock options in Scott tissue days before this happened.
Really?
Which leads me to believe they knew that the stock was going to go up due to the demand
Interesting.
of Scott tissue. So I'm sure the SEC is going to be looking into this, and maybe we'll get to the, as I say, bottom of where these came from. Is anyone really claiming responsibility?
Not yet, sir.
Yeah.
Not yet.
I can't wait.
Wow. Again, not to be a conspiracy guy.
Yeah.
Where's Jim? Where's Chip? Why aren't these people around?
They're not around. This will be looked into. This will be looked into. And
I wish we could zoom back on the shot a little.
Yeah, to get the face,
the lips,
right?
Yeah, the face.
The face and the ass.
The
She got
face
the
makes a
perfect mirror
perfect
shot.
picture, man.
She got a perfect mirror shot. Her face, which is beautiful, and her ass, which is beautiful.
I'll say, I don't think that whoever did this realized exactly how perfect this was going to go.
Yeah,
They probably thought it was just going to be a snapshot. The idea that this would go to this
It came together perfectly, is what you're saying, Tom.
Shut down the internet.
They got lucky. I think they got lucky.
They got lucky. There's an element of luck, but
For
it was
sure.
planned. You could tell. This was planned.
There's a lot of hate crimes going on, even though we try to tell the people not to do that.
What?
Yes, Greg on Long Island. Greg.
Yes, we have some reports of hate crime. There seem to be a lot of people punching the clown. Greg out.
And he knows when to leave on a high note. That's
He saved
brilliant.
it.
He knew to get out.
He saved it with the delivery. Let's say hi to Dan, who's trapped right now, Ann. He's trapped.
What?
Dan, what do you got, sir?
I'm stuck in an airplane bathroom.
He's trapped. This is tragic. What this is causing right now?
Some guys in trench coats have taken over the plane. They're carrying cameras, Nikons, and Canons.
Oh, boy. He's trapped in the bathroom, man.
Cameramen everywhere.
We have F-16s on our wing trying to look through the little windows to see what we're all looking at.
Amazing. And the shots here we're getting from the streets of New York, people coming out of buildings that they work in just covered in semen. An amazing sight, wearing suits, and even construction workers, every job, every type of person just covered in this white milky substance, which is
Head
all
to
over the
toe.
streets. It's like a cloud.
They're all over people's good suits.
It's terrible. People are coughing from it.
Horrible.
They're
in their
running,
eyes.
They're running down the
In their
street as a big wave of sperm.
of semen is coming in.
It's
And
behind
I
them.
gotta say,
Yes.
Horrible.
Some of the store owners are just saints. They're helping people with bottled water to get that out of their eyes because it does sting.
Horrible.
It will sting.
Why did they do it on a work day?
I don't know.
Why couldn't
This
they do
is-
it when people were at home under their covers?
Just a
and
beautiful
sleeping
day.
in?
Yeah,
Yes.
we never knew this would happen.
Dan-
And, 9:14, our lives are changed.
Dan has something. Dan, what do you got, sir?
Yeah.
Yes.
Dan?
Boy, this is really serious. I just saw on the news, I heard some reports, unconfirmed reports, that people have been receiving envelopes with a white substance inside of them.
Oh, no,
shit.
no. See, this happens after that. People love
hard to open envelopes.
Very hard to open envelopes. The mail's going to have to be screened again.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
Oh, jeez.
Let me go to John in Boston. John.
Yeah, I just read that on Twitter that Mark Wahlberg was going to go online this morning, but he had a meeting, so he was able to avoid it.
Wow.
He wasn't online.
He was not online. Boy,
Can we come back,
amazing.
Will? Can we come back so we can see
zoom
more?
back.
Just
Oh,
to-
God. That shot right there that's the money shot.
Oh, yeah.
Jeez Louise.
With those lips.
You know what? If it was just one picture of her, I would understand.
Yeah.
Because I saw the ass and I wasn't sure it was her.
Yeah.
And then once that second picture turned up, then I knew this was something that happened. The
This
first
was
one, I
right.
just thought it
Right.
was maybe an
Random.
accident, a
Right.
random something happened. Reports were online all over that. Hey, here's a nude pic of a girl with a nice ass.
Like those-
We've seen it before.
Yeah.
But then when I saw
Near
her
misses.
face, that second shot,
It's
mere minutes later, I knew that something had happened.
your
that
brain
would
knows
change
that
our
that's
lives.
what it is, but
Right.
it's still hard to register.
It was hard to register.
Ed is trying
Very
to explain
hard.
this to his kids.
And then when the tit shot came in,
Even
it was
harder.
absolutely confirmed
Even
that this
harder.
was not something you see every day.
No.
And again, my life changed completely.
It's very hard. Yes.
Yeah.
Very
Yeah.
hard.
To explain, right? Yes.
Will
Why
we?
is it so hard?
Will we drill this into the ground, much like
like that plane in Pennsylvania?
Yes,
Playing
much
it-
like.
Sorry. But it's been fucking 10 years.
Playing
Who
it
wants
on
to
the
relive
loop.
a funeral 10 years in a row? Enough already.
I don't know how I'm going to eat.
We've all been at a funeral. Just imagine being at a funeral and then you have to be at the same funeral a year later and then a year after that and a year after that and
Well,
it just goes on and on.
We're
and
gonna
on.
have to remember every year now.
Yeah.
9/14.
9/14,
one more.
2011.
One more, Ed. Ed, go ahead, sir.
It's the loss of
Yeah,
our.
how you
innocence.
doing, guys?
Hi.
I was trying to explain to my kids who would be responsible for
That's
such a
hard.
thing.
That's hard to do.
And, in the background was Good Day New York on TV, and they were claiming that it was Fanatics.
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 Scarlett Johansson.
And with that, let's go to break with Green Day. It's perfect for today. It's perfect.
Yeah. Hey, never forget. Never forget.
In time, it's something unpredictable, but in the end is right. I hope you had the time of your life. take the photographs and still frames in your mind. Hanging on a shelf in good health and good time. Tattoos and memories and dead skin on trial. For what it's worth, it was worth all the while. It's something unpredictable, but in the end it's right. I hope you had the time of your life. It's something unpredictable, but in the end it's right. I hope you had the time of your life. It's something unpredictable, but in the end it's right. I hope you had the time of your life.
Sirius XM. The virus.
Thanks for calling the Opie and Anthony FU line. Here's the latest batch of FUs.
Fuck you! Yeah, I'm a truck driver, and I just want to say fuck you to the manager of the store that told me to be there at 4 a.m., not 4:01. I get there at 3:45. She don't show up till 4:30 talking about, oops, I overslept. Fuck you! Fuck you! Yeah, I like to say big fuck you to golf. Put my balls off, drinking and smoking, hitting balls on the golf course. For once, man, when a fucking ball goes straight, shooting my boys, trying to fucking impress. Fuck you. Fuck you! Yeah, I'd like to give a big fuck you to both my wife and Jimmy Norton. Number one being my wife for struggling so much when I try to pinch her nose and fart in her mouth. And then a fuck you to Jim Norton for not giving me a good method of doing it. Fuck you both. Fuck you!
Hey, this FU goes out to Boss. Dude, chewing gum on the radio. How long you been on that gum? You know that nicotine is seeping into your jaw through your gum line? You're going to look like that dude Ebert. Yeah, Roger Ebert. You're going to look like him. You know what your act's going to sound like on stage? Anybody want to buy a dryer door? FU Boss.
Fuck you!
This FU goes out to Led Zeppelin. Claiming to be like Led Zeppelin is like the WNBA claiming to be the NBA. Not good. It's like dudes playing left-handed. F you, Led Zeppelin.
Fuck you!
I'd like to give a big fuck you to Governor Rick Scott, alien-looking motherfucker, for cutting teacher salary by 3% while using taxpayer money to put your name on the Florida welcome signs. Fuck you.
Fuck you!
I want to say a big fuck you to God for putting something as wonderful as a pussy on something as horrible as a fucking woman. I bet you think it's real funny that they're never laughing your ass off. My God's got to put with all this fucking bullshit. Just go stick our dick in a warm, wet hole. Fuck you, God.
Fuck you!
Yeah, this FU goes out to my stupid cunt wife. First, you fall asleep on the fucking couch while I'm at work, and then I come home and find that our daughter chopped all her fucking hair off with a pair of scissors, and then you find a way to blame me for it, then you throw me out of my own house, then while I'm out getting drunk at a bar trying to drink away my fucking sorrows because of your sorry ass, you call me back saying, you gotta come back, we got an appointment to get her hair cut. Fuck you.
Fuck you.
Call the Opie and Anthony FU line. 866-FU, line 1. That's 866-FU, line 1.
The Opie and Anthony Show would like to honor the late, great Patrick Swayze with a tribute featuring his 1987 hit song from the Dirty Dancing soundtrack, She's Like the Wind. And now, Patrick Swayze.
Can't look in her eyes. She's out of my league.
Oh. Wow. The virus. Sirius XM. This
is the Opie and Anthony Show.
Very happy to have Tom Papa here.
Yes.
No jokes. Real happy. Simple as that. Tom Papa on Twitter. And he just made me laugh because he just tweeted 9/14/11. That's it. That's all he,
I didn't mean it to be funny.
Everyone knows.
I did not mean that to be funny.
We got to get 9/14 to trend today, I think. Trending topic.
Yeah.
You want to talk about the boat thing or no?
The what?
That boat shit was funny, man. Or you don't want to?
No, yeah, sure. Absolutely. That's where
Tom
I was
Papa
yesterday.
was on a boat yesterday.
Some friends from high school.
Doing some fishing, right?
Little fishing.
What kind of fishing?
It was for like blackfish and porgies, I think they said.
Porgies.
And sea bass.
Where were you? Like, where were you fishing?
Off of Seabright, like...
Yeah, I'm a little off of Jersey.
That's where all the
Jersey.
That's where all the shitty
Nice.
fish hang out.
where Bon Jovi hangs out.
Yeah.
And Springsteen.
So,
do they still call them
Rumson.
sea robins?
Oh, those things that fly.
Those sea robins.
Sea robins.
I
Just
hated those.
another ugly fish.
I did feel like the city guy on the boat. Like everyone's in their gear and I'm in jeans and a black T-shirt. And
Has fishing gotten any more refined and maybe a little more? I'm trying to find the word less savage than it used to be.
No.
Yeah?
No, it actually is more savage.
More savage
We
than
caught
ever.
a fish. I was like, oh, that's cool. We caught a fish. And my friend John, who's running the boat, takes out a knife and slits its throat and lets it bleed out on the boat. Like, what are you doing?
It really
He said
is.
it's better for the meat if it bleeds out.
Of course it is.
Okay.
You don't want that nasty blood in there.
Well, the best is when you try to throw it back and you try at first to get that hook out nicely, and then you're like, fuck,
Oh, no.
just rip half its face off.
Needle nose pliers down its throat, and then just rip whatever the fuck else. There's a string of like something he definitely needs
Right.
on the end of the hook.
Spinal cord.
It always gets caught on that hard flappy thing inside.
Yeah.
What is that thing?
And
Oh,
you send
know,
it back
his
like you're
gills.
being nice.
Oh, is it
Yeah,
the gill itself?
Swimming back to his friends. Where's your face?
Your whole face is gone. What the?
I don't know. But if you see some crab just floating around, don't eat it.
I went for some tasty treat that was just floating around, not even fighting.
He hates a bad clam.
Go out with a bunch of people fishing, and you realize who the problems are, because those are the ones that will just take the hook. They don't give a fuck.
No.
Just yank it out. Like, what are you doing when we're not fishing?
There was a hardcore fisherman, like with my friend. Like we have our group of friends, and there was another guy who was friend of my friend who's running the boat, and those guys fish all the time. They're hardcore, these two. And we're drinking beer, and this guy's he's on the sea every day, this guy. And he just finishes the beer, crunkles the can, chucks it in the ocean, not even flinching.
Gotta do think, right?
I'm looking around
Fuck it.
Is that cool to do?
That'll rust.
What is this, the 70s?
It's gonna be gone.
Don't care about that shit now.
No.
Time me a sheep shank.
Right.
Mr.
It's a fucking can. Throw it out there. Who cares?
Mr. Papa. You got city hands, Mr. Papa, from counting money your whole life.
Can goes in the water. Fish in the water.
You don't realize how polluted the ocean is until you live.
It's so fucking polluted.
Well, I was on vacation. I got kicked out because of that damn hurricane, right?
Right.
And the ocean down there in the Outer Banks is fucking beautiful.
Yeah.
And then we came back after the hurricane to see all the shit that it stirs up and throws on the beach. The oceans are a mess.
As long as it stays on the bottom.
I was one time at the Jersey Shore.
I think it's all on the bottom until the hurricane stirs it up, and then it just throws it all on the beach.
At the Jersey Shore once, literally, I'm there with my kids. We're all playing and stuff, and literally a toilet, a porcelain toilet, came out on the surf. It was so humiliating. And the kids are taking it, sitting on it, making jokes.
Look, it's a toilet.
A whole toilet.
Where did that come
humans
from?
just suck.
That is
really do.
We really are awful.
You catch anything yesterday?
I caught a couple things. I caught a flounder and something
Flounders
else.
are nice.
So you were bottom fishing.
I was, yes, very good.
The flounder.
Big weight at the bottom.
With that dumb face with their two eyes on one side.
No, why?
Oh,
yeah.
fuck.
Fishing's a lot like miniature golf. Like, the idea of it is, hey, that'll be great. And after 2 holes, you're like, all right, I'm good. And we got 6 more hours to go.
I know. It's like 6 hours of being thrown around a boat. Like feeling queasy the whole time.
Oh, man, I get queasy. I hate it.
Yeah.
I just hate it. It just, the whole time I'm trying to keep it together. I feel like it's like a chemistry set in my own body. Like, maybe if I put some beer in, it'll help. Maybe a sandwich. Maybe some air. Maybe some water.
I've been on cruise ships and had no problem because they're big and they got all these anti-fucking rolling things. And for the most part, if you do drink a little bit, it kind of evens everything out.
Right.
But fishing boats are just bobbing and weaving on every possible axis that it has.
Every direction.
You're like, whoa, whoa, and your inner ear just really tells your body to go fuck itself.
Totally.
Yeah, and it's hard to concentrate on. And everything you're doing would make you queasy on dry land.
Exactly.
Like the guy's like, well, let me show you how to bait the hook.
Right.
Take the live fish. Right. Now, you got to gouge it through his eyeball. It's got to come out his gill, go back through his mouth, and this fish is flapping and bleeding.
You're trying to be a man. You're like, that's cool.
That's cool. I got that down. That's good.
Taking a crab. They're taking a crab and literally pulling its legs off.
Yeah, it's alive.
Pulling its eyes out and putting a hook through it. I'm like, all right, that's cool.
That's great. How quick can we get this fucking Holocaust in the water?
Right. And then you get every time you put stuff on the hook, your hands are covered in fish cum.
Gook.
It's just disgusting. And then like, where's the rag? One rag. It's
One
a
rag for
face cloth
everybody,
about the size of like 6 by 6. And
everyone uses
one
it.
round, it's all scuzzed up.
Yeah.
And then the rest of the time, you're just sitting there wiping it on yourself.
Waiting for a nibble. You're waiting for a nibble.
It's used to just wipe your face after lunch and to hold the fish as you yank the fucking hook out of its mouth.
They're watching a video here. They're scaling a live fish.
That's what he was doing on the boat. The thing was alive. He's like making fillets out of it.
That's like laying there as someone peels your skin off and you're alive.
No, it's like taking a Brillo pad to a live human being.
It really is.
You know what? We wouldn't fish if fish had vocal cords. We would never fish. Because that fish right now would be going,
and the other fish in the barrel would be like, seriously, dude? You're just going to pull the skin off?
You're going to
Seriously?
do this, right?
You're going to really, okay.
Or grow on me.
Or eyebrows, and if they had eyebrows, you wouldn't fucking fish.
Yeah, where it would just be looking at you like,
you don't know if they're sad, you don't know if they're in pain, you don't know shit.
Now
Just
there goes the
chop its head
cutting of
off.
the throat, and the head comes off, the head gets chopped in two.
Oh,
What?
That woman has to be Asian,
There
right?
was, for some reason, there was a whole bunch of fish we were catching there, I think blackfin or something, and every time someone would get, they were like, I don't know, 18 inches long. It was a big fish, and they would hook in the mouth, but for some reason when they got on air, their guts would just pop out the bottom, like in a ball.
What?
Like a sack would just squeeze out, like its
He's
stomach.
probably trying to give birth when you hooked them. Hooked it.
Were you deep sea fishing? Like
We were in the ocean. It wasn't. It
Yeah.
wasn't
Not too far out.
some
but-
of them can, if you bring them up, the pressure is a
maybe
lot
that's-
less.
Yeah, it was about 60 feet deep.
Yeah. So you bring them up, and they all of a sudden everything just expands.
Oh, really?
And the shit comes out of their assholes.
I don't
and
fucking
their
know that.
eyeballs pop out really big.
That's exactly what it was.
Yeah.
You're an old salt.
Oh yeah.
And Tom, you got to talk about your pal there trying to eat right.
Well, when you're on these boats, the whole thing is to be with your pals. These are like 4 really great guys.
That is
from
the gist.
High school. That's
Yeah.
the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, people are smoking, people are drinking, you're eating chips, barbecue chips at 8 in the morning.
Oh, God.
That's what you do. You're just hanging out.
eating like shit.
Yeah, it's like watching a
Enjoying
game.
the fucking water.
My one friend Bernie is getting healthy. He wants to bring down his gut.
His numbers?
Yeah, his numbers. He wants all his numbers down. So we're all eating like men and drinking like men. We're out on the sea.
Yeah.
He opens up his little private cooler and takes out cottage cheese.
Oh no.
And a whole wheat sandwich with 1 slice of turkey on it.
And I assume it was just being relentlessly goofed upon.
Oh, it was just so sad. It was,
How you doing there, Mary?
How you doing? Where's your vagina?
You guys are just fisting potato chips and he's eating
And
this shit.
I really
Hey,
was
Nana.
like, you know what? I think I would rather go to your funeral in like a month and a half than watch you eat this. This is so much sadder.
It's degrading, yeah. Act like a man.
Seeing what you've become.
Oh, my God.
No, I like Bertie, who's got like butter in his pocket. And
just cutting fish throats. And yeah, I never. My father, back in the old days, I never had a good experience fishing.
No.
And believe me, we would go into the Long Island Sound,
right,
out of like Northport in a rowboat.
Oh no!
So there's the old man hungover from the night before, working on a new drunk.
Sweating.
That morning, he's sweating, and he's just rowing. And then the further you get out of like Northport and into the actual Sound, the boat starts moving.
Oh, no.
And I'm getting seasick, and I'm just a kid, so of course I'm just the biggest crybaby. I was like, I cry at anything as a kid.
Shut your mouth.
Yeah, and he'd be like, knock it off, I'll give you something to cry about. Oh, you're going to hit me with an oar? What are you going to do? What are you going to do, big man? So we'd get out there, and he would be pissed at these sea robins. They're inedible fish, and they're flying fish, so they come out of the water. They skate on the top of the water for a little while and then back in. And a lot of times they'll grab the bait when you go to put the line in, and you got to bring them up. And I don't know if maybe he was picturing my mom at the time or whatever it is, but he had a little club, and he would beat the fucking piss out of these sea robins' heads until the hooks were set in the mouth, and somehow the sea robin's like, all right, look, take the hook. like it just flew out of its mouth from the just skull bashing it was getting.
And I think, like, as a kid, you're like this little kid, to see a flying fish skitter across the water, it's like magic.
It was magic.
Look at that.
It's a fish, and it flies, and oh my God, Dad's beating its brains
Why,
in.
Daddy? Why?
Daddy, why? Shut up. This is what we do. It. Be a man. All right, I'll be a man.
There is a total be a man aspect to all that fishing stuff.
I should have sucked a dick just to get back at him. So look.
It's so bad. My father and I used to go crabbing. We used to go for crabs, and the same thing. That was kind of boats and stuff. And when we would come in, if we didn't catch a lot, we'd come onto the land. We would just take nets and walk out waist high and just walk around and try and see if you can pick up some crabs. You get a couple extra to throw into the thing.
Yeah.
But all the crabs live in the seaweed, like in the deep seaweed.
Oh.
So I would take the net and just tiptoe around the sandy parts around the outside.
Well, you don't want to step in that seaweed.
Get in the weeds. The crabs are in the weeds. I don't want to go
you know what?
The crabs,
because the crabs are in the weeds, and a lot of other shit is in the weeds. Shit I don't want to feel on the bottom of my foot.
Or the crabs biting your feet.
Yeah.
Right.
There is nothing more frightening than going into water, into the ocean.
No.
And when you are unable to then see the lower part of your body and you're feeling things.
With your toes.
And just trying to speculate, like, yeah, that moved.
That
moved.
But when something touches your toe, you don't know if it's an inch long or a 6 foot monster.
The fucking whisker of some horrid sea monster fish.
It's true. Whenever you say you're going to go swimming in the ocean, there's no swimming.
No.
You're just dancing around evil stuff at the
I'm
bottom.
constantly looking down, trying to make my eyes adjust. Like
everyone turns into
my feet.
Everyone turns into a ballerina.
Right.
They're just on their toes the entire time.
You're fucking
Why would you put your whole foot down on the sand ever?
Was that
That's why I love those scuba booties. You ever put on the scuba booties when you go into?
Oh yeah, you just crush everything. You don't give a fuck.
It's like a wetsuit boot, but the bottom of it has like some rubber, like a sneaker.
Right,
it's not as thick as that, but it really makes you feel better when you're stepping on like rocks and maybe a fucking poisonous sea urchin.
Doesn't make you feel better when you're walking around on the beach in those, though.
No.
Looks like a man with his black socks still on.
Hey, look, there's a trade-off. You want to feel safer in the water or out of the water? Right. I could give a shit because, they can look at my dumb scuba booties, but believe me, once some Euro trash walks by with wearing a marble sack on his dick, everyone forgets about my dumb shoes. Yeah.
Oh, is that funny, man?
Really? Be a man.
Be a man. What? Yeah. Father's just
it's
this
a flying
whole
fish.
Oh, look at the miracle of life! It's flying, and it's a fish. It breathes underwater. It's like a bird that can. Daddy, why? Why, Daddy?
Get me the club.
Yeah, where's the club? Oh, cool. Daddy's going to do something with the club.
What would
Maybe
you
they
fish
do
for?
tricks. Maybe they jump over the club.
Can I keep one?
Yeah, let me keep one as a pet, and then we could take it home. And what is he doing? Oh, why, Daddy? Why?
Well, you would always go fishing for like bluefish.
Bluefish,
Where we grew
big
up.
off of
But you
Long
always got
Island.
the damn sea robins.
Or a fluke.
Well,
catch a fluke.
But you could eat a fluke. Fluke
Yeah.
is good.
Yeah.
Fluke's good sushi.
It is good stuff. It's good to eat. for
Sea
sure.
robins, porgies were a big one on Long Island.
That's
Lots
what
of
they were
porgies.
catching yesterday.
Flopping around the deck of the boat. And,
Oh, I'm so nauseous though. You know, and,
Yeah.
you know, and especially now, like whenever you feel uncomfortable, you go for your phone. Like in any uncomfortable situation,
Right,
like, just
right.
pick up your phone and look at it. You one look down is like, whoa.
yeah, you can't. Yeah, your eyes have to. There was a point where I was on a boat once fishing, and I decided I was going to just try to equalize every move the boat did with my legs.
That's a good strategy.
If the right side of the boat came up,
Dipped.
which of course would be the starboard side,
Nice.
If it came
It's
up,
the right side of the boat.
then my right leg would I would put that down, and then realizing that I could not possibly mimic and keep my head relative to
What are you
the
playing?
earth.
I know the feeling.
You're playing Dance Dance Revolution on the boat
I
or
was
something?
trying to surf the ship.
I'm gonna stay even
Yeah.
out here in this
Oh, yeah,
ocean.
good
not
luck.
a boat.
Good luck on with
Relative to the land,
Good luck with
my head is perfectly still, and all right, I'm going to puke.
What's really great is like these are my closest friends, so everybody knows each other since they're kids. You can tell everyone who's trying to keep their shit
Trying to
together.
keep it together.
It's just like all of a sudden
Yeah,
he's getting
right.
quiet. It's like, oh no,
Yeah,
you getting a little pukey.
You get that. And the fucked up thing about it is, like, you're going to have fun. And when you get on the boat, you're having fun.
Yes.
And you actually for a second might think, I think this is going to be good.
This is gonna be great.
And fucking out of nowhere.
Right.
It comes out of nowhere. All of a sudden, this cold sweat comes over you. And this weird, uneasy dizziness.
Yes.
And then a pasty feeling. And someone
Look at these guys
puking
getting
off the
seasick.
side of the boat.
Oh.
That's fantastic.
Tough men, by the way. Tough-looking men.
Water
Fucking
into
losing
water.
it.
Jake gets seasick is the...
But you know what? That brings the fish.
Drop
Does
a
it?
hook in it.
A little bit
Fuck
chum.
yeah. The little-
Really? Fish love fucking stomach acid.
Oh, you'll see
and
him start
beer.
nibbling
If it's
at the
got
puke in the water.
If it's got corn in it.
Oh God, that's wonderful.
Good
Wow,
Lord.
that I
Yeah.
I did not get, it wasn't so bad where I was like puke, but it was just on that
Just on
that
the verge.
edge,
you're
just
just not
where you're.
physically feeling good.
Oh, it's not.
It's terrible.
And for some reason, you get home, you feel pretty good. As soon as you lay down and close your eyes, you're back on the boat.
Yes. You
Like,
get the
why?
spins and you.
Oh,
I had to lay down on the bottom of the rowboat with dear old dad once because I was so seasick.
really?
Yeah, I was just like, I gotta lay down. He's like, all right, lay down, whatever.
on the
Right.
bottom of a rowboat.
On the bottom of a rowboat, real fucking
is-
comfy. Yeah, it's
angled.
just got the wooden fucking spars in it and shit. It looks like a half put together model of a boat. It's horrible.
it's
So
terrible.
I lay down and he was using crabs for bait.
Yeah.
And the crabs, he would just let them run around the bottom of the boat so you could just grab them and do it. I woke up and there were crabs in my hair and like in my shirt.
Be a man.
And I was like, there's crabs. Like, just a crab, shut up. What do you think it's going to do? Just shake your head, get it out of your hair.
Fucking a rowboat, dog.
Hours.
Go,
It
Dad,
was
how about
horrible.
something bigger than a fucking dinghy?
And all I'm hearing is like, squish, squish, squish sound through the bottom of the rowboat.
The worst part about, and then when you hear, oh, you know, like someone in a real boat's coming by,
Yeah, yeah.
and then you're
and
gonna
it's
rock.
just going to be.
Why are you standing up? And I'm trying to surf it. I'm
Yeah.
gonna stay even.
And then this logic that Dad always had. You know, you'd feel better if you ate something. It's like, really?
Right.
So I should eat this bologna and fucking head cheese sandwich that
Right, exactly.
you got from the Dago joint on the dock?
With mayo that's going bad by
Yeah.
the
Chew on one of your parliaments.
Go on, babe. Yeah, give me one of your cigarettes. I'll just put a pinch between my cheek and gum, And the thought of eating made me throw up.
Of course.
Now, if you got something in your stomach, all right, look, you Navy man. When I was on a ship. Yeah, exactly. A ship. Not a rowboat with crabs in your hair.
How far out would you go with the rowboat?
Fucking cause an atrocity to a flying beautiful fish.
How far out would you go?
20 yards. No, we would go out. We would go out.
You would go out too far
Northport.
for a rowboat. Probably.
Yeah, we'd go out.
I know Northport.
Of Northport, and the second you get out of the inlet to Northport, it starts getting. It's the sound.
Man. Yeah.
So it's. Believe me, it's not the ocean, but it's
There's
enough
some waves out there.
Subtle movement.
Right.
Sometimes the ocean ain't bad. Especially if you're in a motorboat.
Yeah.
And you hit some chop, the thing's going like bam, bam, bam. You hear like the hull going bam, 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 bam. I don't mind that movement because that kind of feels like you're on a bumpy bus, or something.
But you always feel like the whole boat's gonna fall apart.
Just, and side.
Stop. That's exactly how I felt.
It's horrible.
Does your mind start fucking with you when the boat's going that fast and you know you're in deep water, but you're assuming at any moment they could hit something?
I know.
And logically, of course, that's never going to happen.
South Shore, you will though. South Shore, you'll hit a sandbar.
No, but I'm talking North Shore, where you know if you just sat down that it's impossible to hit anything. But they're flying. You're like, a rock.
It makes no sense. I just keep looking at the other boats. I'm like, well, they're not flipping. I guess we're cool.
I guess we're all right. I used to take my my personal watercraft, my a little
Ski-Doo?
Ski-Doo. Yeah, it's a Sea-Doo. Out there into the sound. And sometimes I'd be riding it around, and you'd go over this big patch of water that was darker than the rest of the water,
Right.
and you just knew like dark waters run deep.
Yeah.
Like that was a canyon I was going over.
Yeah.
And I'd start getting like the heebie-jeebies, like if I fall off of this thing, I'm just going to be like Chrissy and Jaws, where something's looking up going, that looks tasty.
All the way to the bottom.
Yeah, he's going to have a hard time getting back up on that thing. I've seen these things roll over all the time. But, that used to get me a little. And the water was colder in that spot because it's just so deep and so rocky on the North Shore.
That's where you do it, too? So you returned to the sea, even though your father...
Yes, I returned. But on a Sea-Doo, it's a lot different. You know, you're doing 40 miles an hour.
Right.
You're cranking. It's a lot.
You're not
lot
just
of fun.
Sitting in one spot, just taking it.
Just going. Whoa, you know. It was a lot better that way. Jumping boat wakes were fun and things like that.
Yeah.
Just that rowboat with Dad, and then I just look up at him, and he'd just have a miserable face. Stroke. It's like fucking.
Was he
Ben
good?
Hur.
Would he catch a lot?
No. We you know, all I remember are the Schaefer cans, the steel ones with the metal zipper seam down the side that you needed the can opener. And he'd be like, go in the cooler, get me another beer.
It's so funny to think of you trying to sleep in the bottom of this boat with crabs and cans.
Crabs in my hair, and he's just throwing cans, and I'm the one that has to put the two holes in it with the can, one for him and then one for the air to get into the can so he can get in his face faster. Oh my God, the
brutal.
uncrushable fucking Schaefer cans.
And you know what? It's under the guise of be a man.
And spending quality time with Pop.
It has nothing to do with being a man.
No.
This is being a dumb man.
It's being a dumb man.
There's another way to do all of this.
Could we please not do this?
Right.
If we want to have a dad moment, I liked it before when you were supposed to be at work, taking me to work, and we ended up at fucking Whiskey Reds in Mineola, where you would drink, I would drink a Shirley Temple, and I was thrilled that I could eat the peanuts on the table and throw the shells on the floor because it was covered in sawdust.
Heaven.
It was great for a kid.
Right, exactly.
It was fantastic.
This boat torture.
And then he'd come home one day and wonder why he got fired. It's like, fucking cocksucker at work. Yeah, I got fired. Pack up, Ro, we're moving again. Oh, well, we almost made a year, Dad. I almost made a friend. Where are we going now?
Why did that bastard fire me?
Yeah, fuck him.
Well, like he never smells like fish.
They beat another sea robin over the head. Oh, wait, that's your mom. I had a great childhood, by the way.
Sounds
wonderful.
we got Penn Jillette outside the studio.
Yes, we do.
We're backing up. We should take a break here.
Oh, God.
Unfortunately, because Penn only has a a little time, and he wants to get in here.
Yeah.
Tom Papa killing it on our show today.
love Tom.
Papa on Twitter.
Tom's a real guy, is what it is.
Absolutely. And he's going to be at...
hanging out with high school friends. It's crazy. I do that. It's fun.
It is great.
What, are you supposed to give up on your high school friends?
Yes.
They're the best.
Oh, why?
No, I'm kidding. They are cool.
Tom Papa's going to be at Hilarity's
in Cleveland.
In Cleveland this weekend, so make sure you go check out Tom Papa if you're in the area. More with Tom and Penn Jillette next.
Sirius XM, the virus.
For years, the Las Vegas Strip has played host to some of the world's best entertainers, from the Rat Pack to Tom Jones and Siegfried and Roy. Now set your sights on a new entertainment destination. Ladies and gentlemen, live from Convention Room A inside the Holiday Inn Express in Henderson, Nevada, the latest and greatest tribute to the King, Elvis Dice Clay.
She's a rider. Well, she made me
Decked out in an authentic polyester sequin jumpsuit, Elvis Dice Clay karate kicks his way through 25 years of solid gold Elvis Presley hits.
I'm going to do all your favorite songs, ladies and gentlemen. All 5,452. I'm a steamroller, baby. Bring it up, baby. I'm going to roll all over you.
Play the nickel slots and sing along with the best Elvis impersonator this side of the Mississippi.
You know, I came along when rock and roll music had no trend. I feel very lucky.
Enjoy dining at the free buffet while Elvis Dice Clay sings you a delicious melody. Seniors getting free with AARP membership card. You'll cream your granny panties at every show.
Jesus Christ, what a box. You can see the meat pocket right through her fucking panties. We'll try this one, man. For Dixieland.
The latest and greatest tribute to the King, Elvis Dice Clay. 8, 9:30, and 11, 7 nights a week. Live from Convention Room A at the Holiday Inn Express in Henderson, Nevada.
Opie and Anthony. This is the Opie and Anthony Show. Sirius XM.
Oh, my God. The show just keeps on getting better. Tom Papa in studio. He's playing Hilarities in Cleveland this weekend. Make sure you go see Tom Papa. And now we welcome Penn Jillette to the show.
I'm in the house. I'm here at Opie and Anthony.
We just saw Penn on, I guess, Fox and Friends.
Yeah, there I was, sitting with Jackie Collins and some
Collins.
Tea Party radio person from L.A.
Wow.
And we were there. We were the ones that Fox had chosen to talk about who's going to be the next president.
Do they just take names and heave them together and in a hat, pull them out and say, hey, look, Penn Jillette.
This is a good combination.
I think it's whoever's publicist is, blowing them at the time. And we got to get these guys on, and we'll put you on somewhere. And you don't really care very much what segment you're on. It was like, I'm going to be on, and I don't really know whether I'm going to do an interview or whether I'm just going to be, but I was on the panel for talking about the president in 2012. Also called, what the fuck is he doing?
Yeah,
Shut up,
You
man.
just want to get the title of your book out. That's all you want.
That's all I want.
In that
Yeah,
6 minute
you can see
segment.
the title of the book. And the nutty thing is Jackie Collins is talking about how much money Michelle Obama paid for a vacation.
Right.
$10 million, that's too much. Right. And I'm saying we're spending, $50 billion a day killing motherfuckers in another country. Let's stop that. Right. And she's going, but look at how much money Michelle Obama's wasting. I go, I'll give her 10 times that if we stop taking the money to kill people. And I say, well, as my partner Teller says, we are using money we don't have to kill people we don't know for reasons we don't understand. Can we just stop that?
Just stop that part.
Perfect. Stop the war. And I said, then we'll argue about Social Security. We
What
got plenty
did
of time.
Jackie go? So then the president walked into the Lincoln bedroom, slowly disrobed, as his wife waited eagerly, breasts just undulating under the... Yeah.
His angry manhood.
Yes, his angry manhood.
Sprung from the strait of a dress.
Where are you at politically? Do you
I'm
give a
a
shit?
libertarian nut.
Oh, nice.
I just want nice small government.
Yeah,
Do as little as you can. Leave people alone.
What do you think about the, since politics was brought up, what do you think about this American Jobs Act that Obama's been saying, sign it, sign it, sign it, and then his financial crony was the guy that had to come out and tell how it was going to be paid for. He never said it. He sent his financial crony and said, All right, all you bitches are being taxed up the asshole. That's how we're getting $450 billion.
Well, I read this article, and I'm as far from socialist you could possibly be. But there was this article on, I think, like the Huffington Post or something.
Oh, boy.
That a guy wrote that just said, our problem in this country is no jobs, but our problem is not enough stuff. We have plenty of food. We have plenty of houses. We have plenty of shit.
Right.
We just don't have jobs, people to get it. We don't need people working. We can just give them this stuff. And I thought, well, this is the first argument for socialism that I've ever heard. Not everybody works, but rather some of you guys, you don't have to work.
Right.
The smart guys, we'll go out, we'll work, we'll get all the shit done, and you guys really can sit, smoke dope, and watch TV, and we'll make Fritos for you, because we got machines that do it. And the machines will make the Fritos fast enough, you don't need to bother getting a job. So, send all the jobs overseas, make other people do it, and let's just pick, 37% of the country, you just say, you guys don't work, you watch TV and eat Fritos, the rest of us, we've got it.
You know what I love about Penn? Of course, I could never politically agree with that. But Penn always throws out these ideas I've never fucking heard before. So at least it's something new.
This is not my idea. And also, I'm a libertarian. I don't believe their entitlements are giving people something for nothing. Although the argument that everybody should be paid the same and do all this work and have a safety net, I don't buy. But the idea we've got enough shit, don't bother working, I kind of like. I would never want to be in that category. I can't imagine anything worse than not working. But I know guys who don't want to work. I mean, guys that are really happy.
I don't want to work.
Sure.
You're looking at a few guys. We don't want to work anymore.
But that is true.
It came out 43 million Americans living in poverty there, Penn Jillette.
I know.
But our argument earlier today, we didn't talk about it on the radio. Most of those people, they don't care.
Well, it's also where the line of poverty is.
They're happy where they're at.
There's just a big disparity now between what they say are the wealthy and the poor, that class war that I think everybody's trying to put into the next election. It's like, Obama is for the downtrodden, and these Republicans and Tea Partiers, they're for the elite rich. But there's a whole mid-range of people that work every day. They squeak by, they pay their bills, they save up, they take their vacations, maybe not to the best places, but that's the majority of people, not the impoverished or the wealthy. But those are the two that they concentrate on and try to pit against each other.
Yeah, also, Obama's not poor. He has hundreds of dollars.
No, he's a very wealthy man.
Hundreds and hundreds of dollars.
Hundreds of dollars, I believe. Yes, and his wife has to have in the tens of dollars.
Probably nothing on him ever.
No
money on him.
The president, he needs nothing.
Not a wallet.
Not even a pen.
No, not a pen.
He's never standing at like when we tour, we get into hotels, at 3 a.m, and the way the crew can make money is if they have singles and quarters for the vending machine, they can get hundreds out of me in town. Listen, I just gotta have a ding dong. It's 3 a.m. There's no dinner. There's no room service. All I've got's 100. Well, I've got $4, sir.
$4. Yeah. That's the trade.
$100 ding dong.
That drinks cake is good. You go into the mini bar and tell her, said, I will never be rich enough to pay $8 for a Coca-Cola. And I said, tell her you will never be rich enough, but you'll be thirsty enough.
You'll be thirsty enough. That's like that Twilight Zone. One drink, one bar of gold. When they took the gold, he's like, I'm out of gold. And gold wound up being worthless because it was the future. Oh, that episode.
Now you give it away.
I know, I'm a spoiler. Let me tell you, it wasn't the Twilight episode where the couple thought they were dead. That's 90% of them. I don't know. Maybe we're already dead. All right, we get it.
What do you think of Perry and the rest of them? They're debating.
I think Rick Perry's our next president.
Yeah.
So we could just be done.
I really do think we're looking at a Perry Romney ticket.
This guy's got momentum.
I do. They look, both of them together look like, hey, those are the two white guys we want to be in office again. That's what we need.
But
two white guys.
Here's the problem. One of the problems I have with Perry. Perry thinks the government can't do anything. He thinks they're incompetent. He thinks they're fuck-ups. He thinks they're stupid.
So where's the problem?
I agree with all of that. And then he thinks, but they'll never make a mistake killing someone. The death penalty is fine. They never fuck that up. They can't deliver mail. They can't do the taxes right. But killing motherfuckers, we
that
do
figured out.
perfectly.
Right.
We have that. So, I mean, why don't you just... One of the great arguments against the death penalty, besides the morality one, is just, we'll fuck it up.
Someone might get... fall through the cracks into that needle, and that could happen.
So, and I love the stance of the government is completely ridiculous, it completely doesn't work, and that's why I'm in it.
And I want to be part of it.
Right. I want to be the leader
I'm part of this. Oops. Well, why don't those two stop fucking fighting then and shut the fuck up?
This is the season.
No,
for
I know,
that.
but they're killing each other.
Is. I don't like
You
seeing
suck. No, you suck, and then they're going to work together eventually.
Was that actually the words they used?
They might as well.
You suck.
They might as well.
No, you suck. And I think there was a third. No, you suck. Infinity. Someone said that and really fucked him up.
What?
Someone really fucked
You
him
really
up.
think Perry could take it?
I don't know. I'm not
He
an
just
expert
looks
on
like
this.
it.
One
If
thing
the
I do
election
know,
were held tomorrow, it would be unconstitutional. But I just want to bring that up.
I like Ron Paul.
A lot of people do, but
We're trying to get him on the
a
show.
little wacky, that guy.
He's really crazy.
He's a little wacky.
He's crazier than a shithouse rat, but I like him. And the thing I love about him is he does believe in creationism. He does believe in all this shit that I don't. But his belief that the government should be separate is so strong that I don't care.
Yeah, right. I do kind of like that. What do you think? A lot of people are jumping on the fact that he's advocating the HPV shots for girls that are like 12 years old. Because a lot of these girls get this HPV, and the percentage is astounding.
Yeah.
Like, is that anything different than any other inoculation?
We can just fix it. I mean, that's the thing that's so.
But
why would it's something one of the things we fixed. We haven't fixed cancer. We fixed this.
Right. We fixed this. We fixed like smallpox for the most part here in the country, polio, things like that. Like, why is that? I think because the other side is advocating, you get it from
That's
fucking.
the only reason.
You get it from
Don't
fucking.
act like there's a mystery.
Oh,
That's
I know.
the whole thing.
I know.
But if you got it from Pop-Tarts, it would be mandatory.
Right.
Everybody. These girls,
Give me
about
the
13 or
shot.
so, they start eating Pop-Tarts. They're going to get this. Better give them. Oh yeah, we're there.
Give him a shot. But his constituency, people don't like it because it's almost like he's advocating sex for a 12-year-old.
Right.
But it's like, no, this is a communicable disease.
He is saying absolutely that 12-year-olds are not having sex.
No.
That's why we do it then.
Do it then. It's too
Get in
late
early.
by the time they get a dick in them. It's over, Johnny. Yeah.
Well, actually, it's a game of numbers.
It really is a game of numbers.
The first dick, not that likely.
Right.
Second dick, not that likely. Once you get up to 740 dicks, very likely. I mean, there is what we call the tipping point.
It really is. You can throw those dice. You will crap out eventually. Yes,
absolutely.
The house always wins, and she always gets PVC or PPC or PHC or STP.
But I mean, the idea that sex is magic, and also
magic.
What he's
That's
saying,
hilarious. You're right.
What he's saying is that 12-year-olds in the next 30 years, it's possible they'll have sex.
Right.
It's not that terrifying and horrible a thing.
Exactly.
A lot of dads of daughters have to accept that fact.
Yeah.
That sometime,
that's gonna be a rough one.
We want grandchildren. We don't ever want our kids to fuck. You can't have both. At some point, you've got to accept one.
Yes.
So I mean, and then of course you have to argue about the government making it mandatory stuff. That's a whole different argument.
Now that's a whole thing.
Right.
The government stepping into this. I don't know. I don't know what the solution is either. I don't know how you dole this out. But how do we dole out, other inoculations
you can't go to
for
school
children?
without them. That's what you do.
Okay.
So
there you go.
maybe since this is 12 years old, you can't go to the mall without it.
Right.
Have your little, if you're going to be banged over by the by the Banana Republic.
If you're going over to Spencer Gifts, they should have
Attention sluts. Attention all you 12-year-old sluts. Get your inoculation. Start fucking.
Because I think they think that's what's going to happen. Is now they'll be like, hey, I'm safe. This is great, but no, it's
there is not one person who's not fucking because of this virus.
Yes,
it doesn't change. It doesn't change anything.
It doesn't put a shanker on you. It doesn't make you ooze stuff out of your dick.
No.
It just happens to give women cervical cancer.
And what you want to think about is the researchers.
Yes,
the guys who've dedicated their whole lives and they go, "This is a horrible thing, cervical cancer. We want to solve it."
Right.
Oh man, we've solved it. No one will get this again. Woohoo!
Yeah.
They're not going to take the fucking shot. What? You don't want to take the? Cervical. We did it.
Yeah, we got
every
this.
one of you should be sucking our dicks right now. We're heroes.
As long as you have the shot.
And you're arguing about it.
Yes.
We solved it. We solved it. You know, the guys working their ass off. They cure AIDS. You know, and then people go, "We're not sure we're going to do it." Shut the fuck up.
You know
we
what?
cured it. We did our job.
Well,
just take the fucking shot.
Penn, that sounds very good, but that will make more people homosexuals. That would be the argument. It's like, now you're telling people that you're condoning the bath. You know, it's coming back to the bathhouses.
No.
Plato's Retreat is opening next door from you. I gather, sir.
We just don't want people's skin to rot off their bodies. You asked us to fix it. We fixed
the shit. You bastards, we fixed it.
We fixed it.
Some diseases we're not quite fixed yet. This one fixed.
Exactly.
Yes. Good. Work on it.
Yeah, we did it.
Oh, you're absolutely right.
That's the guy you want to have on your show.
Me.
Find that guy.
Find that guy.
Find the guy that's now pissed
If he's
off.
listening, have him call in and go, yeah, I was on that team. What are you going to say to these people who don't want the vaccine? Fuck you. You know what I'm doing the rest of my life? I'm going to sit whacking off. That's what I'm... Because you don't we developed the shit, you don't use it, fuck you.
You don't like the work I've done? I've toiled over this.
We thought you'd call.
I can walk away. I'll just sit and wait for the Nobel Prize.
Right.
If you need me, I'll be sitting out with all the chicks who don't have this virus. We'll be there with cervixes that don't have cancer, having a good time. If you need us, go to our webpage, ifuckanyone.com.
Yeah.
I have a garage full of shots.
Just sitting there in boxes.
Oh, my God. Let's see.
Collecting dust.
This is Dr. Steve checking in.
How about he fucking calls the
He
show?
says HPV causes cervical cancer, so it's a preventable cancer with the vaccine. Anyone against the vaccine is a fucking idiot. By the way, Penn fucking rules. That is the great Dr. Steve.
And he hates everyone.
And he's a real doctor.
But I want the real doctor who actually worked on
Who
this.
actually worked
Yeah,
on
that
it.
would be great.
I used to call up and
when you contact him, he'd be like, "I've been waiting for this call."
Finally, a little appreciation
Finally, you're here.
for what I've done.
You know, I think that the greatest show in the world would be to find people who are that day. Like, you know, I wanted to find the day that Clinton got caught on the blowjob and was working his way out of it. I thought everybody should be interviewing Gary Hart. So you just go, what the fuck? What the fucking fuck? I'm on the fucking boat with someone I don't work with, and I'm just running for president, and they fucking rip me a new asshole, and I'm out of the whole thing, and this motherfucker is fucking someone that works for him in the Oval Office. What the fucking fuck? Thank you, Gary Hart. We'll be back with more. Right after
We'll be back with more.
When I was living in New York like years ago, remember this was the guy that got arrested for beating the rat to death?
Yeah.
I just said, why don't they get him on every morning going, I beat a fucking rat to death.
Rat.
It's a rat.
There's plenty of them, and they're hurting people.
He was coming after his son.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
He called animal control. You know, there's a rat, a dirty sewer rat, chasing his infant son around the living room. He calls animal control. He waits, and animal control doesn't show up, so the rat is going over at his son, so he, beats it to death with a chair. And he gets arrested. And I'm wondering, he didn't want to beat a rat to death.
No, he
with a
didn't go
chair.
out that day.
He really,
Right.
No, but he really wanted someone else to do it.
Yes.
Absolutely. You want animal control to come in. Let's find a guy who's done this before.
Yes.
Because no matter how bad this is, if you've done it before, it's a little bit better. Right. The first time you beat a sewer rat to death with a chair, that's the hardest time.
Yeah. Right.
You know what I mean? It's like when guys tell me the first time they kill a guy.
Yeah.
That's the hard. Get the guy who's already done it.
The beginning of the James Bond Casino Royale,
right?
Where he's sitting there.
He's killing a rat?
And, yes, he's killing a rat. He's describing to this guy his first kill. And it's one of those great opening bathroom fight scenes of James Bond. Oh, yeah. And he kills the guy. And they're discussing how he felt about it. And he goes, yeah, second one's a lot easier. And then drills him right in the fucking forehead. And then it starts. But it is that type of vibe where it's like the second, third.
Right.
You know, I'm sure even crazy serial killers, that first one, you're like, look at those lifeless eyes staring back at me. This is a little freaky. It's freaking me out. And by the third, fourth one, you're with
whistling a happy tune.
Yeah, she's in the tub and you're cutting her limbs off.
You're chasing that first high.
Yeah, that's got to be it. Like, anything, maybe, Coke, whatever.
But who had the problem with the rat being killed?
They actually let him go finally.
Yeah, but who had the problem? We all hate rats.
Control person showed up, and there was a guy beating a rat to death in the chair. So they cuffed him and took him in.
God.
That's just fucked up.
Why?
It's a rat.
And now he knows with a second rat, you don't start with the feet. You go right to the head.
It wasn't a baby seal. It was a dirty fucking city rat.
Yeah, like if the guy wanted to kill rats, he could do it any time of any day in New York City.
But you don't call animal control first.
Right.
That was his mistake.
Right.
He called animal
He's
control
probably
first.
mad that he was doing his
The guys
job.
who want to kill rats with chairs, they don't drop a quarter first. They
They just kill the rat.
Yeah, you just kill the rat. Yeah.
Rats rule.
It's really hard to kill something. What have you killed?
What did I kill? Just bugs.
It's
and
really
shit.
hard.
Yeah,
Once the thing
Fish.
decides you're trying to kill it, it turns into this battle.
Up close is that's weird. Hand-to-hand combat with killing something. No, I've killed with a rifle and only like a small game like rabbits and shit like that, and then you skin them and eat them. To be a man in California with my dad, I had to kill something. We would, of course, lest I start sucking a cock. We would,
we would put a lot of kittens in pillowcases and throw them in the water.
You would not. That is horrible. How is that horrible?
Those fucking guys.
I have.
You just saw Penn's
I
face.
hate that story. That
You believed it for half a
comes
second.
Well, I was copping wood. That's why. I'm now going to, people say you go on the radio, you say anything that pops into your head. Have you ever pissed off Teller? Have anything you've said ever pissed off Teller? And my answer is always no. And right now, I'm going to cross a line and tell you something that might piss off Teller.
Nice.
I like this.
Very good.
Teller's on the phone right now.
Teller has this. He has two fabulous rabbit stories. One rabbit story is when he was a pretentious college student doing his silent magic show, Teller's Silent Wonder Show, the most pretentious thing ever, which had the worst pacing possible. It was Teller silent, kind of like standing in a kind of a ballet type position.
Oh shit!
And the bit he did was the creation of life. Where he produced little pieces of white paper out of no. Now remember, all of this is happening over the period of like 45 minutes in a library basement. Slow. Without even like pretentious Bach music, but just silence. So 8 people in a library basement with Teller as pretentious as possible doing the creation of life.
That's great.
And he was to produce finally a rabbit. So, what a magician does, you produce a rabbit, right?
Yeah.
Boom, I'm out on stage. Good evening, here's a rabbit, but it hops off stage. You're done. But Teller's going to take 40 minutes to create the rabbit and do the whole thing. So he had a rabbit that was he had worked with a little bit. Of course, these days, of course, Teller didn't practice ever or rehearse anything ever. She's just going to go out and do this. And he has this rabbit. And the rabbit, about 3 weeks before the gig, the rabbit croaks.
Oh, shit.
So he has to get another rabbit. And he hears from someone that they've got a rabbit. So he says, okay, I'm covered. I'm going to have a rabbit the day of the show. And the day of the show, he gets the rabbit, and this rabbit is this not like a rabbit, but like a hare jackrabbit, evil, big ears, strong,
not a bunny
rabbit. And Teller, not a man mountain himself, is unable to subdue the rabbit to get it into the bag. So Teller has a friend at college who is a medical student. Now, once you have any story that has he had a friend at college who was a medical student, you've got a good story. So the medical student says that he will give the rabbit a shot. And he will down out the rabbit. So the rabbit. So now he's going to create drugged out, downed out life. You know what I mean? He's going to create Eminem Rabbit. You know. And
shit.
So the college student, medical student. Now remember, he's in liberal arts college, so the medical student just has a little interest in medicine. It's not like he's actually taking any courses. And he's got a hobby. He's got a hypo with Teller, full of like some sort of downer, right? I mean, I don't know, probably whatever it is. And they're going to give the shot to the rabbit before he goes in there, and he gives him the shot and severs the back of the rabbit's spinal column.
Oh, no.
So Teller now has a downed-out rabbit who can't move his back legs. So
crippled rabbit.
Teller does his creation of life in front of the people in the library basement and then produces this rabbit that crawls across the floor, pulling its back legs behind it. So Teller has this weak, crippled rabbit, and the show does not go well. Because and also it's pretty good though, because thematically it actually has some content now. You know, if you were to create life, you'd fuck it up. The Frankenstein.
Not all life is perfect.
Sure. And then the other part of the story is Teller then decides that the rabbit should be killed because the rabbit is suffering, of course, and they've done this, and he's not going to ever do his stupid show again. So the rabbit has lived out its usefulness. The guy who loaned him the rabbit doesn't want the injured rabbit back, so he now has this Ironside rabbit, paralyzed rabbit, and Teller decides that taking it to the vet to have it put down is going to be like $50. And that's a waste of time. So Teller is going to drown the crippled rabbit.
Oh my God!
In the bathtub.
In the bathtub.
He's going to hate you.
And Teller has said, even very gentle things, when they realize you're trying to kill them, really do fight back.
Yes.
So it turns out that Teller says this is the most horrific moment of his life in the bathtub with a crippled rabbit, trying to get it to shove off the mortal coil while the rabbit desperately wants to live.
Still silent.
Still just silent. That is horrid.
Did he drown the rabbit?
Finally, the rabbit expired.
It took a while.
If the rabbit had won, he would now be my partner in Vegas.
Do you know that whatever worked on that rabbit was flailing like crazy to try to get its face out of the water?
Yeah.
Because that's what you do.
Yeah, of course.
As a rabbit or a person or anything in between,
yeah.
Yes, you don't want your face in the water. You can't breathe.
Think about that rabbit, though. First of all, you're brought into an act.
Yes.
You can't move your legs for some reason. They put some shot on you. You're kind of dopey. Then you go through this whole thing, end up hours later in a bathtub. He must have been looking at him like, dude, why?
Yeah, what did I do?
Why?
Where does this end?
I was eating lettuce. I was hanging out.
The greatest act I ever saw, the greatest magic act I ever saw on this particular subject, was we were in the 80s. We were at this magic convention right here in New York at the Waldorf. And magic conventions have on the morning they have the junior competitions, and so at 10 o'clock, all these these are all amateur magicians. They own hardware stores and they buy tricks and they come in for the big magic convention. But there's the junior competition, and the children who are in this competition are very, very excited, but no one else gives a fuck. They're there for the big thing. But there is a good thing about it, because all these under 16-year-old, under 18-year-old magicians all have their sisters as their assistants. And the sisters have been outfitted by the mothers who sewed them cute little magician assistants costumes, which they have then grown out of over the 2 years he's been working at the end. So what you see is the 18-year-old older sister with her tits bursting out of a bustier that mom sewed, while her nerdy 16-year-old brother in a tuxedo that doesn't fit dances around doing hack tricks. You grab a donut, grab a cup of coffee, and talk to your friends while watching this out of the corner of your eye.
That sounds fantastic.
It's the greatest thing in the world. So there's a trick, and I'm going to have to describe to you the whole trick and how it's done, if you understand this.
Oh, please.
There's a thing called the dove pan. And the dove pan, and you've seen it done a zillion times, a person takes a pan, like a chafing dish, with 90-degree angle sides. And then he puts lighter fluid in there, and he lights it on fire, and it burns. And then he takes the cover of the pan, which fits on perfectly, and slams it down to eliminate the air part of the fire triangle.
This ain't gonna go good.
And then when he pulls it off, inside it's called a dove pan, usually a dove. It can also be done with a rabbit. It can also be done with any small livestock. So there's an acting issue in this, right? Which is, the acting issue is you have to put lighter fluid in the pan, then you have to light the lighter fluid on fire, then you have to act surprised that it's burning after you've done it.
Right.
Act a little bit shocked, look around for what you're going to grab this big heavy cover that has your load in it, slam it down there, lift the cover off, and out of this comes the dove. So the kid is set up to do this, and the kid's got his tuxedo on, and he's playing the Star Wars theme. And he's kind of dancing. He's got his little wand, and it's going. And his sister, who's all I care about, who's about 18 years old and is gone from when the costume was made, and she was very flat-chested. She is now sporting a pair of double Ds, and she's now in the same thing that her mother sewed her.
That's the magic.
And the young magician, I gotta just quickly say, he's hoping you're staring at him and maybe discovering him, and you're busy looking at his sister. And
Absolutely.
the big tits.
And the judges are all there looking, and he pulls out
You
the
could
dove.
give a fuck about
he
him
pulls
and
out
his
the dove pan, right? And every single person, there's probably 300 people milling around in this big ballroom. Every single person there sees the pan and knows the whole trick.
Right.
He's doing a dove. They go, he's doing the dove pan, and they look around, and start telling you, so Harry, did you see that paddle trick the guy was doing in the room the other night?
Right.
Oh, there's this card thing that one of the guys is doing. Have you seen that? Let me show you. Because no one's paying any attention, right? And he's got a can of Ronson lighter fluid.
Yeah.
Okay. But it's got like a jacket on it. His mother has sewn. The Ronson lighter fluid fits into its container much better than the sister. No part of that is spilling out, and it's nice and glittery. So we don't know what it is. Right. We don't know that he's putting fuel in. It's just magic juice. But he has the music was not composed for him. John Williams did not do an orchestration of the Star Wars theme for this kid. Yeah. So he's playing the record. Ba, da, 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 da. And you want to put in about a 16th or an 8th of an inch of lighter fluid in the bottom of the pan. Da, ba, da, 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 da. Then you light it on fire. But he has gotten ahead. You get jacked up. This is the big show of his life. He's done all his other tricks much quicker than he expected. So now he's got at the Star Wars thing when the dove is going to come out, and he's nowhere near it yet. He's a minute from it.
Oh, shit.
So he and his sister are dancing around going, da 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 da, and he's squeezing the lighter fluid. Da 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 da, more lighter fluid. Da 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 da. Now it's a half can in the bottom. Da 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 da. Now he's got the whole can. He's now emptied an entire can of Ronson lighter fluid into a small pan.
They're going to love this.
I'm watching the sister, right? The other magicians in the room are talking to each other. Right. I'm the only one with my eyes toward the stage. And as I'm watching her going, man, I guess they probably sewed that for her when she was like 14. And she's still doing this. And the mother, of course, is still her little girl. She doesn't realize that this is a, this is a swimsuit catalog.
She's an amazing sexual object.
But in order to look at her, I'm looking through this nerdy Minnesota kid putting a full can of Ronson fuel into the pan. And I start realizing it's been going on a little while, so I start tapping people.
You might want to look at
that. Putting a lot of fuel. There's a lot of fuel in that pan. There's a lot of fuel in that pan. He's put a lot of fuel.
Pass the word.
There's a lot of fuel in that. There's a lot of fuel in that pan. Okay?
Fuel.
But I haven't done anything about it. I've just kind of told
you gotta let it happen.
Oh, yeah.
6 guys who own hardware stores that there's something bad that might happen.
Yeah.
And everybody's kind of turned toward it. And the judges who are watching this and judging it, you can kind of see them turning to each other going, a lot of fuel. A lot of fucking fuel. And the kid backs away and he lights the match. Da, 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 da. So now he's got, a cup of flammable petroleum products in a pan on stage, and he's got a match that he's holding above it. And I, one of these like slow motion running, things, I go, no, don't! Hey, no! Over the you hear one lone voice going, hey, don't! And the kid looks back to me and then just drops the match.
Oh,
and everything
you see it
goes
in slow motion.
Yeah, absolutely. We're now 44,000 frames a second as the match just goes. The sound. And it just goes. Now, his acting job, which was to act like he didn't expect that fire, now becomes really, really simple. Right? Because now his acting, holy fuck! And the sister stops, and everybody stops. And now there's a flame. Well, you can imagine, I don't want to exaggerate, but a full can of lighter fluid in an open pan has just been touched. So the flame's coming up 1.5 feet, 2 feet. And it's a robust flame. Okay, it's a robust flame to the point that the sister's no longer dancing.
No, she's worried.
Everything is stopped dead, and then the kid grabs the dove top, with the cover to put it on and put it out. Right. Now, everybody in the audience, any normal audience, somebody would be fooled by this. But this is an audience 100% magicians. So we all know that he is now taking a living thing and slamming it into an inferno. Right? So he slams this top down that has a bird in there. Now, none of you would know it had a bird in there. All of us knew there was a bird in there. And I'm going, no, don't put, because if we just let it go, it would just burn out, right? No, don't. And he takes the top and he slams it down because he's scared. And this is just basic physics.
Right.
All the lighter fluid spills out over the side, and now he has his little magic table that Dad spent $85 for is now entirely on fire. There is a burning ring of fire on stage. There is this pan in the middle, and everyone in the audience knows there's a bird in there. A living bird is in there. And so now it's not just Penn. Now it's the entire audience yelling, the dove! The dove! The dove! The dove! So he reaches over to pull the top off and get the dove out, and by now the top is so hot he burns his hand. And he pulls away.
Shit.
So now we're all standing there. Now, it's not a big deal, right? Birds get cooked all the fucking time.
Of course, chicken's
they
wonderful.
boil live lobsters.
Yeah.
It's not a big deal. We're humans, we're predators, we kill, but not during the Star Wars thing. It's a different thing. And he now has everyone's attention totally on him, and he pulls down his tuxedo coat. Because, it's too big for him.
Yeah.
Pulls down his tuxedo coat over his hand. And he reaches onto the knob and he starts jiggling this inferno, right? To try to get the top off. And he pulls the top off. And by now they've killed me.
Yeah.
The music is now stopped. There is no sound. You can't even hear the beautiful sine wave form of her breast jiggling. There is no sound. There's no movement in the room. Everyone's just got their Danish half out of their mouth, their coffee in their hand.
Horrified.
And it's now, the shot is, IMAX. It's just the top of that, and there's nothing. There's just a dead bird in there. And all of a sudden, out of the top, this bird's head pops up, just a head. In this hot little burning pan of hell. This Johnny Cash ring of fire. And the bird hops up to the edge, shakes its head, shakes its feathers, and flies over to where it belongs on top of the cage. And the crowd goes... They're just screaming. And it is the best magic trick I ever saw. Everything about it was absolutely perfect. And the dove was okay.
Is there video of this anywhere?
No, there's no video.
Yeah, because it was an amateur
kid just
show.
goes, ta-da!
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
The aristocrats!
I knew what I was doing the whole time.
Hey,
That's great.
a technical question. The dove is in the lid, right?
Yeah.
Why doesn't it fly away?
It's
What kind of
there's one large pan that's going to be on the bottom.
Yeah, I got that, but
there's
it's in
another
the
pan
lid.
that nests in it.
Right.
So that pan has the dove in it with the top on it.
So he's like sandwiched between another pan.
The dove is in a pan.
Yeah.
So when I lift up the top, this is hard to explain on the radio, but I have the top like this, and you think the top is just a cover.
Right,
but the
right.
top is a whole pan underneath it.
Gotcha.
So I lift it up like this and slam it down, and all I've done is put a pan with a cover on it on a table. It just so happens there's a pan around it.
Gotcha.
Pan within a pan.
A pan within a pan.
Yes.
And then it has little, it's held in place with like little broom clips, right? So when you put it down there, there's enough friction that it holds it there, and the top comes off.
Because lifting the lid off and seeing the pan come out of the pan might fuck things up.
Good. And
I never knew that.
If you put a 16th inch of lighter fluid in there and light it on fire and then slam this down, it goes right out.
Right.
But a whole, a half, a full cup.
It's going to come out between the two pans.
It comes out of the side, and the dove was...
yes, hydrodynamics dictates that it will...
That's two great stories right there. Holy shit.
Oh, man.
We should break.
That's great.
We haven't even talked about the book that's on the...
God, no. Signs Me Are to Be an Atheist and Other Magical Tales. Penn Jillette. 3 weeks on the New York Times bestseller list.
Congratulations.
Going
So
for 4
go
today.
buy that book. Because, last time I was on,
Yeah.
my boss, Glenn, was out there going, I'm holding up the book to Opie. He doesn't say a fucking word about it.
We mentioned it a bunch of times, that motherfucker.
What's the book about?
Oh,
it's
really? It's great.
Seriously.
I like this guy. It's called Signs You May Already Be an Atheist and Other Magical Tales.
Right.
And it is stories of a godless life in Las Vegas. And it is
True
also
stories?
true stories.
Oh, yeah.
And mostly a lot of theological stuff hidden in with dropping my cock in a blow dryer. all sorts of things that happen to me.
All ties together.
I was telling Penn outside the studio, I've read half. I was on
yeah?
vacation. I love doing a lot of reading when I'm on vacation, but then I got kicked out because of a hurricane, so it fucked up my reading of the second half of his book. The first half is awesome, though.
Wow, that's great.
The Siegfried and Roy story, unbelievable. And when we get back, I want to talk about your parties, which you talk about in
Sure,
the book.
we'll talk about that all you
He
want.
has parties just as crazy as you,
crazy
but the
party.
difference is there's no alcohol.
Yeah, he doesn't drink.
Which I got to get into this after the break. I don't get it. I don't get it. And Tom Papa is at Hilarities in Cleveland this weekend, so make sure you
Yes,
check out Tom
indeed.
Papa if you're in the Cleveland area. More with Penn Jillette and Tom Papa. Stay there.
Sirius XM, the virus.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another performance of My Thoughts on Life with Andy Rooney. Regrettably, Mr. Rooney has developed an unsightly goiter and will not be performing this evening. In his place, please welcome award-winning thespian, James Norton.
I'm Andy Rooney. Nobody wonders why I complain. I've been doing it since 1967 on the same show every week. No one wonders. People wonder why God hasn't struck me down. People wonder if I shit my pants occasionally. You ever notice I ran out of shit to talk about in 1971 and somebody's been too polite to fire me? I must have naked photos of Les Moonves or somebody else in CBS. And my shoes. I miss a lot of things about being younger. Barefoot in the summer, remembering to pull down my pants before I defecate. I miss those days. Sometimes I sit on the toilet for an hour reading the paper, and then someone says, "Your pants are still on, Andy," and I feel like a silly goose.
This concludes tonight's performance of My Thoughts on Life with Andy Rooney, starring James Norton.
The virus, Sirius XM. It's the Opie and Anthony Show.
Oh, this is for Penn Jillette. This rules. You don't have headphones on.
I will put them on.
We should have been playing this during the storytelling, but here it is for you.
I can imagine.
All right, let me reset here. Tom Papa in studio for Jim Norton, just killing it today. He's going to be at Hilarities in Cleveland. And then we got Penn Jillette, who's also just killing with his stories. And he's, I guess, sort of promoting the book, right? Even though you don't need promotion anymore, sir.
Well, I always need you.
Aww. The book is called God Knows, Signs You May Already Be an Atheist and Other Magical Tales. And E-Rock reminded me in the hallway, the David Blaine stuff. I applaud you.
Well, thank you.
I do not like David Blaine, and I'll tell you, it's very, very simple with me. A lot of the shit he does, I've been in radio since I was 18. They're old morning zoo radio tricks.
Sure. I'm going to be in a box under Times Square with no disco. No disco here. No.
I could have been David Blaine. When I was working in Buffalo, I was offered, and I was too scared, I'll be honest, to be buried alive. And I was also offered the being frozen in a block of ice trick.
Sure.
Oh, those are morning zoo fucking bits. And then the mainstream media, I'm like, you don't know that this shit has been done for decades by some loser in Des Moines, Iowa, trying to get some ratings?
I've said that many times. He's just doing morning radio stuff. The other thing that amazes me is
that's all it was.
I didn't know that.
You start out doing card tricks. And then all of a sudden try to claim you have superpowers.
Superpowers.
Yeah. Now I can hold my breath longer than anybody in the world. But you were doing card tricks. No. Now I'm an endurance artist. I'm not a magician. But you were doing card tricks. Shut up. I now have shut up. I have special powers now.
When does that happen?
Now I cock my eyebrow. You know what it runs out? When you realize that practicing card tricks is really, really hard and sitting in a box with your own shit, not that tough.
No. And the block of ice is easy, too, because there's enough space between you and the ice, so you're actually kind of warm in there, Tom Papa. The biggest part is you get a little cramp in your calves because you're standing the whole time.
Do you actually stay in there?
The hardest part is keeping the ice frozen.
Right.
That's the hard part.
Yeah, because then your body heat is kind of melting it away.
But I mean,
you're not suffering there. You're standing a lot.
When he first did that in Times Square, your standing is hard. When he first did that as a thing, I said, didn't anybody study igloos in grade school?
Right. The people lived in them, stayed warm in them.
No, to the north. When I was in third grade, your teacher said to you, it would seem like it would be impossible to live in a house of ice. But with insulation, the actual snow and ice act as insulation, and you can be warm inside. Right. And every third grader goes, oh, yeah, I get that.
That makes
sense. And then all of a sudden, the Today Show has forgotten this. He's in a block of ice. He's freezing his fucking nuts off. It's igloos.
How long did he stay in there?
I don't know, 10 minutes. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. A couple days, maybe.
Didn't he do somewhere he was for a couple days or something?
He did a thing in England.
Well, that in your book is great.
Where he was in a box not eating for 2 months.
Right.
And the greatest thing about that is that Paul McCartney, the cute Beatle, came up.
The nice Beatle.
To see him, the nice Beatle.
Yes.
Came up and said, I'm here to see the cunt in the box. Now, of course, that word is a different connotation in England. But still, can you imagine if the cute Beatle said that about me, I'd be so thrilled. I called up David and said, congratulations.
I'll tell you what he is. He's the cute Beatle, the nice Beatle, and the stupidest Beatle because he's getting remarried again this weekend.
Wow.
Why would you do that after the last one took
he's
a
a lover.
half a fucking billion or whatever?
Because that's how much he's got.
Yeah.
You think it just doesn't...
Big
all right,
deal.
good point, then.
How does David Blaine levitate?
Did you watch it or did you hear about it?
I saw it in the late night, where we had the late night infomercial kind of thing.
The infomercial thing, yeah.
Is it a fake leg, that one with the fucking...
No, it's so much simpler than that. But David Blaine revolutionized. I mean, the best magic special done in the history of American television is David Blaine's Street Magic. I mean, that's a thing. We can make fun of him all we want.
I like that.
But that was an amazing special. Because he got this incredible idea. And the incredible idea was, why don't we show the people being amazed?
Right.
Every other person had done these cameras in the audience on stage, and they hadn't really shown going out to people. And he really did that. And the tricks he did, it's kind of like being a musician and listening to Louie Louie, you're very tempted to say, well, that's really easy to play. But the fact is the people are dancing their asses off.
Yeah.
And the David Blaine tricks weren't that hard, but who cares? He killed with them. He brought people this huge amount of joy. It was a fabulous. I mean, if you ask me, and remember, Penn and Teller have done several magic specials. If you ask me what I think the best one is, I say David Blaine. We're lucky to come in third or fourth on that.
Right.
He just killed it. And that means I'm talking about all magic specials since the beginning of TV.
Wow.
David Blaine did the best one.
Well,
for the reactions.
What's the problem with him? Because it seems like he could come up with something cooler.
Yeah, it's hard. It's just hard to do. Magic is hard. I don't know why I'm quoting Teller so much this morning, but I'll try to say something besides
magic is hard.
Besides Rabbit Murderer. As Teller's fond of saying, in magic, every time you want to write a new song, you have to invent the instrument.
Oh, yeah.
wow.
Musicians, they play different songs on the guitar. Once you've built that box that turns you into a tiger, if you now want to vanish an elephant, you got to build a whole different box.
Right.
And you got to invent how that box works. You got to do all that stuff.
Right.
So magic is really slow, which makes it a wonderful entertainment for live, but really hard for TV.
How long does it take when you come up with a new trick where all the other magicians figure it out?
It depends on the trick. Our bullet catch, the close of our show in Vegas. I would say, if I was bullshitting, that nobody but us and our crew knows, but that's really not true. Probably 5-6 other people who are smart enough figured it out.
It's that damn initialing of the bullet.
We
and
worked
the
on that 2 years every day, and that was 2 years every day. Once somebody had come to us with the piece of information that we thought made it a good trick. I mean, it's really, there's this trick we're working on now where we want to dress a cow up as an elephant and then do this whole Siegfried and Roy, we are conservationists. We have the very rare pygmy spotted elephant from the savannas of Africa. We're going to bring him out. We got this suit for a cow that makes it look like an elephant with a feed bag on it that has then the trunk that comes off that's washed, dryer hose that Teller then manipulates with a string to make the snout move. And we want to do this really, really stupid trick of bringing a cow on stage dressed as an elephant and claiming absolutely it's an elephant, and then surrounded by the audience vanish it like that.
Wow.
So that people have to say this is really stupid. How the fuck did they do that?
Yeah, how did they do that? Right.
It came about because Teller and I were talking, and we said, we really should do a big animal vanish, but everything you do with big animals is cheesy. We're not going to do tigers. We're not going to do elephants. That's all hack shit. What are we going to do? We said, everybody knows cows are big and stupid. So, of course, I identify big, and stupid myself. Cows are much harder to handle than tigers. They're much harder to handle than elephants because they have the processing power of a 1992 watch. They really don't know. They don't really know very much. So we've been working on this fucking trick for 4 years.
Wow.
And we have put in now, I just got the latest bill, we've now put in $120,000. and we have driven out to farms. We have our cow suit. We're out there going through cow shit, building, mirror platforms around a living cow, and talking to the guy and going, how much for you to be there every night with a cow and show up in your trailer, and it's going to be this cow, and how much can you train the cow? Can you make sure the cow won't run into the audience without us hobbling the cow, because the audience can't think the cow's being mistreated?
Give him a shot.
So, right in the back.
Paralyze the cow.
So it takes us forever, and we think that when we get it done, we think we will fool people. What we like to do is really stupid ideas that when you see them blow your mind.
Then you're amazed. I know. That's what we love about you guys.
But I don't like the stuff that you billboard it as a big, huge thing,
right?
And then do it. Who gives a fuck? But I like to come in under it.
It's cheesy.
They've got a cow on stage. Who cares? Those dipshits got to. Where'd it go? Where'd that fucking cow go? What do those dipshits do with a cow? That's what I want. I want you to get home and go, boy, that cow bitch sure was. Where'd it go?
Yeah, but where'd it go?
But Penn, take me into your head for a second. So you work on a trick. You're saying this one's up to 4 years, a couple of years for some of these tricks, right?
Yeah.
Now you're going to try for the first time in front of a live audience. Are you shitting your pants at that point?
It's terrifying. And the other thing is that magic is binary. If you're working on a comedy routine, it can be pretty good. You can say, Jesus, in that whole bit, 5 bits didn't really land, but 10 of those jokes really landed. I'm golden. You can do a thriller. You can do a slasher film. We got 3 good murders. 4 of them look stupid. We're fine. In a magic trick, if you don't fool people, you've got nothing left.
Right.
Nothing at all. People don't go, man, it was so close to fooling me. I almost had no idea. I mean, there is no such thing as close. There's no such thing as okay. There is just build a statue, stone them. There's nothing in between.
Right.
With that said, what was your biggest bomb? Have you ever told it? But what was the biggest one? I mean, you got the personality though; you could pull it off.
There was a bit we did that we worked really hard on, and it was a great bit. Teller and I stripped naked. Once you've got middle-aged fat guys naked, you've got a great bit. But the idea was that we would have that magicians always have something up their sleeve. So we would take off our shirts and then say, but we still have sleeves up here, take off our T-shirts. We could have hidden something in our shoes, take off our shoes. Could have hidden something in our socks, take off our socks. Could be something hidden in our pants, take off our pants. So now we're both on stage in boxer shorts, and we would get 2 people from the audience, usually an older woman and usually a young guy. We bring them up on stage, and the crew would bring out these translucent little sheets of plastic they would hold, and then we would take off our boxer shorts. Then we would have the guy and the woman from the audience look under our cocks, under our balls, at our asses. And say, yeah, exactly. And the audience could see. I mean, they just did a thing in Vegas about nudity on stage in Vegas, and they have when full frontal nude for women, when topless, and Carol Dota and Jenna Jameson, and then right in the middle, first full frontal nude male on stage in a showroom in Vegas, Penn and Teller.
Congratulations.
Reading that going, who asked them to do this?
Right.
Who wanted this?
Do we want to go to this show?
And then we would stand on this platform and play this Penn and Teller music, and we would produce out of our hands, absolutely clean, about 4 liters of blood. And we were wearing... after we got examined, we also these little T-shirts examined. We put on T-shirts that just hung down to our cockheads, just really short, like Carrie, white T-shirts. We produced about close to a gallon of blood each and poured it over ourselves out of nowhere, absolutely. And then we would go. It was the end of the show. We would go out to the lobby to sign autographs. We would be there naked in soaked blood T-shirts, and our autographs would be giving palm prints and fingerprints to people in blood. And you can, on eBay, you can buy those. They cost money now.
Funny.
So that was the bit. It was a really good bit, and the magic on it was really difficult because although we were making fun of the fact that you hide things in your clothes, you actually hide things in your clothes. So there's the wall you're coming up against. Right. You're saying to people, you think we're hiding stuff in our clothes?
Yeah.
We sure like to be, but we're naked. So the whole thing had to be done with this elaborate fucking system on the stage that was a mirror environment that had to conceal a guy who had pumps and all this shit that was handing shit off to us. So we had essentially a vanish of a guy, but you never knew about the guy. So that there were two people you saw on stage, but there were actually three. One was invisible. One had all this pumping equipment, and he's loading it to us, these little things. And we worked on this thing for years. And we spent zillions of dollars on it. And we rehearsed it to within an inch of our lives. I mean, it was kind of like, now, Penn, if you move your left arm 2 inches to the left, you get picked up in the mirror. We see your elbow. It gives the whole thing away.
Wow.
Keep the left hand in. Got to touch your side. Your right hand you do all your gestures with. Penn, watch it, because when your hair comes down into your face and you reach up to push it back, you pull your elbow out. We're seeing where the guy is. Through that. You know, there's people rehearsing us. We have people sitting far stage right, far stage left in the balcony. Just guys rehearsing going, nope, saw it. Nope, saw it.
Wow.
Can't do that. All the lighting guys, everything else, everything perfect. And we do this. And we do it for about 2 weeks, and we are killing with it, and it's really great. I get up on the platform one night. You know what I mean? It's an 8-show week. You know, we're in Detroit. 8-show week, man. It's the second show on a Saturday night. My second time being covered with blood that stains my skin, makes everything break out. I'm fucking tired from the night before, because even though I don't drink, I do fuck. So sometimes you get less sleep. The first show went okay. It's the second show. You know, we do a fucking 2-hour show. I've been out there on stage talking. This is the finale. I am in another world. And once I strip all my clothes off and showed the guy my cock and balls and ass, the show's over for me. I'm just going to coast for the rest of it. I know where to keep my elbow. I know when to bring my head up to my hair. I know everything. I'm just thinking about where I'm going to eat. You know, the Denny's is okay, but I wonder if there's a place that's nicer that's still open this time. Well, it's Detroit. Probably the Denny's is the best we're going to do. Well, I'd kind of like a moon over my hammy. No, I had that the other night. Don't they have some sort of scramble? But I like their potatoes. Should I ask for the seasoned potato? That's all that's going through my head. There's nothing, no showbiz going through my head at all. I'm just deeply in Denny's going, better make sure they have decaf, because last time those fuckers, I know they gave me caffeinated coffee. I was up too late. That's why I'm so tired now. I got to sign autographs. Oh, that woman there in the front is pretty attractive. If she comes up and asks for an autograph, maybe she'll ask to see my dick. Would that be fun? Okay, that's all that's going through my head. And I have a prop in my hand, which is a handkerchief that I'm going to turn bright red. And I drop it, right? I drop it. Oh. It falls in a place it's not supposed to fall.
Oh.
And I know that I need that piece of cloth to do the next bit. So some part of my animal brain, the part of my brain that's not at Denny's, the part of my brain that's actually on stage, says, you better pick up that cloth. Except the cloth has fallen behind this $80,000 chamber that we've built that's perfect and the most advanced magic ever. So I say, the music's playing, so I can talk. I'm not even mic'd up. I say to Teller, I dropped the fucking, what do I do? And Teller says, don't worry about it. Now, what Teller means by don't worry about it is we don't need the cloth.
Oh, okay.
Just produce it without the cloth. Just kind of bluff your way through. We'll be fine. Won't make no difference. Don't worry about it. For some reason, don't worry about it means to me, go and pick it up.
Don't worry about it. Pick it up.
So after spending all this time where my elbow is going to be, where my hair is going to be, where the lighting is going to be perfect, I, like a farmer, walk directly behind the hidden compartment, and I disappear.
Oh, no.
So once I walk there, you know exactly what the whole mirror arrangement is. Because Penn's gone to pick this up. He reaches his arm down, the arm vanishes. He bends over, the whole head vanishes. Then you see the whole outline of the whole thing. You can see everything. You know exactly where the whole thing is, and the whole trick's being done. And I go, oh. I pick it up and stand back up, and the guy in the box, who is in this really uncomfortable, claustrophobic position, pumping out blood, working his fucking ass off, goes, why the fuck should I do anything when I'm working with a retard? You're the stupidest motherfucker on the planet. You're the stupidest motherfucker. Are you going to keep going? Should I even bother? Want me to join you on stage? Of course, nothing's mic'd and the music's playing. So he's not saying to the audience, but he's saying it to us. Why don't I just come out for a bow? How about that, Penn? Open the compartment and show me. You stupid motherfucker. And Teller's sitting there going, we're going to keep going with the bit? You want to keep going, or we just stand here now? What do you want to do? And I'm going to just kind of keep going. And then it turns into this pause. A few more tricks go by, and I go, you said don't worry about it. I didn't say don't worry about the trick. I said don't worry about the fucking handkerchief. So, yes, things can go terribly.
How the audience handle it?
Horribly wrong. The audience thought, did they really take their clothes off? Were they really naked before?
Exactly.
One other thing, you mentioned mirrors. A lot of you guys use a lot of fucking mirrors, right? Mm-hmm. And a guy in his feedback, good question. When you're taking pictures,
in the audience?
Yeah, from the audience. Why isn't that fucking up the mirrors? You know what I mean?
You have to be real careful.
But you've even figured that shit out.
Yeah. You the angles are the same. You know, the way a 45-degree angle mirror works in magic. This is the simple thing. Is you're looking. Let's take the simplest one, which we would never use. But you've got a table on stage. Okay. Now you've got curtains behind it and curtains on either side. Okay, so picture that. Now, I put a 45-degree angle mirror with the corner facing you. That's why magic tables always have a leg in the middle. No other table in the world has a leg in the middle. But you've got to cover the seam. You've got to cover the seam. That's where the seam of the mirror is. Because if you don't put it there, you see so they put we won't use one of those tables. Because Teller always says, as soon as I see a table with a leg in the middle anywhere outside of a magic show, believe me, we'll use it. But I've never seen one. So you put that there. And now what happens is you're looking, right? And you look past the leg, and you think you see the curtain behind, and you're really seeing the curtain to the side. That's all that's happening. So now you can put anything under that table you want, and you can't see it because you're actually seeing the sides. Now, if you're in the audience taking a picture, okay, and you're not using a flash, which people don't usually do in a show.
No flash photography,
but it doesn't
please.
really matter because your flash is only going to go 10 feet, and no one's that close.
Right.
You take a flash, you take a picture, it's the same. Gotcha. It's the same angle exactly as your eye line, and we've checked all the eye lines.
The angle is.
But if you ever wonder, if you ever see a table on stage that has a leg in the middle, you say 45-degree angle mirror. And if you want to be really cool about it, you don't just say 45-degree angle mirror. You say 45-degree angle mirror. Why is your table got a leg in the middle? I've never seen one of those before, ever, anywhere in the world. It's only in magic shows. The legs probably got something to do with a fucking trick. I'm supposed to go do another show.
Yeah, I know. We just got the word, unfortunately.
Stuff to do.
This is great.
Thanks so much, man.
Thank you.
So great.
Always.
And what's my book called?
Fuck, I had it on my phone.
That's what it's called. Penn Jillette, fuck, I had it on my phone.
God fucking sucks, sir.
I got it. No, it's just that it's a long...
Atheist?
God knows, signs you may already be an atheist and other magical tales.
Penn Jillette, Simon & Schuster.
I read the first half, and I'm loving it. This guy's, as you know, a great storyteller.
A great storyteller.
So great.
Can't wait for the second half of the book.
Thanks so much for coming in, Penn.
Thank you.
Thank you, man.
You're the best.
All right, we'll take a quick break, and then we'll finish up with Tom Papa. Stay there.
The Virus. Sirius XM.
Good morning. Thanks for calling Radio Shack. My name is Danny. How can I help you?
I used to have the thing on my TV where you can download shit from, like through, the air, satellite.
Like Wi-Fi?
Wi-Fi, whatever. Here's the thing. But, I mean, that's not working now because...
This is Radio Shack. Do you need, like, an AC adapter?
Maybe get somebody to come over and fix it.
Well, I mean, this is Radio Shack, so we don't really do that.
Oh.
We sell products.
Oh, I see.
Well, I mean, I'm not supposed to do this, but, did you get into your router settings and take a look in there?
Okay, so it's right here. So what are you saying?
Like, just look into your router settings.
Okay, so I log in. I find this shit right here.
Yeah, exactly, right. So get in there and then, make sure that your Wi-Fi's enabled.
But where do you fucking wire it into?
Well, I mean, it should just be wired right from your cable modem. It should just be right in there.
Yeah. Why? How do you know that?
Because that's just how it works.
Are you talking about the hot, the heavy, thick wire you're talking about?
You mean like a Cat 5?
You're talking about
Ethernet cable?
Yeah, I think they call them hot wires.
Firewire?
Firewire.
Dude, do you need like a universal AC adapter or a soldering iron?
What's that?
Dude, let me just get back to work, man. Like, can you open a browser and get to the web?
So it's wireless. It's a wireless connection.
Yeah, it's wireless. It's a wireless connection. Are you on the web?
Okay, so now...
Can you go to a website? Can you do that?
You hook it up, okay?
Are you listening? Are you listening to me? Can you open a browser and go to your homepage?
Is it that easy?
Yes!
Click. Oh, I got it. Yeah, I see it.
Jeez.
Bingo. We have a winner. Is that it? Is that it for good? Am I set for life?
Yeah, that's it, dude. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you for helping me.
Yeah, man, no problem, dude.
There were some other tech questions I needed. Oh, Facebook.
No.
I'm up to my limit of friends.
No, if you want a cordless phone or some LEDs,
I'm up to my limit of
fine.
friends, 5,000.
I'm not helping you.
I think somebody set up a fan page.
I'm hanging up.
How do I get people to go there instead of sending me friend requests?
The Opie and Anthony Show remembers 9/14/11 with your stories.
Listen, I haven't seen the pictures yet, but I just want to go home and hug my children.
You should,
You know what? I gotta tell you, I think my son will get a special hug today.
A special hug for the
I'm
children.
gonna squeeze a little tighter today.
Remembering 9/14/11 on the Opie and Anthony Show.
This is The Virus, Sirius XM. And now, The Opie and Anthony Show.
Holy shit, I would have said that yesterday was 9/14. We had such a hell of a show today. I forgot we started with that Scarlett Johansson stuff. Nude pics on the internet. Are people trying to prove they're fakes? Where are we at with the nude Scarlett Johansson pictures?
Like we said, there's always going to be conspiracy theorists, but nobody has been able to prove that they're fake. And this tattoo here...
Yeah, she got one on her left
seems to
forearm.
match up with this mark here in the nude. See that right there?
Oh, yeah, I see that.
Yeah, and everyone's like, oh, tattoo's on the wrong arm. Well, you would be tricked by mirrors at a magic show.
Yeah.
Because it's a mirror shot, you dummy.
Penn said it was real.
Yeah.
And he knows all about
Yeah,
mirrors.
he knows deception.
Yeah.
He really does. Fucking Penn.
What were you saying when you read his book that he doesn't drink at all, or he never drank?
You know, unfortunately, I really thought we had him till 10 because the last thing I wanted to ask him, he has these really wild parties that remind me of Anthony's wild parties. But the thing is, his are dry.
Really? Is he AA or is...
I don't know what his deal is.
I don't think
Did we
he's
ask
ever...
him?
No.
I think he just never had a desire, but he has these crazy fucking parties. People are getting naked and whatnot. And there's no alcohol or drugs. And then I told him outside the studio, I'm like, come on, someone's got to be wandering off, to be brave enough to get naked and all that. And maybe they're token on something, doing a little something when you're not looking. Because I don't know, I don't see it.
Yeah, he says he never drank in his whole life.
He takes pride in the fact that he could throw these bashes and there's no alcohol involved, and people are still just having a really good time.
That is pretty great.
And he talks about that in the book.
Right. I don't see being able to pull that off.
No, I
have trouble getting through a dinner. It's where everyone's enjoying themselves.
Exactly.
It's the circle of people he's around, I guess.
Yeah. I guess if everybody's doing card tricks and levitating at the tables,
yeah,
it's
perhaps
kind
that's
of amusing.
entertaining enough for you not to need drinks. At my house, please, get the kegs are rolling.
Yeah, there's no showgirl showing up at my parties.
Yeah. There's another great story in the book. All the stories so far, like I said, I'm only halfway through, where he had one of those Jewy Jews come up to him, and they didn't want to be like a hardcore Jew anymore and want to eat the pork and this and that. And fucking picked Penn to be the one to show him the light.
Oh, really?
And he describes the whole...
Hasidic or?
Yeah, man.
Really?
Orthodox?
Yeah, I guess Orthodox or whatever.
Wow.
Unorthodox? What is it?
Orthodox.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that's a great story in the book, too, because they picked fucking Penn there.
Damn.
Wow.
So I took him out and got all the stuff you're not supposed to eat, and he goes through the whole thing in the book.
Well, I dated an Orthodox family, a girl from an Orthodox family. They were not pleased with me at all.
No, huh?
They weren't happy to have me around.
God, how'd
Are you
that
Jewish?
work out?
No.
Was she
So you're not
fun,
even
or-
Jewish.
I'm not Jewish at all. All my girlfriends growing up were always Jewish, and I grew up with a lot of. I just love Jewish girls, and but I grew up in Jersey. I went out with this girl in like the 5 towns in Long Island, and their family was Orthodox, and I came walking, and I always was Italian, Jewish. It always kind of close, you know.
Yeah.
Everybody had the same kind of moms and family and love of family and all. So it always was cool. I walked into that Orthodox house, and it was like, "What are you doing here?" Oh, it was not. It did not go well.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
How long you last?
Like a year or so, and then I actually broke up with her over the phone because I didn't want to pay all the tolls to Long Island.
Well, it's expensive.
It's expensive.
I understand.
You don't like me anyway.
Yeah.
A little proof coming in, I guess, right?
Yeah, we have a little more evidence.
Now, where did this picture of Scarlett Johansson's bedroom come from?
Okay,
Life and Style magazine?
This first picture, Scarlett Johansson, apparently her mansion is on the market.
Homesluxury.net.
And so this is her bedroom.
What's a mansion?
Right.
It's a large house.
A mansion.
A mansion.
Mansion. Why not a
mansion?
It's
How do you actually
manly.
say it?
It should be
Mansion.
like a man's cheek or something. I don't know. Whatever.
Sam says
Jimmy
mansion.
not here. It's a tribute.
Sam says mansion.
Mansion.
It's
Mansion.
How do you say it?
Mansion.
That's how I say it. Mansion.
No, it's slightly off.
Yeah, it
Mansion.
is. Mansion.
Mansion.
In a mansion.
In a mansion.
I'm going to live in a mansion with a yacht.
Mansion. Yeah. I am Elma J. Fudd, millionaire.
All right, what's up with the mansion?
Well, she's selling her house, so that's
what? No,
her
she's
mansion.
A mansion.
You heard it right?
Yeah,
I
you're
do.
saying it
Mansion.
weird.
It's just subtle enough.
Yeah.
You're a weirdo.
I'm not. But this is the wallpaper.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Evidence.
Now, look at the wallpaper.
Wallpaper's the
It
same.
matches.
It does match.
Where's the bedroom, though? Oh, that's just the one she did in
That's
her,
the one in the
in her
bedroom.
bedroom of her
The
mansion.
bedroom.
Yeah.
The bedroom.
Of her mansion.
Wow,
mansion.
man. See? The
What about the
wallpaper
lamp?
matches.
Yeah, is the lamp the same?
The lamp's on the other side.
Oh,
It looks like she got a bigger
lamps
lamp.
are different. Mm-hmm.
Lamps are different.
Or unless there's a lamp right here
On the other
in the
side.
corner that we don't see.
Well, I don't know because it's on the
a
left
pretty-
side of the bed.
That's
It's a
right.
stubby bedroom for a mansion.
It really is.
That's how you say it. Mansion.
God, imagine crawling into that bed though
Mansion.
with that.
Well, that's part of this whole 914 thing. It's like you couldn't really imagine it before, but
No,
now
no.
can't get out of your head.
Unimaginable.
Yeah.
It really
Same
is.
thing. Just
Lovely.
Oh, fuck. So what?
bury it.
What's the story behind these pictures? Anyone know anything yet? Like who leaked them, or did she
took
want
them.
Did she want them leaked?
Is anyone taking credit?
Nobody's taking credit yet that I've read, but I mean, I'm sure she wanted
It's
to
leaking Mike's
send
dick.
them to a loved one, and
What is this?
all of a sudden she changes the world.
Wow.
She sure does.
Doing a radio
Got
show.
them out there.
What happened?
Look at this. I don't know. Someone's calling.
Let's go with it.
Answer it.
Answer it. Answer.
What if it's about your power?
I don't like when it. Oh, hey. Oh, it's probably the alarm company. Hold on.
Oh, boy.
Oh no.
Trouble in the compound.
Hello? Hello?
Oh boy.
Hello?
This is good radio.
Hello?
Nothing. God damn, that just ruined our perfect show. We were 15 minutes
we were
away from
so
a
close
fucking
to
perfect
perfection.
game. There was a
Could be a
fucking bloop
message.
single down the right field line. Fuck!
It might have been the
No one's going to give a
alarm.
fuck about a one-hitter.
Could be the alarm company because without power, the alarm has on battery backup, and then it kind of starts dying out. And
You don't have power?
no, my
sometimes-
power went out at my house.
Sometimes.
Yeah,
Why?
I have no fucking clue. But I popped up my cameras and tried to look at neighbors' houses, but didn't quite see close enough, and it was a little too light out, so they didn't have lights on.
Why are
You should just move into a studio apartment and be done with all this.
I really
Why
should.
are you here?
What?
Why are you here?
I know. Well,
What do you mean?
I would fucking want to know why my house has no power.
Well,
radio
I
show.
had backup power long enough to check my cameras, and there was no shenanigans going on.
You're right.
So I don't know. Oh, a voicemail.
Maybe it's an illusion.
Oh, boy. All right,
It's just an illusion.
Well, what's not an illusion, Tom Papa, is the fact you're going to be at Hilarities in Cleveland.
Yes, I'm
I am
leaving
the
tonight.
Meister.
Yes, Cleveland,
Meister,
here I
Meister.
come.
Oh, you're leaving today?
I'm going to leave tonight, so I'll be doing shows Thursday, Friday, Saturday. One of my favorite clubs in the country.
Where is Hilarities?
Hilarities, it's right
It's not
downtown.
It is downtown?
Yeah, it's right
downtown.
downtown.
Is where the zombies live.
It's
we haven't been there in a couple of years, but isn't that the area where it looks like a ghost town?
No, it's that Pickwick area where right by the arena.
Oh, okay.
House of
Oh, yeah,
Blues,
yeah,
right
yeah.
across from the House of Blues.
Okay, yeah.
It's a little happening. They got the cool restaurants and all that.
A little happening.
A little happening.
You said
Cleveland
that correctly.
happening. Cleveland happening.
I like
Cleveland
It's not New York
happening.
happening, but it's Cleveland.
People in
happening.
Cleveland are fucking loyal, man.
Where it all
Yeah.
And they love comedy.
Yeah.
Have you ever done the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame?
No.
You got to do it once.
I've run around outside it.
Yeah, you realize
jog.
You realize there's a lot of scumbag family members out there.
What do you mean?
It's like, oh, you need Hendrix stuff? Let me go in the attic.
Oh, really?
And it's just shitty stuff. Like, here's his Boy Scout uniform.
Oh, that's bad.
And they try to make it. They don't have cool stuff there.
It's not?
No.
Well, no, I don't think so.
Yeah, you'd rather just listen to the music. You know, you're right. I don't have
Yeah.
to see like the spoon that John Lennon ate
Right,
his
who gave
farina
a
with.
shit? Exactly. Oh.
And that's
So
about what you would
true.
get.
Yeah.
And I know the people from Cleveland, that's what all they got up there. They're going to be
Oh,
mad
I'm
at
sure
me,
it's
but
nice. Well, they also have hilarities.
I wasn't impressed with the Hall of Fame. I don't know what I was hoping for, but
Yeah. You were hoping to be blown away.
Blown away.
Rock and roll!
Yeah.
No, it's a museum.
Oh, wait, I think I see my waterfall running. Hold on. That
Oh, thank
could
God.
mean...
That's
Thank
electric?
God.
Yeah, that's the pool pump.
Thank God.
All right, my waterfall's running. This could be power back on.
We almost started with a tragedy and ended with a tragedy.
Yes, let me tell you. You are absolutely right, my friend.
We could all breathe. Thank
We
God.
can.
Thank God.
Now I got to reset
Thank
all
the
my
Lord.
cameras. They're pointing at all the neighbors' houses.
Hey, can I plug my XM show?
Oh, you
that's
have one
right.
too?
On Friday?
We got competition.
I have Super Dave Osborne as my
Super Dave
is my guest on Friday on Raw Dog at 6.
He's a curb guy.
He's a curb guy now.
Dave's
Yeah,
on
he's
Curb,
the
yeah.
funk that guy is hilarious.
He's fucking hilarious
He's one
on
of the
Curb.
funniest people on the planet.
Yeah.
And he's one of those guys that can tell like jokes,
Like
which
a real joke.
comedians can't really tell jokes. They're never funny. This guy is hilarious. He says cunt like 5 times in the interview.
Really?
Yeah, it's like
I
Super
like
Dave.
that.
That's awesome.
You're just like, yeah, you're Super Dave. What are you doing? Say that.
Speaking of Curb, because Ann, I caught up. Well, sort of caught up. I saw the Bill Buckner episode.
Yeah,
Holy
yeah.
fuck,
Yeah,
was
that was
funny,
really good.
man.
Fucking fuck you, Buckner. He's like, yeah, no, I understand. He was all cool about it.
Yeah.
God bless Buckner for just doing that.
So
For being
great.
like, really, that was the coolest thing he could have done.
I was like, yeah, it's a great move for him.
Yeah.
But that scene
Mr.
when
fucking Ball, you prick, motherfucker. He's like, and Larry David's all mad, but Buckner's like, it happens. I understand.
Right.
He's totally cool with it.
And then he catches the baby. At the
Yeah,
end.
yeah,
Fuck
yeah.
everyone. Just see your shows.
It's hilarious.
is that the same episode where the seat moves?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, when Susie Essman
at the end.
yeah.
is
getting off.
having an orgasm in the chair, and
he's just
and he's
disgusted.
that was one of the funniest scenes
Dude,
of the year.
I fucking howled last night watching that. Just how he was playing that.
Oh, no. She's going, oh, he's going,
He was repulsed by it.
I fucking howled. That was funny.
That was really. I saw the first one last night, the original before it was a series.
Oh, yeah, I saw that too.
yeah,
Yeah, isn't that
Man,
weird?
It's so weird.
It's like done in this documentary style.
Have you
it's
seen
almost
it?
like it's on VHS or
Yeah,
something.
yeah,
It's
yeah, really.
shot
Have you seen that
weird.
before?
I've never seen it before.
They
Yeah.
just released it?
No, it was on cable last. It was
yeah.
on HBO last night, and they.
But I mean, is that the first time it was on HBO?
No, they originally did it as a one-off.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just that he was going to do his act again, and Garland follows around as the manager, and that they were just going to do that, and then it turned into the series.
Like
But
a
so many
mockumentary.
things from the series were in that.
Yes.
Like the way he interacts with the public, people getting pissed at him,
Right.
the wife and Jeff, but they all look so young. How long
I know.
has it been
Isn't
on?
that odd? It's been on quite a few years.
10
More so than
years?
I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They showed,
like, could be 10
they
years.
showed Seinfeld talking at Gotham. He looked like a baby.
Yeah, he looked like young Seinfeld from Seinfeld.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was really,
How long has that show
really
been
good.
on?
Let's see.
I'll go 7 years.
I think 10.
10?
Go 10 years?
Confirmation?
It says it started in 2000.
2000.
11 years ago?
Wow.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they would take a long time between seasons.
Yeah, I guess you're right. You always got to wait that year or so.
Man, Larry got right to work
episodes.
after Seinfeld. Holy
Jeez.
shit.
Larry's like, fuck, I want to continue doing this.
That's
If you
what
don't, that's your problem.
That's what an unhappy marriage will do. Send you right to work.
It is amazing to have produced a show like Seinfeld and then come out of it and have a successful show like that on your own. That does not fucking happen.
It's never happened.
Yeah.
Hey, who is Super Dave Osborne is the brother of who?
Mel Brooks.
Mel?
I mean, I'm sorry, Albert Brooks.
Oh, yeah.
Albert Brooks.
I didn't know that. Thank you, Kevin.
His real name is Bob Einstein, which means that Albert Brooks' real name is Albert Einstein.
No.
I swear to God. And his father was a comedian. His parents, his father was like a vaudeville comic and stuff, and he names his kid Albert Einstein.
Albert Einstein. That's a little crazy.
But how crazy is that? Super Dave and Albert Brooks brothers.
That's unbelievable. I had no idea.
You could kind of see it.
It's insane.
Yeah,
You can see
you
it?
could see the resemblance.
Super Dave. And, I thought he was just Super Dave. He was a producer. He was the head writer on the Smothers Brothers. He produced Red Fox Show. He's got great stories about Red Fox. Just hilarious. Oh, man, that guy's funny.
The old Super Dave, especially for the time, was just hilarious. Where he would do the stunts, and they would end up horribly.
Horrible.
And you could see, like, it's a dummy.
Right.
Really poorly done. Like
falling off a building.
Like old Three Stooges episodes.
Yeah.
The dummy, and then he'd get up.
A sack of rice.
Yeah.
And then he would fall, and then they'd come over and interview him, and he'd be face flat on the concrete.
Yeah, I think I can't feel my legs, but I think I'll be okay.
Can you get someone to help me? Can you please get someone to help me? And then they would run him over with a car.
Yeah.
the ambulance would pull up and run over him.
It was hilarious.
This is going to be the greatest stunt I've ever done.
Young he was.
This is going to be the greatest stunt I've ever done.
He'd talk it up a lot before this stunt.
The whole show.
Yeah.
It was a half-hour show. The whole show would be, this is going to be amazing. We really worked really hard on this.
Thank you, Mike. And I want to say one thing to my wife and kids. I love you, and I'll see you soon. And I might sponsor Daytona Lamberts Motors. Fellas, if I don't make it, it's not your fault. You've done it all.
It's not your fault.
Incidentally, Super Dave has been outfitted with a special transistorized microphone.
He always
so
had
that
cool
we can
stuff.
be in full contact with him at all times.
Lithium
Once
coating.
again, good luck, Dave.
You're ready.
Here I go.
All right, he's gonna.
He's in his car.
Feels good. It's a beautiful day.
Oh, they're picking. Oh, it's a junker picking it up and putting it into a car crushing machine, I believe.
Giant crane just picks
while
it
he's
up.
in it.
All right, Mike. I hurt my left arm a little bit, and I got a little headache. But as long as I get my car in position, I'll be all right. I got to get the back wheels up top, and then I'll swing her on in. There we go. All right. Good landing.
In a car crusher.
He's in a car crusher.
The steering wheel is pushing me back a little bit, but I'm okay. I'm in the holy.
And now the car comes out as a little block, and he's in it. That shit was funny, man. Look at tin
Right,
can.
I'm okay, but you can't see it. Oh my God!
It picks it up again. Now it's putting the chunk back into the car crusher.
Oh.
Plops in front of the announcer. There you go. Yeah.
Mike, you there?
It's just
Mike,
smashed metal.
Yes, you all right, Super Dave?
No, I don't know, Mike. I think I'm okay. As soon as I get out of here, I'll buy you a beer.
In a crushed car.
I can barely put into words the excitement I feel at this very moment. Frankly, I didn't give him more than a 30% chance of coming. Well, there you see, ladies and gentlemen, a daredevil feat that, as far as these eyes are concerned, will never be surpassed.
Mike?
Congratulations, Super Dave Osborne, and to your wife and children.
Can you get me out of here?
Yes, this is Mike Walden speaking for a happy crew and an elated Dave
Those
Osborne.
old school
from
announcers.
Stockholm,
Oh,
Sweden,
yeah.
returning you to our regular programming.
That shit was
Mike, you're a
hilarious.
putz. Is that you leaving?
It's funny.
I can hear your footsteps. My ears to the ground. Oh, I'm in deep trouble.
did like 6 seasons
Well, it's
of
not
this.
all bad. John Biner, I want to thank you for the opportunity of doing this.
What a great
It's so
idea.
funny because like I did the interview at his house, and he's just hilarious, and gives me all the Super Dave stuff on the way out, and I bring home the Super Dave DVD, and my kids who are 9 and 6, I just spent this hour with them laughing, crying. Just so funny, like on an adult level. He's filthy. And then I popped the DVD, and my kids watched 2 straight hours. Hilarious.
Oh,
Just
really?
laughing, dying. Yeah.
So it holds up.
It holds up.
That's great. So when's the show on again, Tom?
It's on Friday at 6.
On what
East.
channel?
On 99.
99.
Raw Dog.
Very good.
Come to Papa.
You like doing the radio?
I like it. I love meeting these people.
Mm-hmm.
Really,
Yeah,
it's an excuse to
coming
sit
like,
down
yeah,
with.
that's
These,
kinda cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like Mel Brooks and Carl Reiner. And
You talked to Mel Brooks?
I went to Mel Brooks' office and hung
What does
out with
his
him
office
for an
look like?
hour. Just this little office in a studio in
Nothing,
L.A.
No big deal to it?
No big deal, but you're sitting there and it's like a little poster of Blazing Saddles
Yeah,
and
you
Young
know.
Frankenstein.
Yeah, a couple of movies,
Just
couple of small
things
movies.
you might have heard of, Spaceballs, and you're just like sitting there with Mel Brooks, and he's telling you these stories about Gene Wilder. It's just like,
what?
It's insane.
Surreal.
It's totally insane.
Maybe that's not his real office. He didn't want to bring it to the real one.
What do you think? The real one's all gold. Carl Reiner just sitting in the corner.
Gold-plated everything. He's like, oh, Tom Papa? No, let's do the...
Let's go to the backup office.
The satellite office.
Yeah, satellite office. But yeah, meeting the people is the best part
How old's
of it.
Mel Brooks now? He's got to be in his 80s.
85, I think.
Wow. He's still with it?
So with it. Smart, funny, just... I left there feeling so lazy.
Really?
I was like, man, this guy has made so much stuff.
I saw him on Curb, too. He was on an episode of Curb.
Oh, yeah?
When Larry was supposed to be in The Producers.
Oh, right.
Oh, right, yeah,
Which
of
was
course.
fucking
That's
great.
right.
And, yeah, he was really good in that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just like a comedy force, that
Yeah,
guy.
yep.
You know, wrote Blazing Saddles with Richard Pryor.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
then, you know, go 30, 40 years later, and he's biggest hit ever on Broadway.
Yeah,
you know
yeah,
what I mean?
know, right? How does that work?
That scope.
What do you think happened with Blazing Saddles? The ending just falls the fuck apart. I still love the movie, but
I know. It has. I watched it again.
Yeah.
You know, just in prepping to go see him.
You think they just said, no, let's just blow this thing up this way, or they thought it was going to be the best way to end it? I would love to get in his head about that.
Zany ending.
Yeah.
It was the time, I think.
Yeah, and I think he's just one of those guys that just you get a gut instinct and just go and
Yeah.
you
Or
know.
maybe they just didn't know
Yeah.
how to wrap it up.
Without that,
Yeah.
though, you wouldn't have gotten the dance sequence with the gay guys and
Right.
what's his name?
Right.
Yeah. God.
Caddyshack got
What's that?
ridiculous, too, at the end. Great movie, and then just...
Stripes.
Stripes.
Same thing.
Yeah,
Stripes,
we talk
same
about
thing.
Stripes.
First half of Stripes.
First half
great.
of Stripes was great.
Yeah, and then you get overseas, you're like, what's happening?
That's a little odd
It's
there.
another movie. Is this a double feature?
Having a machine gun battle.
Right.
Like, what, people
That
could be
weird
hurt.
truck.
Yeah.
I know. I was like, wait, let's go back to basic training.
Like,
There must have been a lot of
I
fucking
kinda-
pot or something going on.
Right.
My two favorite scenes in that movie is the push-ups, where he's trying to do the push-ups. He goes, "Okay, that's none." And the other one, when he asks if they're homosexual, he goes, "You mean like flaming?" Fucking two of the best lines in that movie.
Right.
But we're willing to learn?
Yeah.
That's it, right?
He goes, no, but we're willing to learn.
Right. I always remember when he had the girl back in the house when they snuck into the house and he took the spatula. She's up on the stove
on her
and
ass.
spatulaing her
PJ
ass.
Soul. She was like the shit
Oh,
back in that
man.
day.
I was like
she was like
14.
Rock and Roll High School. She was in that. She
Yeah.
was that girl that when you watch those movies on the old Cinema 100 and some of those cable outlets when they were first
Girl
on.
next door with just that hair.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, that's not
That's
her.
not
is it?
her.
No.
Oh,
Jesus.
Jesus.
That would be her now. That would be like the new version of her.
That's her right there.
Yeah, that hair with the bangs and the long hair.
Yeah,
back
she had the
and
bangs and the pigtails.
How all the
in
girls
and-
wore their hair back then.
Let's see what she looks like today, guys.
Oh, what are you doing?
But then,
What do you mean today?
well, you know, it's
Well, you know, you still see it in the eyes.
Yeah.
Still see it in the eyes.
Yeah, the eyes don't change, really.
You couldn't even get her. Oh, jeez.
Quick,
Fellas.
Scarlett Johansson, quick, stop.
we're back. Okay, everything's back to
there
normal.
it is.
Don't go back to that, Sam.
Ooh. One day there'll be people sitting around.
don't do that.
What are you doing that for?
Come on.
Look at that fucking tit.
Nudie nude news.
One day it'll be like, remember Scarlett Johansson, how hot she was?
Oh, let's look at what she looks like now.
Scarlett.
Go back to the old thing. Yeah.
Scarlett Johansson.
But Scarlett will live on in that picture.
Oh, yeah, she will.
Forever.
She is delicious.
Fuck, man.
What a tragedy.
I'm going to call this.
How long before my hand is just wrapped solidly around my shaft, and I have a fucking, like, I have the most detailed fantasy of how I get to that ass.
I could see you in that moment tonight, and then all of a sudden, all the power goes off in the compound.
My computer's like, fuck this.
Kevin from Connecticut, he's good with the fact. You want to guess how old PJ Souls is?
I would say she is 58.
I'm going to go with 56.
61. Oh. That's our childhood right there. She's now a 61-year-old woman.
Grandma. She was born in 1950.
Holy shit.
That's, yeah.
For 61, she looks good.
Think about that. She's 61 and Farrah Fawcett's dead.
Right.
There you go.
That is.
Teenage.
I was
grade
just
school.
Actually,
she should have kept her ass cleaner.
Oh, what happened? Boy, thank you. You're getting more pictures of her looking older and older.
Just stay home. At a certain point, stay home.
Yeah.
Let us remember.
I want to be alone. That's it. Just sequester yourself.
Just let us remember.
Oh, let us remember that. Remember that.
Yeah, with the ponytails.
She's got her, like, braid ponytails.
Yeah.
She's wearing a little baseball cap.
Adorable.
With the big tight eyes.
She was the shit.
That's the thing.
Then.
If you start your career, like, being funny looking, you can go forever.
You really can, yeah.
You start a career like that, you're really limited shelf life.
You know what else is bad? There are some people that start their career in their 30s, yet they look like they're in their 20s.
Yes.
And that is not a good thing, because within 10 years, people are going like, what the fuck happened?
What happened to that?
There's Jamie Lee Curtis on the right.
God, she does look like
adorable.
a boy when she was younger, man.
Like what?
Boy, there's rumors about.
Oh, the hermaphrodite thing?
You could see some fucking.
She looks like
male
Shaun
features
White
in
there.
She has a smoking body, or she had one anyway.
Yeah, she was great. Stripes. She was adorable.
Yeah.
That spatula scene. I'll always think about that.
Yeah.
That's her nude.
Oh, shit. Yeah, yo. That's 70s.
That is 70s,
good, man.
yeah.
That's a 70s body.
You don't need a six-pack to be sexy.
No. She got them bloomers on. What's a thong? A thong is something a fucking whore porn star wears.
Oh, jeez.
Back then it was full back panties. Fucking nothing sexy about them. You wanted those things off ASAP. Now, a nice fucking boy shorts with a fucking thong way up the hip. Back then, it was like this frilly-legged panty that went down half
just
thigh.
Fabric.
Came up to the fucking... It had a panel that fucking held in the belly.
That's right. That upper torso part.
Custom made for clips that held a big Kotex pad in it.
Those days you didn't hang out in your underpants.
No,
it was all on or all off.
No, the second you started taking the pants off, the underpants came off at the same time.
Right.
Now you take the pants off and let them lay in the panties so you could kind of see a little mound. You could see the leg, the ass, and then you work your way. You do a little of that heavy, warm breathing through the panties, even. Back then, it was like you would just grab, your fingers would hook, you'd grab in the panties and the waistline of the pants, and the whole fucking thing would come down. I don't even want to know what
it was
your
like
panties
playing that
look like.
parachute game as a kid.
Yes. Oh, who needed those disgusting panties back then? With that cotton insert in the middle that God knows what it was soaking up. Oh, you ladies, you've come a long way, baby.
Yep, a long way. Giant bras and underpants.
With those frilly things around the legs
if
that
you
were
had
way
to, you
too
could go
low.
to the beach.
Yeah.
With a parasol.
Back in the 20s.
Right. Parasol and a hat. You're ready for the ocean.
Meeting up with a guy with a handlebar mustache, lifting those round barbell weights, the spheres on the end of a rod. How unsexy. And lest we not forget the tons of hair that would come out the side of those panties, too. God. Women just naturally had more hair. Fuck the shaving thing. Like, if women now go without shaving,
it wouldn't even grow like
them,
that.
But yeah, it just doesn't grow like that anymore.
It's evolution.
Women have evolved in like 20 years. It happened. It's amazing.
It's the hormones in the chicken.
It's the hormones in the chicken. Blame it on that.
They always blame it on the hormones in the chicken.
It's quite exciting.
That's a good answer to have just in your back pocket
right.
if someone asks you something.
For anything.
It's the hormones in the chicken.
Wow, you really have love handles now.
Yeah, it's the hormones in the chicken.
What happened there?
Well, let's call this. I'm going to call this.
This was great.
Let's call it.
This is my first time sitting in the whole way. I loved it.
This is great.
I'm going to call this a perfect show today.
Yeah,
Whoa.
I would.
Woo.
Yeah, we don't call many perfect shows, but I'm going to say this was a perfect show.
Glad I could be here for it.
I mean, the day we fucking saw Scarlett Johansson nude.
Yeah, we can remember that.
It's a good liftoff.
It was a good liftoff, and then it just got better after
Go
that.
up, zoom in on the ass, please. Yeah, zoom in.
Oh, yeah.
Let me see.
Oh yeah.
What a tragedy.
Wait, I could picture something.
Never forget. Never forget, guys. Never forget.
I won't forget because I'll be looking at it constantly.
You see the darkness right there? You know what that is,
I see the
right?
darkness right there.
You know what that is,
Little
right?
Getting closer.
That's right. Let's focus on the darkness.
Getting closer. Let's see how far we can go.
Yeah, let's see if we
I
get
wanna
right
see
up
the
that
darkness.
crack.
Get right up the crack.
Let's see what the darkness is sporting
Come on.
there.
Go,
Come
go,
on.
go, go.
Go, man, go.
Go,
All right,
go
now
down.
lift up.
All right.
All right.
Now I feel like you guys are exploiting it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, look at the darkness.
Tom, you know what goes where the darkness is, right?
Your fucking nose, your tongue, your face. Oh. God, is that great?
Oh.
Your kid's Little League trophy, whatever.
Oh, whatever.
That's where Penn Jillette keeps the rabbit.
The dove.
Yes.
The poor dove.
Oh, my God.
All right, is Tom
I am going to
Papa-
fuck with that photo in Photoshop today and clear it up. I know how to
You
do
need power at the compound. You have
Yes.
some photoshopping to do.
I'm getting emergency generator feed if the power
Just
goes
so you
out
can fix
again.
that photo. Listen,
Yes.
Tom Papa on Twitter. He's a really good one to follow, by the way.
hell yeah.
He really is. And Tom's going to be at Hilarities in Cleveland. We love Tom on the show, and hopefully we could use you more. Man.
Yeah, I'd love to. I'll
right.
be in New York for a while now.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
And Penn Jillette, he was great, too.
Yeah.
Go
Yeah,
pick up
hilarious.
his
Penn
Doing
and
real well.
whoever the fuck got those pictures of Scarlett, bless you.
Is it I Like Girls Daily officially?
God bless.
Yeah, yes.
Never
God
forget.
bless. God
She was
bless.
really the one that got him.
Yeah, I guess so.
I Like Girls Daily. No offense to you, Tom Papa, but my favorite person to follow on Twitter is I
course.
Like Girls Daily.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
Even a close second.
I will follow.
Tom's a close second.
will follow.
Yeah, he really is. Tom Papa's a close second.
But you know what? Hard act to fucking follow now on that website, on that Twitter page.
Yeah, good luck.
Good luck.
Girls Daily.
Yep, good fucking luck.
Who else you going to have in
Yeah.
there?
You mean this raises the bar?
The bar is fucking, you can't even see it.
We understand
It's in
that.
Cloud City.
The first time we had dice on it, we fucking had to keep raising the bar.
Yeah.
And I don't know if we ever did.
I think you did.
You think so?
Think so?
Today you raised the bar. It's a
I'm going to
perfect
shut up
show.
before the perfect show is ruined. Hey, Sam.
Yeah?
You got to ask Mario Lopez one question.
That's right, I did. AC Slater.
Nice. We leave you with this. Thank you, Tom Papa.
See you guys.
The Opie and Anthony Show presents Primetime Sam Roberts and one question with a guest we couldn't get. Heartthrob, entertainment reporter, and captain of the football, wrestling, and track team at Bayside High, Mario Lopez.
Primetime Sam Roberts here with Mario Lopez. Mario, do you use college-ruled notebooks?
Not at the moment.
Thank you so much for your time.
This has been Primetime Sam Roberts and one question with a guest we couldn't get on the Opie and Anthony Show.
I'll tell you what the best hour of every show is.
10
The 10 o'clock. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank
you
very much.
Wow, why would you say that?
The Virus, Sirius XM. And now, the Opie and Anthony Show continues. This is After O&A Live. Here's your host, Sam Roberts.
What a show, what a show, what a show. And look who's still here.
Hi, Sam.
Not you, Eric.
Oh, fuck.
After Opie and Anthony Live with Sam Roberts.
Sam, I
welcomes Opie to the show.
I was just part of a perfect radio show, so I'm not going to give you too much time here. I do want to say this.
You're modest about it.
I do want to say a couple things. Thank you to I Like Girls Daily. That was a terrific little fucking coup we all got today with the Scarlett Johansson naked photos. Secondly, and this is going to surprise a lot of people, I fucking enjoyed the shit out of
Penn Jillette.
Penn Jillette and Tom Papa. Yes.
Why would that surprise people?
And the other thing that's going to shock the shit out of everybody was I fucking loved the Chip Hour yesterday.
You like Chip.
And my whole role on the show is to fucking hate Chip, but I was howling in the car, me and Kenny. I'm breaking character right now. Because the next time Chip is live on the show, when we're just doing the regular show, I'm not going to acknowledge that he's even here.
But you like when he's just riffing, taking calls?
Dude, it was fucking... I'm not doing radio right now. I'm being just a fucking dude. That was some funny-ass shit. That was some funny-ass shit.
One of our boss's assistants saw me in the bathroom. I mean, not in the bathroom, in the kitchen, when I was leaving yesterday. Yeah. And he goes, "Hey, Sam, man, I caught the end of your show. Who'd you have on?" And I go, "I don't know. Huh?
Oh, where are you?
Fast out.
What mic is he?
You just turn. I always just turn.
I forget everything after I'm done.
Just turn every mic on.
What, this one over here? All right, go ahead.
Yeah. And it was fast out. He goes, "Who's the guy you had on your show today? He was funny, man." Mm-hmm. And I go, "I don't know what do you mean?" He goes, "He was talking about the bassist in his old band. I don't know, whoever that guy was, it was fun." And I started laughing because he was talking about Chip.
Oh, really?
He enjoyed Chip.
And who is this guy?
One of our boss's assistants.
Steve's assistant.
Steve's assistant doesn't know that Jim Norton does Chip?
Well, he doesn't. I mean, it's Steve's assistant. Like, he...
Well, how about you listen to some radio?
He listens to lots of different radio shows.
Why are you defending him?
Because he's a good guy. He loves the after show.
Well, who's the guy?
Matt Fastow?
He's awesome.
He went to Syracuse with me. Syracuse Union. Syracuse
All right, but maybe you should listen to our show a little bit.
He listens to Sway.
Why?
I would listen to Sway. Sway just yelled at me in the hallway because I shook his hand with a wet hand out of the bathroom.
Really?
But I mean, when you see somebody walking from the bathroom and you go to shake their hand, that's a risk you're willing to take.
I still think you're an Aborigines.
I'm not an Aborigine.
I was studying that shit last night, and you look exactly like an Aborigine, except for the skin tone.
The timeline doesn't match.
I don't give a fuck.
Well, you should, because it debunks your theory.
Maybe she took some Aborigines sperm in a little plastic baggie when she left.
What, she... and
then she inseminated herself.
She brought it in one of those Nagel condoms?
With a turkey baster.
Nice.
Who the fuck is writing me? Oh, that's Kenny. Yeah, I'm coming down, Kenny.
Did you hear when you found out that Chip had autism on the show?
No, I missed that part. Maybe that's when I was being dropped off.
You should never tune out of the after show, because Chip... he's autistic. He just kept ringing Anthony's bell. He was getting distracted.
Oh, no, I did hear that. That was a good little thing to add to the character. Hey, Sam.
Yeah.
And because Kenny was involved with the Chip thing, I was waiting for him on the sidewalk yesterday.
Sure.
And it led me to one of my best videos I've ever filmed.
Hot Dog Guy?
Mr. Hot Dog.
Mr. Hot Dog.
Mr. Hot Dog is now playing on my YouTube channel, Opie Radio.
I think it's one of your best videos ever filmed, and the reason that people should check it out is because the hipster shoes that you talked about yesterday make a fine appearance in the movie.
I love the guy that in comments, he just writes, "Your shoes are gay." No shit.
Yeah.
That was the whole point of the bit yesterday. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, you're a hipster.
Brother Weeze mailed me and they're shape-ups, by the way.
They are shape-ups.
He mailed me a pair of these shape-ups and said he loves them. So I said, all right, I'll check it out. And I wear them every once in a while. Yeah, I don't give a fuck.
Once in a while.
Am I wearing them today?
I don't know. Let me see.
I got some Merrells on. Some Merrell sneakers right now. That are 2 years old because they discontinued the fucking shoe I really like.
I was going to say about finding out Chip was autistic. Yeah. Like, the more you talk to Jim about his characters, the more information you get. At Anthony's last compound party, when you were coming back from vacation, I was there hanging out with Uncle Paul for a while. And Uncle Paul, like, Jim is sober. Mm-hmm. Uncle Paul drinks.
Oh, he does?
Yeah, and he gets drunk and confesses.
Does Jim drink as Uncle Paul, though?
I just see him when he's drunk, not while he's drinking.
Oh.
So Uncle Paul just shows up, and he's been drinking.
So why don't we get the drunk Uncle Paul on our show?
Maybe he doesn't drink in the morning.
I'm gonna have to ask Uncle Paul
because he talks about he doesn't make jokes. He talks about molesting kids. He gets drunk and says, "I molest children."
Oh, then he admits it.
Yeah, he just starts confessing.
And God, we gotta get that on the show.
Somewhat disgusted by himself, but he's like more like hateful towards the kids. It's a very weird, sort of creepy.
Yeah, that's the beauty
dynamic.
See, I'm tearing down a wall, but that's the beauty of Jimmy's characters. He doesn't reveal everything all at once. He gives a little piece here, a little piece there,
and they're each
building the character,
multifaceted human beings. Each character they all have different elements of their personalities and different things that bring out different sides to them. So, I mean, I feel like.
But what does this have to do with Mr. Hot Dog? I'm confused.
Well, I guess it doesn't have anything to do with Mr. Hot Dog.
Then why am I here?
Well, Mr. Hot Dog is your new video on Opie Radio on YouTube.
It's also up on the Opie and Anthony Facebook.
Thank you.
Why would you plug Opie and Anthony's Facebook? It's Opie Radio fans on Facebook.
Yeah, that's fine too. Whatever.
Well, I don't have access to that, so
you shouldn't. He blocked you.
I'll make you an administrator if you want.
On your,
if it makes you feel good.
Nah, I'm all right.
I had a question for you.
You really want it though.
He wants it bad.
That was horrible acting.
You said that I Like Girls Daily is your favorite Twitter. You
By
said
far.
Tom Papa is maybe a close second. You said Anthony's Twitter is right up there. Where does Not Sam fit into that list of...
If you didn't tweet about wrestling all the fucking time, you'd be in my top 10.
I don't do it all the time.
All the time.
But there are wrestling fans...
Do you understand you would be in my top 10 if you just downplay the wrestling slightly?
But I was killing at the VMAs. I was destroying.
What do you mean?
When the VMAs were on a couple weeks ago.
That's why you
I was wrecking.
You have some really good tweets. I'm not even. This is Greg Hughes.
Yeah,
I'm tearing down walls today.
I like Greg Hughes.
You would be in my top 10 if you didn't talk about wrestling all the time.
I tweeted about Sons of Anarchy yesterday.
Oh, I missed that.
Show it's the best show on TV.
I really gotta start watching that. We need a new show in my house. So
do you want the DVDs?
We're trying to figure it out. I think we might go Sons of Anarchy, and we might try out that Boardwalk.
You got it. Yeah, Boardwalk Empire is really good.
We might try Boardwalk Empire.
You should.
But what does this have to do with Mr. Hot Dog? I'm really confused.
Well, it's all good programming.
The one thing I want to say is, like, all right, I get it. My shoes suck. They're gay. They're faggoty shoes. You've said it all.
Well,
but now look at the beauty of the video as a whole and stop focusing on my goddamn shoes, Coke Logic.
And people need to realize...
I'm calling Coke Logic out today.
Just because something's bad doesn't make it gay. That's something I learned from Wanda Sykes, and that's something... I was watching Teen Nick the other day, and Wanda Sykes said... Just because something's bad, don't call it gay. And that's something I would like to say to Coke Logic today.
Why?
Because he said your shoes are gay. How can shoes have a sexual identity?
Because when we were growing up, you could say things were gay and no one cared, Sam.
There was no Wanda Sykes?
There was no Wanda Sykes.
Well, now there is.
You could call your friend a faggot. You could say something is gay, and you didn't even think about the, what that really... Yes!
Well, times they are a-changing.
I guess.
Just like any Burt Reynolds' old movies. They're awesome. Like Burt Reynolds' old movies, they can never remake again.
What?
Burt Reynolds, his old movies.
What about them?
Like Cannonball Run, the comedy of it.
Oh, Burt Reynolds. Burt Reynolds.
Cannonball Run.
You call him Burt Reynolds.
Burt Reynolds.
And Sam said Manchin today.
Manchin.
I
Instagrammed a picture of Roland in the meeting yesterday with his red sunglasses on.
Yeah, those were a good look for you, Roland. But what does this have to do with Mr. Hot Dog?
There's all kinds of great stuff going on the internet.
And the gaydar and the Tattoo Me guy.
Well, I'll tell you.
All in one video.
I'll tell you what it has to do with it, because yesterday I finished catching up on Sons of Anarchy, and I was like, well, what am I going to watch now? And then I go...
Say it, Sam. Say it loud.
Say it proud. Not on. I was like, I can watch Mr. Hot Dog again.
Thank you, Sam.
I just go to Opie Radio YouTube and watch Mr. Hot Dog for the 300th time.
Hey, that's why I'm not a not Sam hater. You do the right thing in the end.
I appreciate it. I think somewhere deep down everybody realizes that.
But here's the thing. Don't focus on the gay shoes anymore, because there's a lot going on in that fucking video.
Coke Logic.
Yeah, Coke Logic. He tweeted all day about my shoes. I'm like, this guy is either drunk or bored right now.
We were talking about Coke Logic on Special Delivery, and we think that he's mad at me because I don't use his artwork on my website and Twitter and stuff. You know the cartoon Sam, Not Sam?
Yeah.
That's not a Coke Logic animation.
Why not?
Because
what do you have against the Coke Logic?
Nothing, but Zoll did that. Zoll Prime. That's my man.
Who's Zoll?
He's the guy who did the Not Sam artwork.
So it's a guy I should be using?
Yeah.
All right. Fuck Coke Logic.
Yes.
Team Zoll.
Team Zoll Prime, baby.
That's right. Rolling anything?
I gotta take a dump really soon.
Not right now, but soon.
Did you get past the Hank Azaria Is it Azaria or Azarian?
Azaria.
Azaria? Did you get past the Hank Azaria thing?
Well, wait.
It was very awkward when I went in the bathroom. I went, oops, we're supposed to be talking to him today, and we decided not to, and now he's leaking next to me.
Impressions of all the Simpsons, like liners for other people.
Yeah, good for him.
There's a whole radio audience that doesn't know what the Hank Azaria thing is.
We passed on him. It happens.
But when did you pass on him?
Yesterday, after he was booked. So it made Roland's day really miserable. I'm sure he got yelled at a lot, and I'm sure you did some power eating because of that.
I love today.
A little stress eating over that there, Roland?
No, just stress drinking. I switched over.
You did some drinking?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Roland was sitting there in the office yesterday like, people wonder, how come my health is horrible, I'm losing my hair, I can't see? It's because of this goddamn job. They're canceling Hank Azaria the day before he's supposed to come in.
Sometimes we have to make tough decisions. I knew Penn Jillette was going to talk his face off for us today.
And he was going to kill the whole time.
And Tom Papa. And then you throw Hank Azaria, and I'm sure he would have been fine, but it was just the wrong day for it. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe next time.
Coke Logic.
Who do we got tomorrow?
Bear Grylls, Cloris Leachman, and Gerard Butler.
Bear Grylls is tomorrow?
Yeah.
Oh, he moved.
Because of the Bubble
game.
Are
you excited?
I'm not coming in for the Bubble game, I decided.
You're not going to be here on Friday?
No, I don't feel like it.
You just don't want to see him?
Yeah, this is a perfect fucking week to take Friday off because we've just fucking killed it, Sam.
You did a great job.
Coke Logic.
Yes, boat shoes.
How many... Now, be honest. How many tweets about my shoes yesterday?
Probably 5, and I was on fire.
I thought it was more than 5.
He was on fire. They were good shoe jokes.
Yeah, I was definitely fucking chuckling, man. Uh-oh.
Is that good or bad?
Good.
Is that good news or bad news? I see my company's name on television.
Mel's going to make $40 million this year, and they can't fucking pay us?
That's his salary.
Oh, I'm so out of here in a year.
That's not good. They shouldn't be...
Are you serious?
Listen...
That's a big picture of him with 39.9.
He's all over CNBC today. I guess the company's doing well, but they still choose not to pay any of us. Fuck.
Well, it's Wednesday. Saturday after March.
Yeah. Today would be an appropriate
Coke
Wednesday,
Logic,
wouldn't it?
Your shoe tweets were fucking killing me yesterday. Thank you, sir.
Coke Logic's the man. People need to realize this.
Yes. Let's do another animation.
I don't know where this team's old thing is.
Well, you got to have some competition.
I'll tell you this. Zoll makes a hell of a drawing, like a cartoon type illustration, but I never seen Zoll do any videos. Coke Logic is the man with the videos.
So fuck Zoll.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't go that far.
I got an idea for you. I want to post some of my old prank phone calls when the telemarketers used to call my house. Yeah. But to throw it on YouTube, I hate just audio tracks on YouTube. I hate it. So maybe I might throw some audio your way, and if you're feeling it, maybe you could animate it for me for my channel.
Yeah.
Oh, that sounded fucking convincing.
I'm going to tell you something, Opie.
Yeah.
SoundCloud. Look into it.
What's SoundCloud again?
SoundCloud. It's like YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
It's just audio.
Yeah, no.
Throw it on your website.
Really good.
Yeah, I put all...
If someone went to soundcloud.com/how-to-self-destruct, they could hear my EP.
Oh, my God. We all have... Troy has a SoundCloud page. I have a SoundCloud page.
You know how, like, the O&A show was a perfect show?
Yeah.
We're up to 4 hits right here. This is a 4 or 5 hitter already.
Well, this doesn't count.
This counts, Eric. This is my show. You don't count.
We're in the 4th inning. We got already 5 fucking hits against us.
Against? No. 5 hits like home runs.
And a couple runs against us.
You have to understand something about the after show. It's first of all, it's long form, so we see where the road goes. We don't comment on the road as it goes.
Oh, really? I wonder where you learned that from, Sam.
It's something I made up. It's my own philosophy.
Oh, really?
Yes. Why?
By the way, is that guy dead? Because these assholes that showed the video of all those good Samaritans like lifting up the car and pulling the motorcycle guy out, they pulled a dead guy out, it looked like. And no one wanted to comment if he was alive or not. I think Aunt told me this morning he is alive with like all sorts of horrible injuries. But the point is, yesterday when they were showing this clip, no one was commenting if the guy was dead or alive because I think they knew they had a great story with the Good Samaritans. And it would be a shitty story if the guy was dead underneath.
Is that a bicycle or a motorcycle?
It was a motorcycle.
Obviously,
You haven't seen this video yet? Everyone's
No.
talking about it. Look, they're showing it right now.
It's a
You got like
motorcycle.
10 guys lifting up the car so they could drag the guy out.
The guy in the green did nothing.
Obviously, that guy's not in the Sons of Anarchy.
Look at the old lady. She's like, I'll just push one of the construction
Oh, he does look
workers.
dead.
Oh, yeah.
And then they pull this guy out. Doesn't he look dead?
He looks
Yeah.
very
But no
dead.
one wanted to know if he was dead or alive because the story was too good. But I think Aunt told me it turns out the guy was alive.
He's probably a retard.
Why would you say that?
Like I know. When he wakes up, he'll be like, I don't want water.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Roland. Of all the distasteful things to say.
I love how we beat up Roland on our show, and then he comes in here and gets his anger out.
He
on this
does,
show.
always.
I know. I've noticed. I
He does.
listen.
Well, so does you-know-who.
Who?
Mr. Kwan.
Oh, yeah. Troy's always angry.
That's true. He gets
What
his
are you
anger out on
talking
your
about?
show, too.
Oh, Troy is on SoundCloud /hippie.
Roland keeps calling him hippie instead of hipster.
No, I think a lot of people don't mind being called a hippie. I'd rather be called a hippie over a hipster.
Hipster is the new hippie. I mean, who's a hippie anymore?
People who don't
Hippies.
shower.
There's no hippies.
No, hippies are hippies.
It's 2011. What's a hippie?
And hipsters are hipsters. But if you call a hipster a hippie, is that good or bad?
I would think it's
Now I'm
bad.
confused. I just confused the fuck out of myself.
I'm sorry.
I'm not smart.
You are. Yeah, don't ever say that about yourself.
But what does this have to do with Mr. Hot Dog?
If you like the Sons of Anarchy, you'll love Mr. Hot Dog.
Dude, I was riffing with some Asian dudes, man, and I made it work. And then these assholes have to focus on my goddamn shoes the entire fucking time.
They don't get what it's about. It's not about that. Okay?
Yes, my shoes suck, but look at the brilliance of my latest video. Thank you.
Mr. Hot Dog.
Oh, by the way?
Yeah.
No, I can't say it yet.
Why can't? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. What were you going to say? What were you going to? Yes, you can.
I'm working on something that might be really cool.
What are you working on? Opie, what are you working on? Inquiring minds need to know.
I've got some calls about my videos. Let's just put it down. Just calls for now. Calls.
Website, TV.
Website. I'm already doing website. 20 million views on my fucking channel now.
Oh my God, that's more than Zack Ryder. See you later, Opie. He's walking out. Roland's following him as if he's going to get any guest pitches in whatsoever.
He got calls like the Situation did from Abercrombie and Fitch to stop wearing his shoes in his
Just
videos.
stop wearing those.
Or blur them out.
Mr. Hughes, you're making our brand look horrible. Listen, I got to switch mics, Paul. I'm stuck over here on Anthony's mic.
Go ahead.
Okay, Eric, talk to Paul.
Hi, Paul. How are you? Hi, Eric. Well, your mic's not on, so that doesn't do us any good.
No, definitely not.
Now you are.
There we go.
How are you enjoying your time with the Opie and Anthony show?
Oh, it's fantastic.
Better than doing the sports stuff?
Yeah.
Why would you say that? You're supposed to learn how to work here and be like, well, I mean, I like the sports stuff and the Opie and
I'm
Anthony
sorry,
stuff. It's just two different ships.
You cut me off, Sam, because you had to.
No, you just said. Eric said, "Do you like? Is this better than the sports stuff?" And you went, "Yes."
Oh, I'm sorry.
You
I
said
tend
the
to
word.
meander through a conversation.
You said,
it's not.
"Yes, it is."
You know. Yeah.
No,
this. Hold on.
Where's the diplomacy?
I absolutely love the sports department,
but it's not as good as this department.
But it's not as good as I would prefer. I'm not saying it's not as good. I'm saying I would prefer to be here.
Sal, the intern, don't listen to anything this guy Paul tells you because he's the worst. He's horrible. Yeah, everything's on.
I like Paul a lot, actually.
I mean, he's a likable guy, but he just sat here and said that this part-time gig is better than the gig that actually hired him. And so the people in the sports department are going to be like, what the fuck? Whereas, everybody in the room right now is like, yeah, Paul, you like us better.
Yeah.
The people who are buttering his bread, so to speak, are going to be like, what the fuck would you say that for? Asshole? I mean, not in those words. In a more sort of corporate, You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know exactly what
Have you learned something?
I did, except they haven't, they don't listen.
They don't listen to this? Not a lot of people do. You know Danny?
Yes. Danny,
you know Sal?
We've met.
Okay.
Sal likes to say good morning every morning.
Yeah, this is how antisocial Danny is. Sal walks by and he goes, morning, guys. And, we kind of acknowledge him. And Danny looks at me and Travis and he goes, what's he going to do that every morning?
I'll tell you why.
Yes, he's saying good morning.
It's not, no, because it's not just a good morning. Like a regular good morning would be if you just kind of were passing and the door was open and you popped your head in and you said, hey, good morning, guys, and you kept on your way. This kid, he just stands there until you acknowledge him.
Listen.
Well, so he'll just stand in the doorway.
I apologize.
Good morning, everyone. And it's just like, all right.
Listen, Sal, the intern, don't let Danny crush your spirit.
Well, tomorrow I'll only say good morning to Travis and you, Sam.
No.
Because I'm still going to have to look in the direction, and he's still going to stand there until he's acknowledged.
You know what you do?
It's still a problem.
Just do the exact same thing. Just come in and go, morning, guys. And that's it.
Just do what the guys do when they come in. When they just walk past the open door office, they just go. That's what we're all used to around here.
We need more spirit here, Sal.
Okay.
Youthful energy is what you come in with.
Oh, excellent.
And that's what we need, a fresh face. You're the first intern in 9 months.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You're bringing some energy. You're bringing some spunk, some fun, some politeness. Danny, some happiness. You know what I mean?
Danny was the most intimidating person to meet when...
Why?
Besides the
think
host
so?
of the show. Like, as far as, like, the rest of the staff
Now,
goes.
to meet, or you mean, like, to interact with?
To interact with. At
Okay.
first.
Okay, at first.
At first, absolutely.
Why?
I mean, just his attitude and the way he is, you take him one way, but he's not. You come to find out that he's a lot nicer than you think he is the first time you meet him. He's very abrasive.
You're saying
sometimes.
horrible. He's not a bad guy, but just horrible first impression.
No, it's not. It's not
just
that.
awful.
It's just you're kind of intense, Danny. You are.
Because Paul interned here for about a year.
Yeah.
Almost.
Danny was my mentor that entire year, by the way.
I mean, what it means he signed the paper.
Yeah,
what does that mean?
absolutely.
You know.
That's what that
But how long did it take for you to realize that Danny was somebody you could interact with?
I liked him right off the bat, but I tend to
me and Paul get along. Me and Paul kept in touch. I mean, Paul hadn't been around in a long time. It wasn't a frequent exchange, but we kept in touch via like text messages.
Paul, you and I kept in touch too, right?
Yeah. You would
by keep in touch, you mean
I would email you sometimes, and you'd just
Not
ignore
res-
them.
Right? Okay. Yeah. You still had my email.
Yes.
Sal, who do you think? So, and let me tell you, you feel free to say anything here on the air.
Sure.
It's whatever it is. Who has been so far? It's only your second day.
Yeah.
Kind of, because you're a fan of the show, right?
Absolutely.
So obviously, Opie and Anthony and Jim are the most intimidating people to meet.
I suppose, I really
not in a negative way, but just because they're the stars.
Everyone's been really welcoming, actually. I haven't felt intimidated
until the whole
until I do something wrong.
What are you saying? Good morning to me for situation.
Yeah, I did such a horrible thing.
So there hasn't been any sort of whoa, this guy's a little bit intimidating.
Not really. Honestly, Kenny probably.
Yeah, he tends to have that effect. That's his job, though.
Yeah.
Just to make sure.
Size is just oh.
Yeah, he is a giant, isn't he? And Eric is your teacher.
Yes.
E-Rock. Now, so you're familiar with the show. You're a fan of the show. You know how we're all portrayed on the air.
Yes.
I mean, look, folks, we always say that things are one way on the air and another way off the air. But generally speaking, we're pretty accurate on the air. It's pretty much that's the way it is. And then we're phony off the air. And that's kind of the way radio works a lot of the times. But so what were you expecting versus, and again, it's been 2 days, so who knows? We'll probably get an update from you.
Hazing process coming soon, I think, once they get a little more settled.
I don't believe in hazing interns, but, that's just me. I'm only speaking for myself. I don't know how Eric is with that. But
Eric's awesome. He's
has he been a good teacher?
Absolutely. He's very thorough, and he's helping me, feel out everything. And
what did you expect, though, when you found out? Because you know how he's kind of portrayed in a buffoonish way on the air. Eric, you won't take offense to that.
But
that's how you're portrayed.
Yeah, whatever.
You're kind of he's portrayed in a buffoonish way on the air.
I suppose, but to be quite honest, Eric is really smart, and he's awesome at what he does.
Can I just step in for a second? And I'm not smashing Eric. I'm not smashing Eric. But
no.
Because it could be anybody. It could be Eric. It could be some guy named Dave sitting there, or Bobby. It doesn't matter.
Bobby the champ?
Anybody. It doesn't matter. But the question to Sal is, how would you know anything at all in 2 days?
Well, I don't know.
How would you know if he's good at what he's doing? You don't even know what he does.
Well, I'm just saying the impression that I get. I can only judge someone based upon how they interact with me directly.
That's right.
So,
well, yeah, that's why he still has a job here, because he convinces everybody that he's doing a great job.
Oh no! See, Danny, when you worded it,
involved with this conversation,
I don't think you did, because the way you worded it just now is you said Eric has a job because he convinces everybody that he does a good job. That statement implies that he doesn't actually do a good job. He's just good at convincing people that he does.
Well, isn't that what everybody does? Isn't that the daily routine, is just to make sure that everybody thinks you're doing something? Do you remember Steve walking around with a whole bunch of pens and fucking papers and shit? That was the epitome of that Black Earl song, pick up some papers and put them back down. That was fucking Steve for a long time.
He didn't do a great job of convincing that many people, though, did he?
Well, the point being, he's not around anymore. So.
Right.
No, he did not do a good job.
But that's
the rest of us do.
Your instinct is that Eric is all you can do is go on instinct.
Yeah, I mean, just how I directly interact with him, and he's very thorough and how he wants things. So I
Yeah.
I follow through.
Well, what I look forward to is documenting the process. I feel like
he's so new and green. I can't wait to see what happens in 3 months from now.
I mean,
look, he's smiling. He's all giddy.
He still has hopes and dreams.
It took me a long time to wipe away that happy feeling.
Yeah, it did. Well, you know what?
I think if you by the end of your semester, you'll probably still be happy to come into work. It's a nice place to. I was still happy at the end of my first semester. I mean,
if you stay for doubles when it hurts.
You start staying for double, and I think Paul would be good to talk because I think it's when you're here for 2 semesters, and you kind of realize that and then you stay a little longer after the second semester. Because then it's your goal is to get hired here. Yeah. And you look around, and you've been here for longer than any intern around you, and you realize that the openings aren't really there, and it's not like we're,
they throw you out of the building.
And you go, that was it, huh?
That was it.
Now, luckily, Paul ended up working here. Yeah. I mean, Danny and me were both interns. We ended up working here. And what I always tell the interns is that Sirius is a big place. You know what I mean? Just because there's no openings on this, you should be branching out. Of course, Opie and Anthony is priority number 1. You're an Opie and Anthony intern, but I mean, if I can be on a whole bunch of different channels, there's no reason why anybody else can't be.
There's no limit to the amount of shows that you can do for free at this place.
How dare you? How dare you?
The sky is the limit. You want to do 1,000 shows? You can do 1,000 shows.
No, I don't want
to do 1,000
shows.
It's up to you. Ronnie B does 8 shows. Primetime does what? 4 shows?
4 shows a day.
Wow. How many at night?
17. Okay. So that adds up to 92 shows.
Quantity, not quality.
They're all quality, too.
Oh, really?
I mean, I don't know.
I've heard special delivery, though.
Well, I mean, that's a polarizing show.
Speaking of special delivery, you know what reminds me sometimes of special delivery?
What?
The Secret Show to the Future Part 2. In part because Sam joined us for the first one. So
you just said special delivery was bad. You compared it to Secret Show to the Future.
Because that was
a horrible segue.
Because it was on Saturday.
Oh. That was the
on
worst.
The Saturday Night Virus.
That was a terrible segue. Secret Show to the Future. Were you listening when we did Secret Show to the Future? That was when it was me, this guy Than.
Who?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it was a fan.
Who was he, Vietnamese?
Drew Boogie was there. Anthony was there. Danny. I don't remember who else. But we all got together on the air and watched Back to the Future, and then had the people at home sync up their DVDs with us. And when we had to go to commercial, we said, pause your DVDs. We'll be right back, blah, blah, blah. A lot of people said I came as close as one can to ruining the whole show. A couple people said I did well, but most people said I came as close. No, a couple.
All of the people.
All people. Yeah, people. People said that I came as close as one can come to ruining.
When they go, they were saying, all of those people they all said that you ruined the show.
No, it came as close as one can because they said it was still a good show. So I feel like I just walked that line and let everybody know what could be, but what it was great. And
well, Sam, I don't know if you're going to be joining us for the second one. Because
I don't know either.
I think we might have a scheduling conflict between the Secret Show of the Future Part 2.
Oh, because it's a Saturday.
And special delivery.
Maybe we'll just put you guys on the phone and just broadcast it here,
because
too.
I'll tell you, it is happening Saturday, November 5th at 10 o'clock Eastern.
Wow.
SecretShowToTheFuture.com, or like us on Facebook.
Oh, my God. Why? It's happening in November, and then it will be finished.
Because I want to get the word out there that this is going down again. And not only is it going down, it's going to go down. We're going to watch Back to the Future 2, obviously. It's going to be me. It's going to be Ant. It's going to be Joe DeRosa. Mm-hmm. I have some special guests, which I know, but I'm not going to announce just yet.
You said celebrity guest before. Are you talking celebrity Joe DeRosa, or are you talking celebrity?
Oh no, I think that you will be very pleased with the guest arrangements.
Wrestler?
No wrestlers.
Damn it,
no wrestlers. But what is really cool that's happening, and I just want to get it out there, is that I'm going to commission a little gig poster for this event, and it's going to be really limited run, really probably like under 200 posters probably. So
yeah,
and I'm going to take the proceeds of those and donate all that to Team Fox
It's not going to go to the Mulan bank account. The Mulan doll bank
straight
account.
to the Michael J. Fox Foundation for Parkinson's disease.
Keep checking back secretshowtothefuture.com
for all news and the guest updates and details on the poster. I have an artist lined up. I'm going to announce that soon too. It's going to be really, really cool.
Why don't you get Zoll? He's the man.
Well, I told Zoll to fucking hit me up with some artwork, and he's dragging his ass.
Well, he's got things to do.
But no, the poster artist that I'm like 99% with here, it's going to be fucking awesome.
Brainwash?
Nah, I'm skipping. You know what? Maybe I'll get Terry for the next one.
Yeah.
I just call him Terry. But,
now, I also had a question while you're in here. I've been listening to the show. Did you get fired?
Yes.
You did?
Yeah, you know, a lot of people have been asking me where I am and if I'm still with the show. No.
You're not?
No, got fired.
Okay. Well, that's why the security guards are walking up here now.
Yeah.
You're not
you know
supposed
what?
to.
Gotta go. Hey, secretshowthefuture.com.
Yeah, you should take off. I don't even know how he got in here. Hey, Eric, do we still have that sweeper that Troy made for Remember 9/14/11?
Yeah, hang on.
Because I would like to play it. Today was a perfect show. Opie was just in here, and as he said, what are we talking about? What's wrong, Mark Zito? Mark, you have mono.
Yep.
I was listening to Ron and Fez, and their
Right near
producer,
Ant's mic.
who's in here, Mark Zito, has mono.
I do, Sam.
Why are you in here?
He's touching things.
I wish you wouldn't. You're going to infect everyone. Paul, have you had mono?
No, never.
They say everybody's had mono, but there's no way. And he's so close to me.
Yeah.
Just because he's not talking doesn't mean he's not close to me. He's right here.
Still breathing on you.
Oh, don't breathe on me, Zito. I can see his John Mayer cardigan. I know that's him.
Oh, man, now I'm coughing.
Oh, are you okay?
I'm feeling all mono-ish.
Eric, is that you?
Yeah.
Eric's sharing the Mark Zito microphone in there. Is that the microphone you use, Mark Zito?
Yes, it is, Sam.
Oh,
I've had to
no.
change the windscreen and the spray all this and clean this every morning.
Mark, can't you walk around with like a medical mask or something
We
on?
gave him one.
Most of the time.
Well, why wouldn't you do that when you're next to me? I wish you would.
I'm sorry, Sam.
Thank you. At least you apologized. Mark keeps his answers short and concise because he walks around paralyzed in fear that somebody's going to yell at him for something. He doesn't know who. He doesn't know what. Whether it's you, Paul, yelling at him for
Covino and Rich
wearing a hat or Covino and Rich. He doesn't know what's happening, but he walks around like one of those chihuahuas, just always shaking. He never knows where it's coming from. Let's play, because today, like Opie said when he was in here, was, according to Opie, and Opie would know, a perfect show. I mean, and we forget, it started with the is it a black crime or a white crime routine.
And then
I call them routines, not bits.
And an eel up
the penis.
Eel up the penis.
I mean, there was a lot going on, but we went right into 9/14/11, today's date, which is a day that will kind of live in infamy for a long time. And Troy put some stuff together for us to remember not only where we were, but what this show was able to do for you. So, Eric,
Hey, Sam, real quick.
Yeah.
Breaking on TMZ.
Oh, no.
They have information over the Scarlett Johansson photos.
9/14.
That they were hacked from her phone and the FBI is involved.
Of course the FBI is involved. This is a serious thing. It's 9/14, for God's sake. Let's do it, Eric. 9/14/11 on the Opie and Anthony Show.
The Opie and Anthony Show remembers 9/14/11 with your stories.
Listen, I haven't seen the pictures yet, but I just want to go home and hug my children.
You should,
You know what? I gotta tell you, I think my son will get a special hug today.
A special hug for the children.
I'm gonna squeeze
today.
a little tighter today.
Remembering 9/14/11 on the Opie and Anthony Show.
It really is important that we never forget. I know
What a day it was.
Yeah. I mean, it still is. We're still living it. We're still here. Thank God. Opie is at home right now hugging his loved ones and thinking about what could have been, whereas Anthony actually rushed out of here faster than I've ever seen him to go home and masturbate. So we're all dealing with the changes in our lives after 9/14/11 in different ways. We actually have another story that we wanted to share from 9/14/11. Eric, where were you?
I remember we were doing the show.
Yeah.
And I was sitting in the production studio here, on the board, retweeting where we actually found the photos.
Oh, wow. So you have your own story.
Yeah.
Now, Paul, you were on phones today?
I was on the phones at this point.
And so you actually had to hear all the stories pouring through the phone lines.
I like to think I shared in everybody's story.
I'd like to think that as well. Was there any kind of one that stuck out at you? It struck you as more
the
emotional?
guy who saw Server 7 going down stuck
saw
out
it
in my mind.
Yeah, what happened was, Scarlett Johansson's nude photos showed up on the internet, and somebody called up saying that, as much traffic as this website was getting, he saw Server 7 go down, which is going to really affect the load time of those pictures.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what I mean? All those servers are so important to all of us in this life. And we wanted to remember another story that we did with the help of Troy and his masterful production here on the Opie and Anthony Show.
The Opie and Anthony Show remembers 9/14/11 with your stories.
I'm standing on 26th Street in the West Side Highway, and from my vantage point, this penis is jumping out of zippers. This penis is jumping. It looks like falling debris, but it's actually cocks flopping out of zippers.
Oh, my God. Remembering 9/14/11 on the Opie and Anthony Show.
I mean, penises just falling out of pants everywhere you look.
Yeah. That's horrific.
That's the reality we're living in on this day. Because, those pictures show up and it's like, men can't control themselves. We can't spend too long doing this, but, the O&A replay's on at 3 o'clock in the afternoon Eastern time. And, that first hour, we spent a lot of time just listening to stories, what people were doing. And because the news was breaking, the 9/14/11 news, the news that Scarlett Johansson's nude photos had been leaked on the internet, were as the show was happening. I do wonder, though, at what point will celebrities realize that if there are nude photos on your phone,
they're getting out.
They will be released. Like, if I was a celebrity, most celebrities probably want the photos released because of the publicity, but if I honestly didn't want a nude photo released, I would just delete it off my phone.
Or not take it in the first place.
Yeah.
Well, Sam.
Yeah?
There's some other breaking news.
Oh, my God.
There's another celebrity who has photos, naked photos, leaked on the internet.
Is it Paul? Because he's not a celebrity.
No, it's not Paul.
Oh.
I have naked photos on my phone if you want them, Sam.
I would love to see them.
Hold on a second.
This is radio celebrity Bobo.
Okay. Bobo.
Yes, there's penises falling out of pants.
Yeah.
There's a banana.
You actually,
and then one that looks like he might be dead.
What do you mean? There's a banana?
Paul. I don't know if you know this, but Bobo took a turn for the weird.
I haven't seen him in a while.
Well, neither have we. And if we didn't have this sponsored contest that we have to do with him on Friday, we wouldn't see him for a while.
Well, according to Ope, we might be taking off.
No, Opie said he was going to take off. We have to do the contest on Friday. If it's me and Paul doing the show, somebody has to do that contest
well, what
on
if
Friday.
It's just done on the after show then?
As long as, I think that would be great.
Okay, then you don't need me. I don't have to come in.
No, I never said I did.
All right, great.
Well, I'm just kidding, Eric. Don't pout. He took his headphones off and said, all right, great. Yeah, Bobo went on Twitter recently and started talking with female fans of the show. And I guess they were kind of egging him on. And he started posting pictures of himself gagging on a banana like it was a phallus. He posted a picture of himself laying down and pulling his shirt up, showing his nipple.
Okay.
And then he showed a picture of his penis that he posted on. It was just a twit pic. It was not like direct message or private or anything. It's just a twit pic.
See, I hear that, and that translates to me as Bobo's brother is uncircumcised.
Bobo's brother.
Right there.
Oh, he's showing
all
you.
over the internet.
Eric is showing you the pictures. But
it's
yes,
breaking news.
So Bobo, I don't know what's wrong with him because none of it. He wasn't coaxed into this. We just looked on Twitter and saw his genitals were on there. So yeah, we're kind of hoping that he's just going to cool himself out at some point because obviously he's drifted off into crazy town. What are you looking at? What's the picture?
The banana pic doesn't. I mean, I guess it is him. Maybe it's just the phone.
Yeah, it's
but
him. I've seen it.
It is definitely
He
him?
took them all off Twitter, though.
Okay.
Eric saved them on his phone.
Well, no, they're on some other sites.
Bobo drinks too. Like maybe he
Like
was
a
drunk
fish?
when he did. Yeah, I've been out drinking with Bobo more than once.
You have?
Oh, it's hysterical.
Oh, are those like when he used to come in here on Friday for no reason? And,
Yes.
And Troy, I just wanted to tell you this. Your tributes to 914 were just beautiful. I mean, masterfully done, and they did it in such a way that captured the emotion of the day.
Yeah.
Because it's a comedy show.
Sure.
And so sometimes it's tough to really kind of tackle what needs to be tackled. But, I mean, you really captured the what do we do now mentality once Scarlett Johansson's nude photos had been leaked onto the internet. I mean, just the retelling. I enjoyed the second story that you put to music more than the first.
Right.
Not to say I didn't enjoy the first. I thought that was really well done. But the second one, just because the humanity in the guy's voice, when he realizes what he's seeing falling around him are penises coming out of pants.
Right.
And it's like...
And where do we go from here?
Yeah.
How do we rebuild from this?
Because you live in New York City. You live in Manhattan.
Mhm.
And it's like a lot of wild things happen in the city.
Sure.
But you just don't expect to be walking around and seeing dicks flying out everywhere.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I mean, well, Scarlett Johansson's just one of the, in my opinion, one of the most beautiful women alive.
Yeah.
So-
And I've seen her breasts and ass. So I can say that. I mean, she also has nice breasts and a nice ass.
So everybody's just sort of been waiting.
After today, I've seen it.
For this day to happen.
Yeah.
And when it's actually happened, it's like, well, this is the day.
This is it.
It's
kind of
come.
bittersweet in a way.
It is.
Because there's no more mystery there.
Well, it's like on one question you go, where do we as a country go? But on the other end, you look around and you see all the people in this feeling of togetherness kind of all circle jerking together almost to this one set of pictures. And you go, this is what Thomas Jefferson had in mind. This is what, John Adams was thinking.
Yeah.
This is what George Washington wanted to do.
And then another question that's raised after you've seen the pictures is, how could anybody possibly be a homosexual after looking at that?
You questioned, like, I don't understand. Like, you lost, like, for a while you were like, okay, I get homosexuality in the sense that they're just attracted to, I'm attracted to women, they're attracted to men. I get it. It's just, and then you look at those pictures and you're like, I thought I got it, but I just don't understand anymore.
I look at that ass and I start feeling psychotic.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
like
the Scarlett Johansson thing.
Yeah.
It was interesting because Ant said, like, first of all, I don't know if you were in the studio at the end of the show, but literally, I say this, I've said it before maybe, Ant was out of here quicker than he's ever been.
No, he was. Came in to get Tom Papa to record something.
Yeah.
And by the time they had signed off and went to commercial break, I walked out of the studio and Ant was already down the hallway.
And he kept saying, and Opie didn't ask, or Tom Papa, maybe nobody wanted to know except me. I do want to know. Ant kept talking about the fantasies. He said he had specific fantasies of the steps that he would take to get to, well, that ass.
Right.
So, and I mean literally, like how he would get his face in there and everything. And I wanted to know, and maybe this is just because I'm a curious person, I wanted to know the step-by-step fantasy that Ant had of getting his face to her ass that he had seen the pictures of. I don't know if you felt the same way.
Yeah, I mean, I think most men, heterosexual men, look at that and just say, I'd like to make a meal of that ass.
Yeah. But Ant, like, it seemed like while the show was going on, he was listening to Penn Jillette, he was listening to Tom Papa, but at the same time, he was formulating this entire fantasy.
Right.
In which he would see Scarlett Johansson, she would take her clothes off, and his face would end up in her rectum.
Right.
And I
her
just
buttocks.
her in between.
Yeah.
And I just want to know how it gets there in the fantasy that he's created. I mean, that's a story. We've heard all these stories, and I of what was. Ant has a story of what could be,
Right.
and that's kind of where I'm at. That's what I want to hear more of.
Well, maybe tomorrow he will be able to go further in depth.
I hope so. And I mean, listen, if any of you want to tweet him or call up the show tomorrow morning and tell him Sam wants to know what the fantasy was all about, feel free, because I will tell him to his face. I want to know every step of the fantasy Just out of mere curiosity.
Is there anybody more beautiful than Scarlett Johansson right now, alive?
I don't know. Especially after seeing those pictures, I just can't answer that question.
Like some would say Megan Fox. I
No,
think she's
hell
prettier
no.
than Megan Fox.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here with Megan Fox.
Megan Fox is hot, though.
Get the fuck out of here.
You think so?
Yeah.
Does she have like a weird thumb?
Yeah, she's
Something
too
off
skinny.
about
She's
her.
dumb. She's way overrated. We have to go, Troy.
All right.
We have to go celebrate 9/14/11 in our own private ways. Thank you for sharing those stories. Paul, Eric, Danny, Sal the intern, everybody. Mark Zito for his motto. We'll be back tomorrow with more After Opie and Anthony Live. Stay tuned. Ron and Fez is coming up next.
The Opie and Anthony Show is now over. For real this time. Check out the O&A Show on Facebook at facebook.com/Opie and Anthony. And catch Opie and Anthony live Monday through Friday from 6 to 10 a.m. Eastern. Ron and Fez are next.
Hey!
On The Virus.